Hello and welcome to Economic and Business Environment. This video we will be covering the entire syllabus, the full syllabus of Economic and Business Environment. CSEET will be covered in this video, and this video is on YouTube completely for free. But remember one thing, just because you watch this video it is not enough. You need to practice MCQs, and in CSEET please try to score very high marks. You will be confident for CS Executive. As you know, CSEET is an entrance test. If I have to tell you my story, I was in CS Foundation and CS Foundation gave me the complete confidence to go for Executive and then Professional. Of course, when I was there, I'm telling you, the CS Foundation, which we call CSEET, was much more difficult. For you people, CSEET is much easier. It is MCQ based. You can take the exam from your home, so you need to score very high marks. So this is a free video. You get the complete syllabus. Our teacher Hiral, Lakhana will be giving you the complete understanding of this. And to make matters more interesting for you, very simple, go to our website excelacademy.com. The link is also in the description below. Go to the description of this video, click on the link. We have practice test for CSEET, right? We also have mock exam. We also have some free notes. There is a lot of things which is more than this video, and all of this is completely free. So at Excel Academy, CSEET students are getting more than 150 marks. If you too want to do it, this free course is for you. And to get additional things, go to our website. Even that is free. That is also free. You don't have to pay even 1 rupee for CSEET. So in this subject, Economic and Business Environment, you study demand and supply, you study Indian economy, you study the union budget, you study lot of things like business environment, what is entrepreneurship, all the introductory concepts. Many things are already covered in 11th and 12th standard if you have done commerce, but this is a little more one level higher in terms of how they test you. Most important is practice the questions. Practice the questions. So go to our website, get the practice tests, get the quizzes and practice. The more you practice, you get better. I'll give you a simple example. Let us say you want to start running, okay? First day you will run 2 minutes, then you get tired. Second day you will run 5 minutes, then you'll get tired. You'll say, no, I can't run. If you keep running continuously for 1 month, you can run for 1 hour. And what is the secret? The secret is you have practiced every day. Similarly, for CSEET exam, whenever you're writing it, you may have 20 days, you may have 50 days, you may have 100 days for exam from today. No matter how many days is there, every single day take a test, take a exam. And for that, Excel Academy is always there to help you. Just in case you don't know me, I am Company Secretary Alok. I am the founder here at Excel Academy and we are here to support you. Do subscribe to this channel.
Hi all, welcome back to another class by Excel Academy. So today we will be starting with economics for CSEET. So this will be our first chapter, and the pattern that we're going to follow for economics is that we will be taking up every video chapter wise, and towards the end of it we will have a separate session dedicated to question solving, wherein from every chapter we will be solving some sample questions so as to make sure that we've understood the chapters quite well. So now, without further ado, let's begin. So when we talk about economics, what exactly is economics? So economics is the study that focuses primarily on, say, the production, distribution, consumption of goods and services within any given market. So basically, it helps us understand the market, how it is structured, what is the price of the goods, what is the demand, supply. So all of these are certain primary elements anytime we talk about economy. So now as a company secretary student, why does studying economics become better? Why does it become so important is that we need to have knowledge of how the market functions, what are the trends in the market, what is the price range that is going on in the market, and we need to have the ability to analyze these trends as well. So that is why economics as a subject is included in the CSEET curriculum as such. So today we will be beginning with the first chapter in economics, that is the basis of demand and supply and the various forms of market competition. So without further ado, let's begin. Yes. So the first chapter is the basis of supply and the forms of market competition. So what does this particular chapter help us in understanding? So to give an overview of the chapter, we will be understanding what exactly is the law of demand, the law of supply, what are the different forms of competition in the market that exists, and further details into demand and supply. So now, before we dive into demand in terms of economy, let's understand it in layman terms. So demand basically means the want or need for a particular product. So say, for example, I am a consumer, I am demanding something. So I want to buy a smartphone. So I have created a demand for a smartphone. So this is primarily what demand means even in an economic setup. So if we read the definition here, demand is an economic principle referring to a consumer's desire to purchase goods or services and the willingness to pay a price for that particular goods or services. So as we all know, in order to obtain something, in order to obtain a good or service, we need to pay a price for it. So demand is when we have the desire to purchase a certain goods or service, and also we have the willingness to pay. So that is when a demand is created for any given product. So now in economics, the primary basis is the law of demand. So what exactly is the law of demand? So law of demand says that with the other things being equal, if the price of the commodity falls, the quantity demanded will rise. And if the price of the commodity rises, its quantity demanded will decline. So let's understand this with a very simple example. So say a given pizza costs us rupees 300, all right? So there is a certain demand at rupees 300 pizza. But say, for example, if the pizza chain announces a discount saying because it's the weekend, there is a 50% off. So instead of 300, I'm getting it for 150 rupees. Then automatically the demand for the pizza is going to go high because there has been a decrease in price. And say, for example, the same pizza chain, instead of 300, increases the price to 400. So that's when the demand for pizza is going to go down because the price has increased. So that is exactly what the law of demand says, wherein let's read this again to understand it better. So if the price of the commodity falls, the quantity demanded will increase. So if the price falls, the quantity demanded will increase. So the quantity demanded will increase. And if the price rises, the quantity demanded will decrease. So if you can see here, there is a inverse relationship between the two. So price and quantity are inversely related to each other. So this is normal consumer behavior wherein our demand depends on the price of the product. So now again, a very important thing to remember here is in economics, this is very important, other things being equal. So there are no other factors that are contributing to this. The sole factor for deciding the demand is the price. So that is when the law of demand is applicable, when your other things are not changing, like say, for example, your income is not changing, your substitutes are not changing, your market is not changing. It is solely the price that is changing and what is determining the demand in the products. So it implies that there is an inverse relationship between the price and the quantity demanded for any particular commodity. In other words, other things being equal, quantity demanded will be more at a lower price than at a higher price. So now it is the functional relationship between price and quantity. So this is as we discussed. So among various other factors affecting demand, price is the more critical factor, the most critical factor. Thus, demand of a quantity is mainly determined by the price of the quantity. So now this is the equation that we have in place here. So wherein we are saying that the demand of the product is a function of its price. So it is affected by the price. Now, say for example, the law of demand. So now we have an example when it comes to having numericals in place. So now if the price per can, say there is a can of a cold drink. So the price per can is 80 rupees. If you see, there is no demand created at all. But here, as you are seeing here, the price is decreasing. So we are seeing the decrease in price from 80, 70 to 60, 50. 40. And then as we are seeing a decrease in the price, we are seeing an increase in the quantity demanded. So now say at 80, there were 0 units that were demanded, but at 70, there is a small demand that is created. So it is at 200. Similarly, as and when we progress further, so instead of say 200, if the price is 60 rupees, the quantity demanded becomes 400. So as we are seeing, as the price is decreasing, the demand is increasing. And now if we understand from below of the table, so now here the price is low. But if you are seeing, as the price is increasing, the quantity demanded is decreasing. So this explains that the price and quantity are inversely related to each other. Now here is a small graphical representation. So let's first draw and then we'll have a look at the graph that is there in place. So now here, if x-axis represents the quantity and y-axis represents the price, and this is 0. So say for example, there are various prices here. All right, and these are the different quantities. So now at price 20, my quantity demanded is 20. All right. Now, if my price is increasing, all right, then my quantity demanded is decreasing. So my curve will be here. Now, if my price is decreasing, then my quantity demanded will increase. So if you see here, there is a downward slope in the law of demand where we are understanding that at the highest price, the demand is the lowest. And here at 20, the quantity demanded is 20. At rupees 10, the quantity demanded is higher, that is 30. So now with this graph, we can understand the law of demand. So that is exactly what is being represented in this graph as well. So now here, as you can see, it may be observed that with the rise in the price per can, the demand for the cans is reducing. So here, if you can see, this is the price of the can and this is the quantity that is demanded. So if you are seeing, the demand curve is something that has a falling slope, that is higher the price, lesser the demand, lower the price, higher the demand. Next, so now like we were mentioning, we were very specific that the other things are supposed to be constant, only then the law of demand is going to work. That is, the price and quantity are inversely proportional to each other. So now to fulfill this, we need to have certain assumptions in the law of demand so as to give the true meaning to it. So now above stated law of demand is conditional. It is based on certain conditions. It is therefore always stated with the other things being equal. So this is something that is extremely important when it comes to the law of demand. So now primarily and solely it focuses on the change in the price variable only. So this is something that is very important, that law of demand focuses only on the price and no other factors. So what are the assumptions? So let's have a look at it. No change in the consumer's income. So again, when we are saying, so say for example, price of a quantity of a commodity has increased, all right, but my income has also increased, then in that case my demand is not going to go down because I will be able to afford that product even with a price increase. So that's why no change in consumers income. Similarly, we have other assumptions as well. So there have to be no change in consumer preferences. Like say for example, if the consumer preferred say a sugary drink and now suddenly he prefers a sugar-free guilt-free drink. So in that case, no matter what the price of the sugary drink is, it is not going to affect because now the consumer prefers a non-sugary drink over a sugary drink. Similarly, no change in the fashion, no change in the price of the related goods. So now it comes to related goods. So say for example, the good that I'm currently consuming, the price is increasing, all right? But if the price of my related goods is decreasing, I will much rather opt for the related goods. So that's why there has to be no change in the price of the related goods when we are talking about the law of demand. Similarly, no expectation of future price changes or shortages. No change in size, age composition, and the sex ratio of the population. Basically, this whole assumption is that all the other factors are supposed to be as it is without any change, like not even the slightest of the change. No change in the range of goods available to the customer, because again, this will influence the choices that they are making and which product they're going ahead with. No change in the distribution of income and wealth to the community. So this is talking about the percentage of rich people or poor people in any given community. No change in government policy and no change in weather conditions. So all of these factors, there have to be absolutely no change for our law of demand to hold good. Yes, I hope this is clear when it comes to the law of demand. So to quickly summarize, the law of demand says that if the price of a commodity is increasing, the demand for that particular commodity is going to decrease. And if the price of the commodity is decreasing, the demand is going to increase. And this is very important with all the other factors being constant. There have to be no change in all of these factors that are mentioned. So now, like any given law, there are certain exceptions to the law of demand as well, wherein the inverse relationship does not exist. All right, so let's understand that. So now, given goods. So given goods, let's understand why this particular term is coined. So given goods are named after Sir Robert Giffen. So wherein during a particular Irish potato famine, he saw a pattern, like a behavior wherein even though the price of the bread was increasing, the demand was not decreasing. So if you see bread, it was like a staple food that time in the 1900s. So even though the price of the bread is increasing, the demand is not decreasing. So let's say, for example, if the consumer has 100 rupees, of which he has allocated 20 rupees for bread, which is an essential or a given good. All right. And he is purchasing 20 units of bread with 20 rupees, and he has allotted 80 rupees to the other commodities, be it any sort of commodity. Now, even though the price has gone up to 30 rupees, all right, but bread being a staple commodity, the consumer is supposed to continue consuming it. So what will happen is that it is such an essential commodity and it is an inferior good as such, that the consumer will continue consuming bread no matter what the price is. So then the price allocation becomes 30 for bread, that is 20 units of bread, and 70 for the remaining. So if you are seeing here, the quantity of the bread has not changed even though the price has changed. So the usual law of demand says that if my price is increasing, my quantity demanded will decrease. But in this case, in case of given goods, it is not going to change because of the nature of the product, that is inferior goods. So anytime we talk about given goods, the first keyword that needs to come into our mind is inferior goods. So in case of certain inferior goods called Giffen goods, which is named after Sir Robert Giffen, when the prices fall, quite often less quantity will be purchased than before because of the negative income effect and people's increasing preference for a superior commodity with the rise in the real income. Example of given goods can be bread, rice, and wheat. So now, say for example, we spoke about the increase in the price of bread. Similarly, if there is a decrease in the price of bread, so what happens is that consumer will have a feeling that because the price of bread has decreased, probably the quality would have also decreased. So they're not going to purchase higher amount of bread than earlier. They would continue purchasing the same amount. So the demand remains unaffected. So we saw both the cases with respect to bread, that is, if bread's price is increasing and if bread's price is decreasing, there is no change in the demand. So this is the first exception to the law of demand, that is given goods. Coming to the next one, that is articles of a snob appeal. So snob appeal basically is like luxurious goods or goods that happen to be expensive or prestige goods. So now, say for example, let's take an example of a Chanel bag or a Gucci bag. So these goods, no matter what the price is, the demand is going to be the same. So the consumers who want these goods, they are not going to change their demand because there has been a change in their price. So this is articles of snob appeal. Then there is a speculation. So speculation is when there is, like say for example, when people speculate that there could be changes in the price of the commodity. Like let's say during the time of COVID, suddenly there was a shortage in masks because the market was not ready with the supply of masks. So what happened is that people speculated that the price of the masks is only going to increase further. There is no chances that this is going to decrease. So say for example, price of mask was 10, then it increased to 20, and there was a speculation that it will increase to 30, 40, 50, so on. So from here, if you see here, the price has gone from 10 to 20, but still the demand did not decrease. The demand in fact increased because consumers were of the opinion that instead of going for buying masks when the price is increased to 30, 40, 50, let's purchase it right away when the price is 20. So even though the price was increasing, the demand did not increase because the consumers knew that at a future date, the price is going to continue to be increasing. This is something that happens with purchasing stocks in the share market as well, wherein if you are seeing a probable, increase in the price further, you would purchase those shares right away. And lastly, consumer psychological bias or illusion. when the consumer is wrongly biased against the quality of the commodity with the price change, he may contract his demand with the fall in price. So this is something that we were talking about earlier also. So now if my price of my commodity is increasing, the consumer may be of the opinion that the price is decreasing because the quality is decreasing. So they would not prefer to buy a larger amount of that product. They would continue to buy the same amount or a lesser amount as well. So this is the whole law of demand, where we understood the meaning. We understood what are the assumptions that go into the law of demand. We saw a graphical representation, and we also understood the 4 exceptions to the law of demand. So with that being clear, let's move to the next one, that is the law of supply. So now to understand one thing, so law of demand is from a consumer point of view. That is, what will be the demand of the product from the consumer's end depending on the price. Law of supply is from a supplier's point of view. That is, what is the quantity of product that the supplier is willing to supply depending on the price. So this is something that will have a direct relationship. So say, for example, as a supplier, so say I am a supplier of smartphones, right? So now suppliers represent how much the market can offer. So now if my price of my smartphone is higher, then I would be willing to supply a higher price, because then I would get more price from the market. But if the price is lower, then as a supplier, I would not want to supply a higher quantity of goods, because I'm getting a very minimal price than what I am supplying. So if you can see here, with increased price, the supply of goods is also going to be increased. But if the price is decreasing, then the supplier. So this is directly proportional. So now let's just quickly differentiate between the law of demand and the law of supply. So now if you see here, we have the law of demand and then we have the law of supply. So law of demand is from a consumer's point of view, and law of supply is from a supplier's point of view. So here it says that if my price in the goods increase, my quantity demanded will decrease. And if my price in the commodity decreases, my quantity demanded will increase. And here, if the price that the market, the price that is going prevalent in the market is high, then I will supply a higher amount of goods. However, if I'm getting a lesser price, then I am going to supply as a supplier lesser amount of goods. So if we see here, these are inversely related or inversely proportional, that there is a proportion that exists, but it is inverse. And here, this is something that will be directly proportional. So this is the primary difference between the law of demand and the law of supply. So let's understand the law of supply better. So now coming to this, supply represents how much the market can offer. So basically here it talks about the supplier, how much the market can offer. The quantity supplied refers to the amount of the goods the producers are willing to supply when receiving a certain price. So say, for example, at 100 rupees of a particular product, if I am willing to give 100 units of that product, but when I am receiving 200 rupees, I am willing to supply 200 units. But say if I'm receiving only 50 rupees, then I would be willing to supply only 50 units of a particular product. So as you can see here, this is directly proportional to each other. The supply of a good or service refer to the quantity of goods or service that the producer prepared to offer for sale at a set prices over. So now two elements here. So we have quantity and what are the prices over the period of time. The supply is not the same concept of the stock of something in existence. For example, the stock of commodity in X in Delhi means the total quantity in existence, whereas the supply of commodity means the quantity actually being offered in sale over. So what is there in stock is not necessarily what will be supplied in the market. So these two are two different concepts to understand. Now, the law of supply states that a firm will produce and offer to sell greater quantities of product as the price rises. So like we were saying, so there is greater quantity. And when will the quantity be greater? When the product rises. That is, the price of the product rises, with other things being equal. So just as in law of demand, here also we have an assumption that the other things are absolutely equal. There is a direct relationship between the price and the quantity supplied. In this statement, change in price is the cause and change in supply is the effect. So depending. So my primary cause is my change in price, and depending on that, my supply will change. Thus, the price rise leads to increase in supply and not otherwise. So this is something that is the law of supply. It may be noted that at higher prices, there's a greater incentive to the producers or firm to produce and sell more. So this is a basis of the whole law of supply. Other things include cost of production, change of technology, price of input. So these are the ones that are all constant when we are talking about the law of supply. Thus, ceteris paribus. So ceteris paribus is basically a Latin expression with the other things being equal. So this is an important term when it comes to the law of demand and law of supply, that is ceteris paribus, other things being absolutely equal. Now, okay, just 2 points to understand. With an increase in the price of the good, the producer is willing to offer more, and with the quantity supply is related to the specified time period over which it is being offered. So now, just to summarize, with all the other factors being equal, the price of the goods or services increases, the quantity suppliers will offer will increase, and vice versa. So this is primarily what our law of supply means. Just as we had assumptions in the law of demand, we also have assumptions in the law of supply. So let's quickly understand that. So the terms other thing remaining the same refers to the following assumptions in the law of supply. No change in the state of technology, because technology plays a very important role in how many units can be produced, how many units can be supplied. No change in the price of the factors of production. So price of the factors, so basically the raw materials that are involved, the amount that is being invested in the human capital. So these do not change when it comes to law of supply. No change in the number of firms in the market, because if the suppliers are increasing, then the price will be affected, and vice versa. No change in the goals of the firm, no change in the seller's expectations regarding the future prices. So there will be no speculation here. No change in the tax and the subsidy policy of the products. And lastly, no change in the price of the other goods. So this exclusively talks about one good without any change in the price of the other goods and without any change in all of these factors. So we need to understand that both law of demand and law of supply have a certain assumptions that need to be followed for the law to hold good. Now, next concept is that of the equilibrium price. So now what is equilibrium price? Equilibrium price is the market price wherein the quantity of goods supplied is equal to the quantity of goods demanded. Okay, so before that, let's look at the graph of the supply demand. So now we have, this is the quantity supplied and this is the price of the good. Okay, so say for example, 20, 30 rupees, quantity supplied 10, 20, 30. So at 10 rupees, the supplier is willing to supply 10 units of that particular good. At 20 rupees, the supplier is willing to supply 20 units. At 30 rupees, the supplier is willing to supply 30. So if you see here, there is an upward curve when it comes to the supply curve. So this is the supply curve. So now, yes, so now earlier we saw the law of demand which had a downward slope, and now we are seeing the law of supply which has the upward slope. So now, what is equilibrium price? Equilibrium price is a market price where the quantity of goods supplied is equal to the quantity of goods demanded. So let's quickly just draw this out and understand it better. All right. So now, this is the graph. All right. And this is the quantity of goods and this is the price of the goods. So now we have 10, 20 rupees, 30 rupees, 10 units, 20 units, 30 units. Okay, so what were we understanding? Equilibrium price. So it is the market price, okay, where the goods demanded, the quantity of goods supplied is equal to the quantity of goods demanded. Okay, so first let's draw out the law of demand graph. Okay, so law of demand, as we all know, this has a downward slope. So let's quickly revise it and draw out that graph here. So now at rupees 10, okay, because this price is low, my quantity demanded will be the highest. At rupees 20, my quantity demanded will be comparatively low. And at rupees 30, that is the highest, my quantity demanded will be the least. So this is my demand curve, which has a downward slope. So this is my demand curve. Next, coming to my supply curve. So now I have 10 rupees. So as a supplier, I'm going to get 10 rupees for a particular product, and I am willing to give only 10 units of that product. But if I am getting 20 rupees, then I will give 20 units of that particular product. And if I'm getting 30 rupees, then I will give the highest quantity, 30. So now this is the supply curve, which has an upward slope. So this is my supply curve. So now if you see here, these two curves, that is the supply curve and the demand curve, are intersecting at a particular point. So this intersection, that is 20 rupees, becomes our equilibrium price. So why are we saying that 20 rupees is our equilibrium price? The quantity that is demanded and the quantity that is supplied is equal at this particular. So at 20 rupees, the quantity supplied is also going to be 20 units and the quantity demanded is also going to be 20 units. So this is why this is known as the equilibrium price. So now just to understand it better and differentiate it better. So law of demand has a downward slope because it is inversely proportional. Excuse me. So it says downward slope, and law of supply has an upward slope. Yes. Hope these two laws are very clear, because this is what forms the basis of economics. Now, yes. So at equilibrium, there is no shortage or surplus unless a determinant of demand or supply changes. If the change in price of good or service creates a shortage, it means that the consumer wants to buy a higher quantity than the one that is being offered by the supplier. And if the demand is exceeding the supply, it means that the consumers are not satisfied, because even though there is a surplus in the products that are available, the consumers are not ready to take them. In contrast, if there is a change in price of the product or the service creates a surplus, it means that consumers want to buy less quantity than the one being offered. So now we understood equilibrium price with the help of a graph. Now let's have a look at an example. So now this is the price and this is the quantity demanded versus the quantity supplied. So now what is surplus? Surplus is where quantity supplied is greater than quantity demanded. That is, units are available, but there is no demand as such. And what is shortage? Wherein our quantity supplied is lesser than quantity demanded. Customers say, for example, they want 500 units, but the suppliers have only 200 units that are available. So that is creating a shortage. However, if the suppliers have over 500 units to offer, but the demand is only 200 units, then there is a surplus. So now, at 100 rupees, the quantity demanded is 5. Okay, so as you can see, as the price is decreasing, my quantity demanded is increasing, which means that this is the law of demand. And here is the law of supply. So as my price is decreasing, my quantity supplied is also decreasing. So now, keeping both of these in mind, let's see which price hits equilibrium. So at 100 rupees, my quantity demanded is 5 and my quantity supplied is 50, which means that my supply is greater than my demand. So there is a surplus. Similarly, for all of these price, there is a surplus. And then at rupees 60, my quantity demanded is 25 and my quantity supplied is 25, which means my surplus is 0 and there is no shortage as well. So this price becomes my equilibrium price. Then, understanding shortage, at 50 rupees, my quantity demand is 34. Because the price is so low, my quantity demanded is obviously going to be higher, but my quantity supplied is only 22. So there is a shortage of 12 units. So as you can see here, as the price is increasing, the demand is increasing. So as the price is decreasing, the demand is increasing and the supply is decreasing, thereby creating a shortage. So the point wherein the surplus and the shortage meet, this particular point is known as the equilibrium. Now, Coming to elasticity of demand. So what exactly is elasticity of demand? So elasticity basically shows how sensitive the demand is depending on the change in various variables. So now in economics, the demand elasticity refers to how sensitive the demand for a good. So this is very important. This is the terminology that we are looking at, how sensitive the demand for a good is depending on the change in other economic variables. So all this while we were just having a look at the price, but there are other variables also, such as the income of the consumer, the price of the related goods, so on and so forth. Demand elasticity is calculated as the percentage change in quantity demanded. Okay, so the percentage change in the quantity demanded versus the percentage change in the other variables. And this other variables could be your price, income, or price of related goods. So this is how our elasticity in demand is calculated. So elasticity of demand is the responsiveness of the quantity demanded. So this is our primary factor which serves as the numerator here of the commodity due to changes in one of the variable, which is our denominator here. Now, in other words, it is percentage change in quantity demanded divided by the percentage change in the variable. So whichever variable we are having a look at, that will become the denominator. So now, let's see. So what are the three variables that we are going to understand as a part of elasticity of demand? So we have price elasticity, price of related commodities, and consumer's income. So these are the three variables basis on which we are going to understand how the demand will change. So now, coming to price elasticity of a demand. So this is something that we were having a look at when we were also dealing with law of demand, wherein how my price is changing and how my demand of the product. So if my price is increasing, my demand is decreasing. But here we need to understand the level in which my demand is increasing. Is the change in demand the same proportion as change in price? Or is the change in demand higher than the proportion in which price is changing? So that is where price elasticity of demand comes into place. So like we were discussing earlier, so we were just discussing here, as you can see, percentage change in the quantity demanded divided by the percentage change in other variables. So since the first type that we are having is the price elasticity of demand, price elasticity of demand is percentage change in the quantity demanded divided by the percentage change in the price. So why price? Price is the variable that we are having a look at when it comes to price elasticity of demand. So it is nothing but your change in quantity by the original quantity. So this will give us a percentage here divided by original price into change in price. So now, like I was saying earlier, so the price elasticity might not be proportionate, might be more than so how much price changes if the demand is increasing or decreasing in the same extent, then there is an equal proportion. If demand is increasing more than the price decreasing, so this will help us in understanding what are the various types of price elasticity. So now, extent of responsiveness, we need to understand to what extent it is responding. Of demand with change in price is not always the same. The demand for a product can be elastic or inelastic depending on the rate of change in the demand with respect to the change in price of the product. So now let us understand various examples that we have in place here. So now, perfectly elastic demand. Now, the first concept is a perfectly elastic demand, wherein when a small change in price of a product causes a major change in its demand, it is said to be perfectly elastic. Okay. So now, say for example, if the price of a particular product is rupees 20, okay, and the quantity that is being offered is 20 units. Now, if my price is even going up to 30, then my quantity demanded is going to be 0. Then that case, it is said to be perfectly elastic, wherein even the small change in the price. So if you can see that there was just a rupees 10 change in the price, but my quantity became 0. There was a drastic change in my demand. It is said to be a perfectly elastic demand. In perfectly elastic demand, a small rise in price results in the fall in demand to 0, like we just saw, while a small fall in price causes increase in demand to infinity. In such a case, the demand is perfectly elastic. So now, so say for example, here is the graph for our perfectly elastic demand, wherein, like I was saying, so at this particular price, let's say this price is 10 rupees. This is our quantity that is demanded. The minute my price is going to be higher, my quantity demanded is coming to 0. And my minute my price is lower, my quantity demanded will go on to such an extent, it will become infinity. So this is exactly that explains perfectly elastic demand, wherein the price, smallest reduction in the price will go to our quantity demanded being infinity, and the smallest increase in price will lead to our quantity demanded becoming absolutely zero. So this is an example of a perfectly elastic demand. Next, coming back to perfectly inelastic demand. So perfectly inelastic demand is the one where there is no change in the no change in the demand of a product with respect to the change in its price. So the numerical value of perfectly inelastic demand is zero. So like price is increasing, but there is no change in the quantity that is demanded. So now let's say, for example, we can take the example of luxury cars here. So when we talk about luxury cars, so luxury car is something that only the rich people are going to buy. All right. So now, even if the price is increasing by say for example, if the price of a particular car is 50 lakh rupees. So instead of 50, so at 50 lakhs, there are 100 units of cars that are being demanded. All right. Now my price has changed to 52 lakhs. Doesn't mean the need for the cars is suddenly going to become 200. It is still continue to going to be 100 cars itself. Or say the price is reduced to 48 lakhs. Still the demand is going to be 100 cars itself. So if you see here, even though there has been an increase or a decrease in price, my demand is being constant. So this means that there is a perfectly inelastic demand. That is, my quantity demanded is going to be the same irrespective of the price. So this becomes quite the opposite of a perfectly elastic demand, wherein perfectly elastic demand, slightest of the shift in the price, the demand is going to fluctuate really high. Now, coming to the next part of it, relatively elastic demand. So relatively elastic demand basically is demand when the proportionate change produced in demand is greater than the proportionate change in the price of the product. So now there is a completely there is an increase, but the proportion is higher. So if there is an increase in price, then the decrease in the goods, the range is going to be higher than the increase in the price. So now let's say, for example, at 50 rupees, my quantity demanded is 100. All right. But with the price extending by just rupees 10, if you see, my demand is drastically reduced by 50. So the change in quantity demanded is greater than the change in the price. So this is very elastic, which means that the slightest of the change in the price is going to be the proportion in which my price is changing is going to be lesser than the proportion in which my demand is changing. Next up, we have relatively inelastic demand, which is exactly the opposite of relatively elastic demand, wherein the percentage change in demand is less than the percentage change in the price of the product. So if you saw here, the curve is slightly, it's not very steep, but if it comes to relatively inelastic demand, the curve is steeper. So now say, for example, at 10 units, my quantity demanded is 88. And there is a $4 or rupees 4 increase in my price. So my quantity demanded is decreasing by a very menial proportion. So this is the difference between elastic demand and inelastic, relatively elastic demand and relatively inelastic demand. So this is basically to what extent your demand is increasing or decreasing as compared to your price. So now let's say my quantity. So proportion change in my price, all right, is greater than the proportionate change in demand. It becomes inelastic, and proportionate change in price is greater than the proportionate change in, so is lesser than the proportionate change in the demand, then it becomes our relatively elastic. Or if you want to have a look at the other way, so if my quantity demanded, okay, the change in my quantity demanded is greater than the change in the price, this becomes a relatively elastic. And if the change in the demand, all right, is lesser than the price change, then this becomes a relatively inelastic demand. Yeah. And lastly, we have the unitary elastic demand, wherein we are talking about when the proportionate change is exactly the same as the proportionate change in the price. So the change in demand is exactly the same as the change in price. Then it becomes a unitary elastic demand. One thing to remember here is the value becomes 1 here. So if you see here, So say for example, this is price 10, price 20, quantity demanded 20, quantity demanded 20. So if you see here, at price 10, my quantity demanded is 20. And at my price 20, my quantity demanded is 10. So with my price increasing by 10 rupees or 10 units, my quantity decreases 10. So if you see, with 10 rupees difference in price, my quantity varying is also 10 units itself. So be it increase or decrease in units, it is exactly the same. So here in unitary elastic demand, the proportion of change in quantity demanded is exactly equal to the proportion change in the price that is available. So yes. So just a quick recap before we proceed with the next topic. So perfectly elastic demand is the one where this is infinity, wherein we saw that even if there was a slight change in the price, slight reduction in the price, the quantity demanded went to infinity. Perfectly inelastic demand, wherein our price is zero, because no matter what the price is, the quantity demanded is going to be the same itself. Then we have relatively elastic demand, wherein the change in quantity demanded is greater than the change in price. Relatively inelastic demand, the change in quantity is lesser than the change in price. Unitary elastic demand is where the change in price is exactly the same as the change in quantity. Now, what are the various factors affecting the price elasticity of demand? So first one we have is the price level. All right. So demand is generally elastic for moderately priced goods, but the demand for very costly and very cheap goods is inelastic. So like I was mentioning earlier, so in case of luxury goods, so just because a certain amount of price change is going to be there, the quantity is not going to fluctuate. Similarly, for cheap goods, like say, for example, essential goods also, no matter what the price, the quantity is going to be the same because this is an essential goods. So here, the rich do not bother about the prices of the goods that they buy because irrespective of the change in price, the quantity demand is going to be the same. Very costly goods are demanded by the rich people and hence their demand is not affected much by the change in prices. For example, increase in Toyota car from 5 lakhs to 5.2 lakhs will not make any noticeable difference. So this is what we were seeing earlier as well. Next up, we have the availability of substitute. So if a good has close substitute, the price elasticity of demand will be very elastic, wherein some other goods can be used instead of this. Now, say for example, let's take the example of Coca-Cola and Pepsi. So these are like easy substitutes that are available for each other. So now, if a good has a close substitute, so in case of Coca-Cola and Pepsi, these are close substitutes. The price elasticity of demand for a commodity will be very elastic as some other commodities can be used. So say for example, Coke increases its price a little, their demand is going to go very down because they have an immediate substitute available, that is Pepsi. So then Pepsi's consumption will increase as compared to Coke. So this is going to be a factor that is going to determine. So if substitutes are available, then the shift is going to be very easy and very drastic. On the other hand, the demand of such commodities which have no close substitute is elastic. So now if substitutes are available, then the change is going to be elastic. And if substitutes are not available, then it is going to be inelastic. Like here, they have given an example of salt. So now salt has no close substitute. So irrespective of the price of salt changing, the demand is going to be the same itself. Next, we have necessities. So if a good is a necessity, now say for example, in India, the staple food that follow are either wheat or rice. So these are the two primary staple grains that India consumes. So irrespective of the change in price in rice or wheat, the demand is going to be the same. So demand tends to become inelastic. That is, there is not much fluctuation in the quantity that is demanded because of the change in price. So now, say for example, if the price for drinking water rises, then there is unlikely to be a huge drop because water is an essential, water is a necessity. Now, time period. So now how will we understand time period? So let's have a look at this. Over time, a good tends to become more elastic because consumers and businesses have more time to find alternatives or substitute. For example, if the price of gasoline goes up, over time, people will adjust for a change. That is, they may drive less or use public transportation. So in this case, there is a time factor also that is involved because if I am known about this, then I will plan accordingly. Now, if my petrol prices are increasing, then I would much rather opt for a public transportation. So that is also important factor in deciding. So now the minute price of petrol increases, my demand is going to decrease because I am going to find alternatives because I have the time period in hand. So now, habits. So habits is basically if the consumer is so used to a particular product, then they may not be affected by the change in price. So a very common example we could take here is the addiction of cigarette, wherein if a consumer is addicted to cigarette, they will pay the price no matter what it is. So even if the price is lesser, the demand is going to be the same. If the price is increased also, the demand is going to be the same. The demand is not going to decrease because they are addicted to it. Next up, we have the nature of commodities. So nature of commodities are basically, let's have a look at this. The demand for necessity is inelastic, like we were mentioning earlier, and that for comfort and luxury is elastic. So depending on the type of commodity, our demand elasticity will also change. Now, because essential goods, there is no option but for you to consume it. So irrespective of the price, you are going to continue to consume it. But when it comes to choice, so when it comes to essential goods, they are a need. But when it comes to luxury goods, they are a choice. So in case of essential goods, it is going to be inelastic because you don't have a choice there. And in case of luxury goods, is going to be highly elastic. Next, coming to various uses. So a commodity which has several uses will have an elastic demand such as milk, wood, etc. Now, like say for example, if we are taking the example of wood, so wood can be used in multiple places, like say for example, for creating furniture or for book printing. Now, this has various uses. So the minute the price of the wood increases, people will look for substitutes. They will go for something else. Now, on the other hand, a commodity which has only one or few uses will have very less change in demand or very inelastic demand. So that is why depending on the number of uses of any given product, the elasticity of demand is also going to be determined. And lastly, we have postponing consumption. So usually the demand for commodities, the consumption of which can be postponed, is elastic as the price rises are expected to fall again. Now, say for example, if I want to purchase a car, all right, and the price of the car has increased, then if my car is not a necessity, if my car is just a want for me, then I will probably postpone the purchase of that particular car because my price has increased. So if you see here, if I am able to postpone my consumption, then the elasticity is elastic. It is not inelastic. But if I cannot postpone, like say for example, there is a change in price of rice. So now I cannot wait until the price of rice decreases. So it means that it is inelastic. So irrespective of the price, I am going to continue to consume it. So depending on whether or not you will be able to postpone the consumption of that particular product, the elasticity is also determined. So now let's quickly revise this and wrap up the session for today. And then tomorrow we will be back with the next part, that is part 2 of the chapter 1. So here what we understood as a part of this chapter. So we understood what is demand. That is the consumer's desire to get a product and what is the willingness to pay the price. Then we have the law of demand, wherein we saw that price and demand are inversely related to each other. We saw the assumptions of the law of demand, that is price is the only factor that determines, all the other factors are constant. Then we understood supply and law of supply, wherein as the price increases, my quantity supplied is also going to increase, and as my price decreases, the willingness of the supplier to supply that particular product is going to decrease. And lastly, we saw elasticity of demand, and under that we saw the first type, that is the price elasticity of demand, wherein how elastic or how responsive is my quantity demanded whenever there is a change in price. So that is it for today's class. We will be back in the next class with part 2 of this chapter. Thank you so much. If there are any doubts that you have or any specific points that you would like to address, please drop in a comment in the comment section and we will be happy to reply. Thank you so much. Hi all, welcome back to another class of CSEET Economics. So today we will be dealing with the part 2 of chapter 1, that is the basics of demand and supply and the forms of market competition. So far we understood the basics of demand and the connection between the demand and price. So we saw how demand and price are inversely proportional to each other. Then we understood the law of demand, wherein we understood that higher the price, lesser the demand for that particular good, and lower the price, higher the demand. Then we saw various elasticities, that is price elasticity of demand, saying how depending on how the price fluctuates, the demand of certain goods fluctuates with it. Then we also understood the basics of supply, and we also had a look into the assumptions that go into both the law of demand and the law of supply. So today we will be continuing with the next part of chapter. So we were discussing elasticities of demand, like I mentioned earlier. And in an elasticity, the first thing that we understood was the price elasticity of demand. So now let's move to the second elasticity of demand, that is the income elasticity of demand. So when we were discussing price elasticity of demand, we understood that it is the responsiveness of the demand of a particular good based on what the price of that good is. Wherein if, say for example, if the price increases by the certain a unit, does the good increase in the same proportion, a proportion higher than the price, lower than the price, or there is no change in demand at all? Similarly, our next topic is income elasticity of demand. So in income elasticity of demand, as the name suggests, it is the responsiveness of the demand to the change in income of that particular person. Like as a consumer, if my income is changing, then what is the responsiveness that my demand is giving? Is my demand for a particular good decreasing? Is it increasing? So on and so forth. So now there is a definition of the income elasticity of demand. It says that income elasticity of demand is the rate of change of quantity with respect to the changes in the income. So quantity is nothing but the goods that are demanded. So this is the change in the quantity that is demanded in the goods to the changes in income. Other determinants are remaining constant. So like we understood, even in the law of demand, law of supply, we were making sure that all of our other factors were constant. The income elasticity of demand can be measured by the following formula. So the first thing, like we say here, rate of change. So this is the primary of the formula as well. So change in the quantity demanded divided by the percentage change in the income. Okay, so this can be percentage change in the quantity demanded, or the percentage change in the income of the consumer. So when we were looking at the price elasticity of the demand, it was the price of the good that we were having a look at. And now when we say income elasticity of demand, is the income of the consumer that determines whether the demand for a particular product is increasing, decreasing, or it remains unchanged. So now this is just a symbolic representation of how our income elasticity of demand is calculated. So now let's just quickly have a look at the formula again. Percentage change in quantity demanded divided by the percentage change in income. So percentage change in quantity demanded is nothing but your new quantity divided by your original quantity. This will be your percentage, and change in income will be your new income divided by your original income. So you will be able to understand what is the change in your income. So this is how it is symbolically represented. Now again, there will be various types of income elasticity as well, saying if income is changing by a certain unit, is demand responding higher than that, lower than that, or is there absolutely no change in demand at all? So first one, negative demand for a commodity falls as income rises. The trend is visible in case of inferior goods. So what does this mean? That as my income rises, my demand for this particular commodity reduces. So one good example of this could be unhealthy foods. So as my income, so as we all know, it is so easy and inexpensive to get access to unhealthy foods. But the minute anybody decides to eat healthy, there is a greater amount of money that is involved here. So if my income as a consumer, if my income is increasing, then I would prefer to give a bigger allocation of my income to food. So in that case, the demand for my unhealthy good is going to increase as my decrease as my income increases. Next, zero demand for a commodity does not change as income changes. So irrespective of whatever your income is, the demand for this particular product is going to be the same. And the example for this is essential goods. So now say for example, we can have a look at water here. So irrespective of my income, water is a basic need and I'm going to continue consuming it in the same quantity, even if my income has decreased or even if my income has increased. There is going to be no change in the quantity of water that I am demanding or I am consuming for that matter. Next one is greater than zero but less than one. Demand for a commodity rises in proportion to a rise in income. So it means that there is a certain increase in demand for the product, but it is not greater than the increase in income. So a good example here could be luxury cars, wherein even if my income is increasing, my demand for the product, my demand for the luxury car is increasing, but it is not increasing to a great extent, because unless my income has not increased largely, my demand for a luxury car is not going to increase. So there is a certain willingness to buy a luxury car. The demand is higher, but it is not higher than my change in income. Next one is a unity. This is the proportion in which your income rises, your demand for that good also rises equally itself. Now, say for example, here we can take an example of groceries, wherein if I am increased, if my income has increased, yes, please excuse me, there was some network error, so I will just reshare my screen. Yes. So we were talking about a unity, that is unity income elasticity of demand, wherein we saw that if my income is increasing by say 1 unit, then my demand is also going to increase accordingly in the same proportion in which my income has increased. So a good example here could be groceries, wherein my capacity to buy grocery increases in the same manner my income is increasing. Next one, greater than the unity. So demand for the commodity rises more than the proportion to rise in income. So a very good example here could be something like a smartphone, wherein the minute I have an increase in my income, my demand for smartphone increases rapidly or increases in a greater proportion than what my income has actually increased. Because this is a kind of a product that is, the minute you see a rise in your income, you would demand this product much more than what you would in case of your lower income. So these are the 5 types of income elasticity of demand, wherein one, if your income increases, the demand for that commodity is decreasing. Second one, there is absolutely no change in the demand of the product depending on your income. Third one, there is an increase, but it is not greater than the proportion in which your income has increased. Fourth one is wherein it increases in the same proportion in which your income has increased. And lastly, it increases in a proportion higher than what your income has increased. So these are the 5 types of income elasticities of demand. Moving on to the next one, that is the last type of elasticity of demand. So the first one we had was price, wherein we saw how price affects the demand of a particular product. And then next one is income elasticity of demand, wherein the income of the consumer affects the demand. And last one is cross elasticity. So as the name suggests, here there is a cross, which means that the price of a substitute or a related commodity determines the demand for a particular product. All right. So here a very basic example could be that of say Coca-Cola and Pepsi. So if say both the cans, a can of Coca-Cola and a can of Pepsi is priced at rupees 10, and the minute Coca-Cola increases its price to say 13 or 14 rupees, demand for Coca-Cola is going to reduce, but the demand for Pepsi is going to increase rapidly because they're almost perfect substitutes. So in that case, how the price of a related commodity affects the price of another commodity is nothing but the cross elasticity of demand, as the name suggests. So let's read out the responsiveness of demand to changes in price of the related commodity. So it is not the price of that commodity, but the price of the related commodity. When we were seeing price elasticity of demand, it was price of that commodity itself. But when we are looking at cross elasticity of demand, it is a price of a related commodity. So the definition is as follows. Cross elasticity of demand is the rate of change in quantity associated with a change in price of the related goods. So the very important term in the cross elasticity of demand is the price of the related goods. So this is something that determines your demand for a particular good. So thus cross elasticity of demand is the responsiveness of demand for commodity X to change in price of the commodity Y. And it is represented as follows. So let's have a look at it. Cross elasticity of demand is nothing but EC. It is a percentage change in quantity demanded of A basis of the percentage increase in the price of the product B. Now, the relationship between X and Y commodities may be substitutive, as in case of tea and coffee, or complementary, as in case of ball pens and refills. So now, depending on this example, there are 3 types of cross elasticity of demand. There are 3 indicators. First one, cross elasticity is infinity. Okay, so why is this infinity? It means that these two products are perfect substitutes for each other. Like I was saying, it could be either tea or coffee, or it can be Coke and Pepsi as well. Because if my, say for example, now we can have a look at the formula here. Percentage increase in quantity demanded of A divided by the percentage increase in the price of product B. So with a very minor change in the price of the product B, the quantity demanded of A is going to be much higher in a much higher proportion. So that's why the cross elasticity is going to be infinity here. Next is the cross elasticity is zero. So in this case, what is cross elasticity? The change in price of one product, change in demand of one product because of the change in price of a related product. Now, if these two products are not related at all, then there is going to be absolutely a zero cross elasticity because those two products aren't related to each other. So say for example, we can take the example of sugar and say paper. So now these two products are not related to at all in any matter whatsoever. So irrespective of the change in the price of sugar, there is going to be absolutely no effect on the demand for paper. So this is where the cross elasticity of demand is going to be zero. And lastly, we have a negative cross elasticity wherein if this usually works in case of complementary goods, like here they have spoken about our ball pens and refills. We could also have an example of printers and ink cartridges. So now say for example, if the price of a printer is increasing, then what will happen? The demand for printer is going to decrease, and simultaneously the demand for ink cartridges is also going to decrease. Because if people are not purchasing printers, then they would not be purchasing ink cartridges as well. So these cross elasticity is going to be negative in case of commodities that are complementary to each other. Here, similarly, in the example of ball pen and refill, now say for example, if the ball pen was priced at 10 rupees, now suddenly it is priced at 20 rupees instead of 10. So demand for ball pen is going to decrease basis our law of demand. And because our ball pens are now demanded lesser, people are not going to buy refills as well. So the demand for refills is also affected. So this way, there are three types. First one is infinity, wherein the change in price of a related Yes, so we have three types of cross elasticity of demand. One is where it is infinity, that is the change in price of a related commodity is going to affect the demand for another related commodity. Second one, cross elasticity is going to be zero, that is where the two products are not related to each other at all. And it is going to be negative, wherein these products are complementary, wherein the change in demand of one will also affect the other. So these are the three types of cross elasticity of demand. So just to summarize elasticity of demand, we had a look at price, wherein depending on the change in price of that product, the demand of the product is going to be affected. So our law of demand applies there. Second one is our income elasticity of demand, wherein on the basis of the change in income of the consumer, the demand of the product is also going to fluctuate. And lastly, we have cross elasticity of demand, wherein as the name suggests, it is the change in demand of a product depending on the change in price of a related product. Moving on to the next part. So we have, let's understand how a demand increases for any particular product, decreases, and what is expansion and contraction of demand. So now increase and decrease in demand. Changes in demand include an increase or decrease. So change doesn't necessarily mean an increase. It includes both increase as well as decrease in demand. Due to the change in price of related goods, the income of consumers and preference, the demand for a product or service changes. This is nothing but the elasticity that we were having a look at all this while. So now, first one, let's have a look at increase in demand. So one is when demand changes not because of price, but because of changes in other determinants of demand. It is either a case of increase or decrease of demand. Increase in demand means more demand at same price. So all this while, like when we were having a look at the law of demand, all that we saw is we were looking at the relation between price and demand. But now in this case, price remains constant. All right. In this case, all the other factors were constant. So we were having a look at how all the factors are constant. And only price is the determinant. In this case, price remains the same, but the demand is fluctuating. So this could be income. Like I was saying, if my income has increased, my demand for luxury cars is going to increase. In spite of the price of the luxury car remaining the same, there is still a shift in demand because my income has increased. So that is what about the income increase in demand we are talking about here. So increases in demand are shown by a shift to the right side in the demand curve. So like if you remember, we were having a look at the demand curve wherein this is the quantity demanded and this is the price. All right. So say for example, 10, 20, 10, 20. So at 10 rupees, my demand is going to be higher. So 20 units are going to be demanded. And at 20 rupees, my demand is going to be lower. So 10 units are going to be demanded. So if you see here, this is a demand curve like we had seen before. This had a downward slope. So this is my demand curve. Now, what is happening at the same price? Okay, at the same price, there is still a shift in my demand. Let's say, for example, let's take the example of a luxury car or a smartphone. So now as a consumer, my income has increased. Now, in spite of the price being the same, my demand for that product has increased, or the demand for consumers as a whole has increased. So in that case, what will happen? Say at price 20, say for example, 20 units are demanded, and at price 10, say 30 units are demanded. All right. So in that case, what happens? The demand curve still has a downward slope. But if you see, there is a shift towards the right hand side. So it has shifted to the right. So this is what happens with an increase in demand, with the price being constant, but any other factor changing. So that is what this whole diagram wants to represent, wherein this was the earlier demand, and with a shift in a determinant, the demand curve has moved to the right side. So increases in demand are shown by a shift to the right. So one thing to remember, if there is an increase in demand, the curve shifts to the right side. And as it is evident, if it is decrease in the demand, then the curve will shift to the left side. Yeah. So if there is an increase in the demand, the curve is going to be shifted towards the right hand side. If there is a decrease in the demand, then my curve is going to shift on the left hand side. All right. So this is a diagramical representation of the increase in demand. Coming to the next part, that is decrease in demand. So like we were discussing, there is going to be a leftward shift in the curve. So let's quickly have a look at it. Decrease in demand means less demand at the same price. So now this is, say, for example, we were having a look at unhealthy foods. Like here, the price of the unhealthy foods is not changing, but my income has increased. So my demand for unhealthy food is going down because now I'm able to afford healthy foods that are priced slightly higher than the unhealthy foods. So in this case, demand can decrease and cause a shift to the left of the demand curve for a number of reasons, including fall in income. So now say, for example, in case of luxury goods, a fall in income is going to result in a fall in my demand as well. So in that case, even if the price is the same, because my income as a consumer has reduced, my demand for that particular product at the same price is going to decrease. So in that case, there is going to be a leftward shift in the curve. So like we were seeing, in case of an increase in demand, there is going to be a shift in the curve to the right hand side. And in case of a decrease in my demand, there is going to be a shift in the curve to the left hand side. So this is the diagramical representation of a decrease in demand curve. Now, next one. We have expansion and contraction of demand. So let's see what this concept means. So when quantity demanded of a commodity increases as a result of a fall in the price, it is called the extension in demand. And when quantity demanded decreases as a result of increase in price, this is called contraction in demand. So this must be very familiar. This is nothing but reiterating the law of demand itself. So price of a product and its demand is inversely proportional. So this is nothing but the law in demand. So now let's just have a look at the graph that is given here. All right. Say, for example, this is 10, 20, 30, 10, 20, 30. All right. So now at rupees 10, my quantity demanded is 30. Now my price is increasing. So from 10, it has gone to 20. So in that case, my demand is decreasing. So instead of 30 units, now I am demanding 20 units. And my price is the highest at 30 here. So my demand is going to be the lowest, that is 10. So if you see here, firstly, the point was here, then it went here and it went here. So if you see this way, there is a contraction of demand. So on the upper side, so if you see here, earlier the demand was 30, but finally it has reached 10. And this way, it is an expansion of demand. So if you have a look at it like this, it is an expansion. So at 30 rupees, my quantity demanded was 10, but at 10 rupees, it is 30. So my demand is expanded here. So when we talk about increase and decrease in demand, it is with the price remaining constant. So let's just quickly have a look at it. So now we have two things here. Just a minute, please. Okay, so we have two things here. We have increase in demand, increase and decrease in demand. So this is because of no change in price, but change in any other factor. Okay, there is no change in price here. Here there are going to be shifts on the curve. And then in case of contraction and expansion of demand, this is because of change in price. So this is the thing that sets it apart. So one thing we need to understand whether or not price is changing. If price is changing, then it is going to be expansion and contraction of demand. If price is not changing, then it is going to be increase and decrease in demand, wherein the shift is not in price, but any other factor that determines the demand of a particular product. Yes. Now coming to forms of market competition. So what happens is in any given market for any given product, there are going to be various competitors in the industry. So as we all know, no single entity is, holds a monopoly or holds a sole control over the entire market. There are always going to be competitors in place who offer similar products or same products even for that matter. So now in economics, these markets are termed with various different terminologies. And let's have a look at the various forms of the market that are there. So variety of market structures will categorize an economy. Such market structures essentially refer to the degree of competition in the market. So say, for example, if there is a particular product, what is the degree of competition? What are the level of competitors that are available? So let's take a very basic example. The one I think we all always follow is the competition when it comes to a smartphone. So in case of smartphone, we have various players. So we have, say, Apple or Samsung or Redmi for that matter. So you see the level of competition is really high. Similarly, in other cases as well, say, for example, you are looking at breakfast cereals. So there are so many breakfast cereals that are available in the market. So the competition is very high. So depending on the level of competition, how easily your product can be substituted, there is various forms of market competition. So first one, it is the perfect competition. So perfect competition indicates that for that particular product, there are various numbers of buyers and sellers available, and it is very easy to enter the market as well, saying there are no barriers to the market. So very simple and a basic example of this could be your vegetable market. So wherein if you visit any vegetable market, there will be various sellers, various hawkers who are selling more or less the exact same vegetables. So in that case, the sellers will not be able to increase the price according to their will. However, they'll have to succumb to the market price itself. Right? So in, say, for example, now there are two vegetable vendors who have their stalls right next to each other. If one is offering tomatoes at 50 rupees per kg, the other has to offer it around 50 rupees itself. If the other is offering at, say, 60 rupees per kg, then the customer is going to immediately shift to the vendor who's giving them at a 50 rupees per kg tomato. So in this case, what we have to take care and what we have to see is that the products that these two sellers are selling are almost identical. They're easily replaceable. So in that case, there is a market price that is already set, and the minute the seller deviates from this, the customer is going to shift with another seller. So let's read it. In a perfect competition market, there are large number of buyers and sellers. So large number is the keyword here. That is large numbers of buyers and sellers. All the sellers of the market are small sellers who are in competition with each other. There is no one big seller with any significant influence on the market. So all the firms in such a market are price takers. That is, whatever price is given to them, they have to take it. They cannot determine the price. So, yeah, just a minute, please. Yes, so when we were talking about vegetable sellers, so if tomato is priced at rupees 50 per kg, then these sellers have no option but to opt to sell it at 50 rupees per kg. If they are determining it as per their will and selling it at say 60 rupees per kg, then it is going to result in a loss to them itself. So the first one that we have in place is the perfect competition. So in case of perfect competition, the first thing that we have to know is there are a large number of buyers as well as sellers. So it is not concentrated to any particular seller as such. So the first one is large number of buyers and sellers. Second one is almost or identical goods. That is, there are no changes in the goods that each of the seller are offering. And in such one, the firms are the price takers. That is, whatever price the market has to offer, they have to take this price. And one more point to remember is there is easy entry into the market. So there are less barriers as such. So these are the key pointers that we have to remember whenever we are thinking about perfect competition. An example of this could be vegetable market that we were discussing earlier. All right. So now let's come back and just have a look at these key pointers. So now again, there are certain assumptions while discussing perfect competition. So now the assumptions are the products are homogeneous, that is, they are completely identical like we were discussing. All the firms only have the motive of profit maximization. So price is a key factor, because if the firms were not looking at say profit maximization, then they could have priced it. So if say for example, there is any organic vegetable market wherein they are paying more attention to the quality of the goods rather than the price, then they would not fit in here as a perfect competition, because in that case, the products wouldn't be identical and the firm also is not concentrating on profit maximization. So profit maximization is a key factor, which is very, very important as a part of perfect competition. There is free entry and exit from the market. That is, any number of sellers can enter the market, and even if they're exiting, there is not going to be a lot of impact on the market. And then there is no concept of consumer preference, because if there was a concept of consumer preference, then this identical goods would not have added value to this, because here all the consumers are thinking about is getting the good and getting it at the right price. So this is perfect competition. So one point to add here, the motive of the firms is profit maximization. So this is our first type of market wherein we saw perfect competition. Let's have a look at the next type of market, that is monopolistic competition. So here, monopolistic competition again. So this is something that is very prevalent in the real world as compared to our perfect competition. So in case of monopolistic competition, what happens is, firstly, there are still a large number of buyers and sellers, but somewhere consumer preference comes into place wherein price is not going to be the sole determinant. The consumer also going to choose the type of the product or service that they're going for. So very good example of this could be restaurants or cafes, wherein they are selling more or less similar products. Like if you go to a restaurant, they would cater to a particular cuisine, and that cuisine is available across all. But what happens is a consumer preference comes into picture. Like say for example, if the consumer is looking at good ambience of the restaurant, some consumers might look at the taste of the food, some consumers might look at the quantity of the food that is being served, some are looking at the price. So here preference of the consumer comes in place. So here when we saw in perfect competition, there was no concept of consumer preference at all. But in case of monopolistic competition, what happens? There are large number of buyers and sellers. The products are almost identical or they're similar to each other, but consumer preference comes into place. So let's quickly read it. This is a more realistic scenario that actually occurs in the real world. In this competition, there are still a large number of buyers and sellers. but they do not sell homogeneous products. There are similar but are slightly differentiated products. So this is a keyword that needs to be remembered for monopolistic competition, wherein we are talking about slightly differentiated products. So if you saw here, in case of perfect competition, it was completely identical. In this case, it is slightly differentiated product. Now, the consumers have the preference of choosing one product over another. So in our example of a restaurant or a cafe, it is upon the consumer, dependent upon them, whether or not they want to go to a particular restaurant or choose another restaurant over it. The sellers can also charge a marginally higher price since they enjoy some amount of market power. So the sellers become a price setters to a certain extent. Now, say for example, when it comes to restaurants, like say for example, if a restaurant is aiming at providing more quality services than focusing on food solely, then in that case, they can charge a price that is higher. And in case a restaurant only want to cater to the taste of the food, then they could charge a lower price as well. So here in this case, because the restaurant has an option to choose what is it that they want to give, they can be a price setter only to a certain extent. They cannot say for example, any restaurant can't charge like exorbitant price and expect consumers to still come there, because there is still some level of identical products that are available in the market. Another example here is the market for cereals. So this is nothing but the breakfast cereals, wherein we know more or less the purpose is the same. That is to facilitate the breakfast of any particular person. But what happens? Consumer preference comes into place. Like, see, there are chocolate flavored cereals, there are nutty flavored cereals, there are basic cereals. So this again depends on the consumer, and that's why the sellers need to keep in mind that they can charge a price slightly higher or lower, but they cannot have a varied difference or a large amount of difference on the price. So now let's understand both of them, that is a perfect competition and monopolistic competition. So now one thing to keep in mind, monopolistic competition is not monopoly. Monopoly is where one seller has control over the entire market, wherein they can set a price at anything that they determine because they are the sole performer in the market. This is monopolistic competition, wherein there are large sellers selling slightly differentiated products. So please keep in mind the difference between monopoly and monopolistic competition. So now, here we were discussing about perfect competition and monopolistic competition. So now one difference here, one key similar factor is that both of them has large number of buyers and sellers. Here also there is a large number of buyers and sellers. Now, the differentiation starts here, where in case of perfect competition goods, perfect competition, there are homogeneous or identical goods that are being sold. In this case, products are identical, but they are still slightly differentiated. All right, there is some sort of differentiation that exists between the two products. Next up, there is no concept of consumer preference here. Because the products are identical, the consumer would prefer the same thing. Here, there is consumer preference that comes into place. So in this case, the consumers have a choice. Here, the consumers don't want to have a choice. And lastly, here, the firms are the price takers. That is, whatever price is prevalent in the market, they are going to take that. In this case, firms are price setters, but only to a certain extent. So like I was saying, in case of monopoly, they are going to have complete control. But in case of monopolistic competition, since there are a large number of buyers and sellers, they are going to be price setters only to an extent. Example for this was our vegetable market. An example for this was our breakfast cereals or our restaurants. So I hope the difference between the two is clear by now. Let's move to the next type of competition that exists in the market. So we have oligopolies. So in case of oligopoly, there is not a large number of buyer and seller. There are only a few firms in the market. While there is no clarity about the number, 3 to 5 dominant firms are considered the norm. So in this case, what happens is, let's say we could take the example of a smartphone market. So in case of smartphone market, there are going to be n number of sellers, but as we all know, like they're mentioning 3 to 5 dominant firms. So in India, if we are looking at having a look at the smartphone market, we have Apple, then we have Samsung, we have OnePlus, Oppo, Vivo, and Redmi. Those are major players. But in addition to that, there are quite a few other players as well. So say we have Micromax in place, Oppo, Vivo, or Google Pixel, or Realme for that matter. So there are quite a few sellers, but they're not large. So here what happens, the number of buyers is more than the number of sellers. In case of our first one, that's a perfect competition, there were large number of buyers, large number of sellers. Here, there is a large number of buyers, but the number of sellers is countable, it's restricted. And here also, there are going to be certain dominant players in the market. The firms in this case either compete with another or collaborate together. So in this case, it is up to them if they want to compete or collaborate. So if we are having a look at the competition between Apple and Samsung, then they are competing with one another. But when we talk about, say, Vivo or Oppo, then they're collaborating, wherein their models are priced in a similar manner to each other. So the consumers become the price takers. That is, the consumers don't have an option here. So where were the sellers price takers? In case of perfect competition that we had a look at earlier. But in case of oligopoly, consumers become the price takers. That is, consumers have to buy a product at the price that the seller is setting. In an oligopoly, there are various barriers to entry in the market, and new firms find it difficult to establish themselves. So why is this in place? Because there are dominant firms that are already existing. It's not like you cannot enter the market at all. Entry is going to be much more difficult. Yes, so just summarizing oligopoly. Yeah, so the next market that we have in place is oligopoly. So even in case of oligopoly, the first one is there are fewer firms in the market. Out of that, 3 to 5 can said to be dominant. Number of buyers is greater than the number of sellers. Then the sellers can either compete with each other or collaborate with each other. That is up to them. And here, buyers are the price takers. And entry to the market as a seller is comparatively difficult. So this is our oligopoly market, and the example could be our phone market or the smartphone market. Coming back to the next one is monopoly. So like I was saying, monopoly is wherein one firm has the control over entire industry as such, wherein there is no other player in the market that exists for monopoly, where there is only one seller. No, so a single firm will control the entire market. It can set any price because it has the market power. Consumers do not have any alternative and must pay the price set by the seller. These are extremely undesirable. Here the consumers lose all their power and the market forces become irrelevant. However, a pure monopoly is very, very rare in reality. So now here one example I think that is commonly used is that of the Indian Railways, wherein if you see here, there are substitutes available, not like substitutes are not available. So if people do not want to opt for railways, they can always opt for other road transportation, like say, for example, a bus, or they could take a flight. But in the sphere of railways, Indian Railways is the only ministry that caters to it. So what happens is they can set any price that they wish to, and the consumers will have to accept that price because they are the sole player in the market. Consumers do not have an option here. If consumers don't find railways feasible, then there is no chance of not bargaining, but no chance of negotiating with the seller as such. So this is an example of an oligopoly market. So let's quickly have a look at that. To summarize oligopoly, so first one, there is a single seller with market power. They can set any price. Then they have absolutely no competition. And buyers lose their powers entirely. And one example that we saw here is that of Indian Railways. Coming to the last type of market. So the last type of market that we have is duopoly. So I think as the name suggests, yeah, please excuse, this is monopoly. Yeah. So as the name suggests, duo. So there are two key players in the market. So I think one very common example is that of Coca-Cola and Pepsi, wherein in the soft drink sphere, these two are the major players in the market. We could also take the smartphone industry when it comes to Apple and Samsung. But what happens is there are quite a few more sellers there. So that would be better in case, not in case of duopoly, because in case of duopoly, there are just two that come into place majorly. So now coming to duopoly, duopoly is kind of an oligopoly. In oligopoly, we saw that there are a few firms that take care of these products or sell these products, a market dominated by a small number of firms. In case of a duopoly, a particular market is dominated by just two firms. This is in contrast to the more widely case of monopoly, where just one company dominates. In very rare cases, this means that there are only two firms in this entire market. Again, Coke and Pepsi is the closest example where we go to this, because there are other companies also that cater to soft drinks. But since these two have the majority of the market share, we can use this as an example. This is in contrast to the more widely case of monopoly. In very rare cases, there are only two firms. So this is important here. Two firms in the entire market. Practice, it is never happening. But what happens is these two duopolistic firms, they have a great deal of influence, because those two are the major players. Their actions as well as the relationship to each other, they powerfully shape their industry. So now what can happen? Two things here. Either they can choose to compete with each other because there are just two firms in existence, or they can choose to collaborate, wherein it will let the sellers have control over the market rather than the consumers, because if these sellers are working in harmony, then the consumers are going to lose their power. Duopolistic markets are imperfectly competitive, so entry barriers are typically significant for those attending, but there are still small businesses persisting along with the two other dominant firms. So this is the last type of market competition that we have, that is duopoly, wherein again small number of firms. Then there are two players that are dominating. Two players that are dominating the market. Entry is difficult. Like in case of oligopoly, the sellers can either compete or they can collaborate. So these are, and one example here could be Coke and Pepsi. So these are the 5 types of market competition which exist. So first one, we spoke about perfect competition, large number of buyers, identical goods. Then we saw monopolistic competition, large number of buyers, slightly differentiated goods. Oligopoly, fewer firms with 3 to 5 dominant players. Monopoly, single player with entire market power. And duopoly, small number of firms with 2 players that are dominating in the market. So I hope now the types of market competition that exist are clear. Moving on to the next part of it. So we are looking at supply, elasticity of supply. So until now, we saw the elasticity of demand, wherein we saw how the demand is fluctuating depending on either the price of the product changing, the income of the consumer changing, or the price of the related product changing. Now we have the next similar concept, wherein we are seeing the elasticity of supply. So in this case, it is from a seller's perspective. So when we saw the law of demand, right? So when we have law of demand, it is from a buyer's perspective, that is how much is the product demanded for. And when we have a look at the law of supply, it is from a seller's perspective. So what is elasticity of supply? How much as a supplier I am willing to supply a good at a particular price. So price is going to be my determinant. And as a seller, what is the quantity? So if there is a shift in price, am I willing to give more goods? Am I willing to give lesser goods? So on and so forth. So let's have a look at it. The elasticity of supply establishes a quantitative relationship between the supply of the commodity and its price. So supply and price and how they are related to each other. Hence, we can express the numeral changes in supply with the change in price of a commodity using the concept of elasticity. So what is the level of responsiveness? So like when we were seeing elasticity of demand, we saw perfectly elastic, perfectly inelastic. Similarly, we will see the responsiveness of the supply as well. Note that elasticity can also be calculated with respect to other determinants of supply. So other determinants could be what is the cost of your raw material, what is the availability of your raw material in market, what is the demand of the product. But the one that we are having a look at is the elasticity of supply based on the price of that particular product. Major factor in controlling the supply of a commodity is the price. Therefore, we generally talk about the price elasticity of supply. So this is the one that we are going to be learning today. The price elasticity of supply is the ratio of percentage change in the price to the percentage change in the quantity supply of a particular commodity. So here we have a formula-wise representation wherein we have the change in the quantity divided by the change in price. So what is the quantity supplied? How is it changing? Basis on my change in price. So this is not quantity demanded. This is quantity supplied. So now again, we have types of price elasticity of supply. So first one is perfectly inelastic supply. So in this case, as the name suggests, so the quantity supplied is going to be the same irrespective of the price of the commodity. What happens is even if my price is changing, my price is fluctuating, the supplier will not change the level of goods or amount of goods that are supplied. Say for example, this could be, we could take the example of an apartment wherein if an apartment building has say 30 flats, then in that case, whatever the price of the flat is, the seller at a max will be able to sell only 100 flats. Now, say for example, if I'm getting a price higher, then there is no way in which I can supply or I can provide for 150 flats because I have built only 100 flats. So irrespective of my price, my number of flats are going to be same. Within this individual consumer wise, you can determine, like say if one consumer is willing to pay higher than the other consumer, you can change the supply to that consumer. But as a whole, I will be able to supply only 100 flats. Another example could be agricultural land in a city premise. So now say in the outskirts of the city, there is still certain amount of agricultural land that is available. But irrespective of the price, if I have say 100 acres of land available, even if the price is going at a much higher price, the maximum quantity that I can supply remains constant irrespective of a price. Even if my price falls, I will supply 100 acres of land. Even if my price increases to a great extent, I will continue to supply 100 acres of land. So that is perfectly inelastic supply wherein your demand is not changing with the price. So whatever the price here, so say this is the quantity. So this is 10 units, 20 units, 30 units, 40 units, 50 units. And my price is again 10, 20, 30, 40 and so on. So if you see here, my price is increasing, but my demand stays at 40 throughout. So demand does not change. Sorry, the quantity supplied does not change. Yeah, the quantity supplied does not change. My quantity supplied is going to be the same, irrespective of the change in price. Next, coming to the next one. So this was a perfectly inelastic supply. Now we have relatively less elastic supply. So when the change in supply is relatively less when compared to the change in price, we say that the commodity has a relative less elastic supply. The supply is elastic, but it is relatively less. So the proportion in which your price is increased is not the proportion in which your quantity supply is increased. This could be the example of cars, wherein as a supplier of cars, I have a certain production capacity. Now, say for example, if in my manufacturing unit, I am able to manufacture up to 50 cars every year, then irrespective of the price, even if the price increases to the greater extent, I cannot supply more because my capacity is only to produce 50 cars. I may employ a greater system, but I cannot say instead of 50, produce 100 cars or manufacture 100 cars. I would probably push it to 55 or 60. So here in this case, the proportion of change in price is greater to the change in quantity supplied. So there is a shift in case of perfectly inelastic supply. There was no shift at all. There is a shift, but the shift is much lesser when compared to your price. So if you see here, there is a major change in the price, but the quantity demanded is being shifted in a very lesser, quantity supplied is being shifted in a very lesser manner when compared to our shift in price. Next one is a relatively greater elastic supply. So in this case, what happens is when the change in supply is relatively more when compared to change in price, the commodity has a greater elastic supply. So now in this case, this is a graphical representation of it, wherein this is my price and this is my quantity. So if you see, it is much higher as compared to the earlier. So here there is a steep curve because my quantity supplied is not changing that much. But here there is a greater curve in place because my quantity supplied is changing more than what my change in price is. So here there could be an example of mobile phone accessories such as your screen guards or your phone cover. So in that case, what will happen? Now, if I am selling, if I am getting rupees 100 for supplying any phone cover, instead of that, if I start to get 150 or 60, then I am going to increase my supply because it is not taking me a lot to supply those extra units. So in that case, even if there is a slight change in my price, my quantity supplied is going to be much higher. So in this case, change in the quantity supplied is going to be higher than the change in our price. So this is a greater elasticity wherein change in quantity is greater than the change in price. Relatively less elastic is change in quantity is lesser than the change in price. Coming to the next one, unitary elastic supply. So as the name suggests, the proportion in which your price and supply is going to be the same. So if there is, say, 1 unit change in the price, then there will be a 1 unit change in supply. Here we could again take the example of vegetable market, like say, for example, if the price of a particular vegetable is increasing, then the suppliers who want to supply more to meet that particular profit target. Then in that case, the units in which it is going to change. So the quantity of vegetable supplied is not going to be greater than the price change, neither is it going to be lesser than the price change. It is going to be exactly equal. For a commodity with a unitary elasticity of supply, the change in quantity supplied of a commodity is exactly equal to the change in price. So this is the proportion that we are talking about. In other words, the change in both price and supply are proportionately equal to each other. So this becomes important. Proportionally equal to each other. To point out elasticity of supply in such a case to equal to 1 because your proportion is same. Unitary elastic supply covers a passes through the origin. Because if the price is 0, quantity is going to be 0 and it is going to follow the law of a supply here. And last one is perfectly elastic supply. So what we saw in case of perfectly inelastic supply, irrespective of the change in price, there is going to be no change in supply. But in this case, what happens is there is infinite elasticity. So let's have a look at it. So even though there is no, if the price drops a bit, the quantity supplied is going to almost infinity. So what happens is, in such a case, the supply becomes 0 even with a slight fall in price. So if my price is coming here, then my supply is going to be absolutely 0. This is indicative of the fact that the suppliers of a commodity are willing to supply any commodity of the good at a higher price, and it is a straight line parallel to the x-axis. So here price is a major factor that is determined. So now let's quickly, so these were the 5 types of elasticity of supply. So let's just quickly revise them. So we were talking about elasticity of supplies, wherein the first one is the perfectly inelastic, no change in the no change in the quantity supplied depending on the change in price. Then we have relatively less elastic. It is elastic, but the change in price is greater than the change in price supplied, quantity supplied. Then we have relatively greater elastic, wherein my change in quantity supplied is much higher than the change in price. Then we have unitary, wherein the proportion of change is absolutely equal. And then we have perfectly elastic, that is wherein the change is going to be to an extent where it reaches infinity. That is, even with the slightest fall in price, I am going to stop my supply of that particular goods. So these are the 5 elasticity of supplies. Now, as a part of this last chapter, we have one last, first chapter, we have one last topic left. That is the factors influencing the elasticity of supply. So now when we were having a look at elasticity of demand, we were saying that the income of the consumer plays a very important role, the consumer preferences, availability of substitutes. Similarly, in case of supply, what are the factors that are influencing? So the first and the very basic one is the price of the good. Supply and elasticity of the supply depending on the price of the good. If the price increases or decreases, the quantity supplied will also increase or decrease. And that was something that we just saw as a part of price elasticity of supply. This is the nothing but the law of supply. Also, the coefficient of price elasticity of supply will depend on the price of the good. The elasticity may be lesser than, less than, equal to 1. This is nothing but the various price elasticity of supply that we were having a look at now. Next, probability that the price would change in future. So now if the seller thinks that the price will increase or decrease, then at particular price in the present, they would want to decrease or increase their supply. Now let's say, for example, as a consumer, when we were talking about purchasing any particular product, like say shares of a particular company. Now, if I'm foreseeing that the price in future is going to be much higher, then instead of waiting for the future, I would buy the shares now because there is a probable increase in the price. Instead of paying a higher price at a later point, I would obtain it right now at a lower price at current. In case of supply, this is exactly the opposite, because as a seller, if I am foreseeing that the price of the same product is going to be much higher, say 1 month, 2 months down the line, then in that case, I would not sell that now. I would not supply that particular product now. I would wait for those 2 months. And if in the future I am foreseeing a decrease in the price, then what I would do, I would sell it right now. I would not wait. So if I see an increase, I will wait for 2 months and then supply that particular product. If I'm seeing a decrease, then I would supply it right away. So this is nothing but the probability that the price would change in the future. Next one, conditions regarding cost of production. Again, very important. So as a seller, if I am producing something, I need to see if my cost of production is high or low. So now if my cost of production is increasing, then my quantity supply would decrease, because now for the same amount of money, I will get lesser products because my cost of production is increasing. If it is decreasing, then the quantity supplied will be much higher. Last one will be nature of the good, wherein it depends on the nature, that is perishability and lumpiness of the good. So now the perishability or lumpiness of a good, the more it would be marketed, and it more, especially in a localized market, then in that case, the supply is going to be very small. So even if, say for example, I am in the vegetables market, then as a supplier, I will not supply vegetables at bulk, no matter what the price is, because even if I supply in bulk, there is a high chance that the vegetables are going to rot in the next 1 or 2 days. So depending on the nature of the good, your supply, or say for example, you're a clothes manufacturer, then your supply could be depending on the price and other factors, because that particular good is not going to perish either ways. Last one is the length of time. If the price of a good rises, then by how much would the supply rise, or how large would the price elasticity of supply would depend on the length of the time available, that is in the quantity of the factors input. That is why elasticity of the supply in the long period market would be lesser when compared to the would be larger when compared to the short period market. So now say for example, when it comes to say seasonal fruits like mango, so length of time is very important. That is until when I will be able to supply this particular product. So length of time is also something that determines your supply. So let's just have a look at the factors influencing. We saw price, wherein price is directly proportional. More the price, the more I'm going to supply. Probability that the price would change in future. If I foresee an increase in price later, I would not supply now. If I see a decrease in price later, then I would supply now. Cost of production is higher, my supply is going to get lower, and vice versa. Nature of the goods, it's perishable, my supply would be small. Length of time, if it is not going to be available for a particular time, say greater than 2 months, 3 months, then my supply would be the highest now, and it would be lower as those 2 to 3 months pass. So this was our first chapter, wherein we understood the nature of demand, supply, and what are the various forms of competition that are available in the market. Let's just quickly have a look at the sample questions that are given here. No changes in habits, customs, and income of consumers is an assumption of which law of economics. So here, one factor that is determining is consumers. So if for consumers, demand is something that comes into picture. So this is law of demand. When we are seeing law of supply, it is from the supplier's perspective that we are going to see. So this is nothing but an assumption for law of demand. A service or commodity has a dash if a given quantity can be supplied at anything, no matter what it is priced. So now if there is going to be no change at all, whatever the price of the quantity, the supply is going to be the same, then in that case, it is going to be a perfectly inelastic supply. It is not elastic, it is a perfectly inelastic supply. Because when we were having a look at perfectly inelastic supply, let's just go back and visit it again for further clarity. Yes. A service or commodity has a perfectly inelastic supply if a given quantity of it can be supplied no matter what the price. So price does not affect the supply at all. So in this case, let's revisit the question. If a given quantity can be supplied, whatever might be the price, so it is perfectly inelastic. Whatever might be the price is not even affecting. So obviously it is going to be inelastic. So price doesn't affect. So then that means that it is inelastic. Next, we have a question on the competition. DAS refers to the market situation in which there is scheme competition, but neither perfect or pure. So this is definitely not perfect competition because they're saying it's not perfect among a group of large numbers. So now where are large numbers? So if you see large number of buyer and sellers are either in perfect competition or monopolistic competition. But if you see here, it says neither perfect. Then it can't be perfect. It has to be monopolistic. So among a large group of small producers or suppliers having some degree of monopoly because of the differentiation. Again, slightly differentiated products. Then it is very clearly monopolistic competition. When demand changes, not because of price, but because of changes in other determinants, it is a case of increase or decrease in demand. So in this case, in case of increase, we saw a right shift in the curve. In case of decrease, we saw the left shift in the curve. Now, if this was price, so this is not because of price, that's why it is increase or decrease, because my price is remaining the same. If it was because of price, it was going to be contraction or expansion. So price is the primary factor which determines if it's going to be contraction, expansion, or increase and decrease. Now we have the last question. When quantity demanded of a commodity increases as a result of the fall in price. So what did we just see? If it is not price, then it is increase and decrease. If it is price, there is contraction or expansion. Now there is a fall in price. So it either has to be contraction or it has to be expansion. Now what happens if my price is falling? Then my demand is going to increase, expand, or extend. So in that case, it is going to be extension in demand. Increase in demand has a rightward shift in curve. Extension of demand is increase in demand due to fall in price. Rise and acceleration are not some terms that are included in economics. So this was it with the first chapter of economics. So just to revise quickly, we saw the basics of demand and supply. We saw the law of demand and law of supply. So in case of law of demand, it is from a consumer's point of view, wherein if my price of a product is increasing, my demand for it will decrease. If my price is decreasing, my demand for it will increase. We saw the various elasticities of demand. We saw the price of the product, income of the consumer, and cross elasticity of demand. Then we understood supply, the law of supply, wherein higher the price of my product, more will be the quantity supplied, lower the price, lesser will be the quantity. Then we again saw price elasticity of supply, wherein we had perfectly elastic, perfectly inelastic, unitary, and relatively lesser elastic, relatively greater elastic. We similarly saw in case of law of demand. We saw the assumptions that exist in these, both law of demand and law of supply, because as we understand, it is with other factors being constant that we have framed these laws. And then lastly, we saw the 5 types of market competitions that exist. We had a look at perfect competition, monopolistic competition, oligopoly, monopoly, and duopoly. So that's it with chapter 1 of economics. Thank you so much for watching this class. We will be back with chapter 2. Thank you so much. I hope you all understood and are clear. If there are any doubts, any queries, any questions, please feel free to add your comment in the comment box and we will get back to you. Thank you so much.
Now we have already watched chapter number 1. Hiral ma'am has taught you in detail. Hope you understood that. Again, I've come here to remind you about the free tests we have, the free notes we have, the mock exams which we have. Go to www.excelacademy.com. Link is also there in the description. So please do use the resources. It is completely free. It is for you, and I will see you in the next.
Hi all, welcome back to another class of CSEET economics. So we saw the first chapter wherein we understood majorly the law of demand and supply. So today we will be understanding the second chapter, that is the national income and related concepts, wherein we'll be understanding what is national income from an economy point of view, what is gross domestic product, what is gross national product, and all the related concepts. So without further ado, let's begin. So I'll just quickly share my screen. Yes. So to begin with, let's understand what national income is. So national income in a very common language is nothing but the total value of goods and services produced annually in a country. So the timeline that we are taking this up is annually. So it is nothing but total value of goods and services produced annually in a country. So national income is a country-wise concept, a financial-wise concept, and a total of all the goods and services. It has various different connotations in which it is used. That is, it is referred to as national dividend output and also national expenditure. Simple words, total amount of income accruing to a country from the economic activity in a year's time. So we have income, then we have economic activities, and then we have the timeline, that is 1 year. So now, what are the components of a national income? So various components are, it includes payment to all the resources in the form of wages, interest, rent, and profits. So what are these resources? Resources are nothing but factors. So say, for example, if anybody is contributing to generating income, like say, for example, in case of labor, wages are paid to the labor. So in that case, you will pay wages to the labor, and this forms a part of the national income. Similarly, you pay interest, rent, and you generate profit, and these all form a part of the national income. Now, there are two things. So one, let's just quickly understand. So now we have national income here. So now national income has two concepts. So first one is the gross national income. Second one is the net national income. So now, what exactly is the difference between gross national income and net national income? So net national income is basically gross income minus our depreciation. So in other words, our gross national income includes depreciation and our net national income excludes depreciation, and that's why it is subtracted from our gross national income. Next, it also includes net factor income earned from abroad. So since we were talking about goods and services produced in one country itself, it also includes income earned from abroad, and it excludes subsidies but includes taxes. So national income includes your taxes, that is, you have not subtracted your taxes yet, but it does not include your subsidy. So subsidy is basically like a grant given, or a certain service or product being offered at a much lesser price by the government owing to the financial conditions of the customers. So in that case, yeah. So let's quickly summarize what exactly is national income. So it is just the total value of the goods and services that is produced annually in the country. It is often interchangeably used with all of these terms, and important components are wages, interest, rent, and profit. So these are all our sources, and the payment that we make to our sources are components of national income. Two types of national income, gross and net. Gross includes your depreciation, but when it comes to net national income, your depreciation is deducted from it. It also includes your factor income from abroad. Your taxes are included, but subsidies is excluded. So now, from your national income, your taxes are included, all right? But your subsidies are excluded. So this is one important point that we will have to keep in mind, that is what is included and what is excluded. Similarly, in case of gross national income, depreciation is included. In case of net national income, depreciation is excluded. That is nothing but net national income is equal to gross national income minus depreciation. Moving on to the next part of it. So now, if we are saying it is the sum total of goods and services, how exactly are we calculating the sum total of goods and services? So now there are three methods in which these are calculated. So the first one is nothing but the product method or the value added method. Let's understand product method. So product method measures the contribution of each producing enterprise within the country's domestic territory. So as the name suggests, it is related to a producing enterprise. So what exactly are producing enterprises? So it could be your manufacturing unit, say your car manufacturing unit, your agriculture unit, because they are producing crops. So these all come under producing enterprises. So you can take the example of manufacturing or even agriculture for that matter. So as the name suggests, product method is basically contribution of every producing enterprise within the country's domestic territory. It involves identifying and classifying producing enterprises into sectors based on activities. So now, if in an economy, given that a country, there is so many things that form a part of a country, so many different sectors, so many different industries, we cannot count it as a whole. So what we are doing is that we categorize each of these enterprises into sectors. Within these sectors, we identify the producing enterprises, and then we will see the contribution of that particular producing enterprise. Next one. So what are the steps that are involved? So you identify your producing enterprises, because only if you have identified the producing enterprises, you will be able to use the product method. Estimated net value added by each enterprise. So like we were saying, first you need to identify various enterprise and sectors. So say we have ABC. Now we need to assign a value or estimated net value that is identified. So let's just assign random values here. And now you will add up the net value by all of these sectors. So a culmination of this will give you the national income by the product method. So now there are just a few things that we have to keep in mind while we are using the product method. First one is avoid double counting. So it is possible. So like, why are we saying that segregation of your sectors is very important? So that you are aware which product you have considered and which product you have not considered. So now if you are including the same product twice, then the national income is going to increase, even though that is actually not the case. So you need to make sure that we are avoiding double counting. Second one, consider only value of goods added in the particular year. So like we were saying, when you're talking about national income, it is on an annual or a yearly basis. Now, if goods have been added earlier, say there is already stock when it comes to inventory, there is already inventory available from last year, plus certain amount has been added. Say 100 units were available last year and 50 have been added this year. Then for this year's national income, we will be counting only 50 and not 100. Please excuse me. Yeah. So we will be counting only 50 and not 100 because 100 was existing from the previous year. It would have already gotten counted in the previous year's national income. So this year, whatever has been increased or added, that is what will be taken up in this year's national income. Deducting stock appreciation. So now what happens is, say for example, we have 100 units of stock at rupees 500. All right. Now this price has appreciated. Say for example, it has become 700. So the same 100 units, the price is appreciated up to 700 rupees. But if we do not know that the price is appreciated, what would we understand? That the number of stocks have increased. That is, at 500 rupees, we had 100 stocks. At 700 rupees, we are going to have more stocks, which is not the reality. The number of stock remains the same, but the price has shifted. That is, there has been an appreciation in the stock price, which means that we will have to exclude this appreciation. So 700 minus 500 is equal to 200. So this 200 will have to be excluded, or you have to deduct it from your total price. So this will give us the exact value, because when we are saying 700, it indicates that we have more units of product available, which is not the case, because at the same units, the price has increased. So to avoid this confusion, we are going to deduct the appreciation. And last one, we also need to make sure we are including products that are produced for self-consumption. So this was about the product method, wherein, just to summarize quickly, we will identify all the producing enterprises. Those could be anything, any enterprise involved in production of any goods or articles for that matter. So we have to identify the producing enterprises, get the value added by each of these enterprises, and have a sum of this, which will give us a national income. Next one, precautions, no need to double count. Stock appreciation needs to be deducted. That year's additions are only supposed to be considered. And lastly, we need to include the production of goods that are produced for self-consumption as well. Now, moving on to the next method of calculating your national income is the expenditure method. So when we were looking at product method, we were focusing on producing enterprises and the net value that are added for them. But what is the expenditure method? So as the name indicates, expenditure method is used wherein you will calculate the total spending. Total spending on what? On whatever products or goods and services are produced within the nation. So now when we were talking about product method, product was our base. But in case of expenditure method, what amount of expenditure have gone into making that product available is known as the national income. That is, it measures the national income as a total spending. Total spending on what? On final goods and services produced within the nation. Again, final is something that is very important here, because say for example, now there is a work in progress unit and there are finished goods here. So now work in progress unit is 10 and finished goods are 20. All right. So now we will calculate only the final product, that is 20. Now say for example, we started including work in progress also. So in that case, it is going to be 30. The minute this work in progress has shifted to finished goods, my finished goods is going to go up. So if you see, the total is 30. So what I am going to consider, I have incorrectly added this, because once it is getting added in work in progress, then the same figure is coming and sitting here in the finished goods, which will give us a wrong total. So now we need to make sure that we are taking up only finished goods or final goods that are produced within the nation. It involves adding up all the expenditures made for the final goods and services at the current market prices. So this is something that you need to be very careful about. That is, your expenditures is on the market price. So now what are the various components of expenditure? So now, first component is consumption. That is how much you are spending on a good that you are producing for consumption. So this could be anything very, very basic, like right from your toothpaste or your smartphones or your apparels, anything. So these are all that is used for the consumer's consumption. So the final consumption. So this is something that is spent on the final consumer. So this becomes consumption, which is first component of expenditure. Second one is the investment component. That is, you are not spending this money on the final customer directly, but you are spending it on something which will get the product to the customer. Like say, for example, if you are a manufacturing unit, then if you are investing in any machinery, then that becomes an investment, because through this machinery, you will produce or manufacture other goods. So this is not directly to the good, but something that will help the good come into existence. Next up is government. That is, if the government is spending anything on this, then in that case, that will also be counted as a part of expenditure. And last one is net export. So net exports is basically the difference between the import and the export. That is whether the export is exceeding the import or the import is exceeding the export. So in this case, we have four components of expenditure. Just to summarize expenditure method, it is basically a total spending on all of the goods and services that is produced by a nation. Four components: consumption, investment, government, and net exports. So now to just quickly summarize. So the first method that we saw was the product method or the value added method. And then next one we saw was the expenditure method. Yes, so product method is basically producing enterprises, the value that is added or created by each of these producing enterprises. In case of expenditure method, it is the expenditure incurred on final goods and service. So this again, both of these are all annual based. Similarly, this is also annual based. So this is the primary difference between the product or the value added method and the expenditure method. Here, there are a few precautions that we saw here, that we should avoid double counting. In case of expenditure, we saw that we should not include work in progress. We should only include final goods to avoid double counting. Yeah. Moving on to the next method. The next method is nothing. So again, before we move on to the next method, few precautions in case of expenditure method. Excluding expenditure on second-hand goods and old shares or bonds. So what happens is, like we were seeing, if we are considering work in progress and finished goods, then once the work in progress has converted to finished goods, this is going to be counted twice, which is wrong. In the similar manner, second-hand goods and old shares or bonds. So what would have happened? Say, for example, we are calculating for this particular year. This second-hand good has already been purchased or expended on in the year 2016. So what happens is that once it is counted here, now if I'm including it again in the year 2024, it will be calculated twice. So we need to make sure that expenditure on second-hand goods and similarly old shares or bonds, unless they have been acquired in this year, it has to be removed or ignored completely, not including transfer payments by government. So transfer payments are basically like benefits that the government give to the citizens, like say, for example, any unemployment benefits or any calamity benefits, like any amount given to calamity survivors or family of calamity survivors. So those are all transfer payments by government, wherein the citizen has not rendered any service in specific as such, but still the government is giving them money. So this will not be included because there is no good or service that is being exchanged. This is just provided by the government. Yeah, next one or the last one is the income method of calculating the national income. So now just let's have a look at the definition here. So it measures the national income at the phase of distribution, that is the sum of wages, rent, interest and profit received or occurred to factors of production. So now when we were having a look at product method, it was about the producing entities. Then Next one, when we had a look at the expenditure method, it was how much you have expended on goods and services. Last one is income. Income is nothing but the amount received by the service giver. Like say, for example, if I am a daily wage worker, I will get my wage and that is my income. So income here basically means that the amount paid to factors. The amount that is paid to factors. What exactly are factors? Factors are nothing but resources. And what could these resources be? These resources could be land, it could be human power or manpower, and or it could be capital. So any amount paid to any of these factors and the sum of that will become income. So why are we saying wages? Because this is somebody who works and you're paying wages to them. Rent is again an income. Similarly, interest and profit are also different types of income. So this way, a culmination of all this will give us the national income by way of income method. Components of income, like we were discussing, we have wages, rent, interest, and profit. That is, if somebody has lent you a loan, you are going to pay interest on it. So that will become income for that particular person. So they are a factor here. They are providing us with capital. Similarly, wages, rents, and profits as well. Precautions that are to be taken in case of income method is that you have to exclude transfer payments. Like I was saying, transfer payments is something that the government gives you in form of compensation or monetary terms, wherein you are not actually rendering any service to the government. So this has to be excluded. Illegal earnings, if there has been anything illegally that you have earned, that cannot be stored here as well. Windfall gains are basically like you have won a lottery, something for which you did not have to, offer your services or anything, that will not have to be included in the income. And not including receipts from the sale of the financial assets. So these are certain precautions that you have to take care of while calculating income method. So let's go back to the summary. Yeah, so the last one is the income method. So income method, so if you are seeing from an organization's perspective, I am paying my factors of production. So amount paid to the factors of production. Amount paid to the factors of production. It includes wages, interest, rent, as well as profit. So these are the three methods in which you can calculate your national income. We have the product method, wherein focuses on the producing enterprises and the value added by them. Expenditure method, wherein focuses on the expenditure incurred for the output to become final in that particular financial year. And income method is wherein you are adding up the entire amount that is paid to your various factors of production. And towards the end, you will get your national income. So I hope this is clear till now. So we just understood national income. We saw three brief ideas or three brief methods in which you can calculate the national income. Yes. Coming to the next one, that is the gross domestic product. So gross domestic product is similar to national income. Like we had mentioned earlier, national income is something that is used quite interchangeably. So to understand GDP, commonly known as GDP, it is nothing but the total value of goods and services produced within a country during a particular year. So we have goods and services, we have annually, and we have within a country. So these are three things that you have to take care of in case of a gross domestic product. It is calculated at market prices. Again, very, very important to note that gross domestic product, it is calculated at market prices. Now, again, similar to national income, we have three methods of calculating product, income, and expenditure method. So now to just understand a gross domestic product or GDP is basically the total value of the goods and services produced within the country within one particular year. Yes, coming to all the three types. So these three are very similar to the national income method, but let's just have a quick look at it. So first one is the product method. That is the value of all the goods and services produced in different industry. The term that we were using there was producing entities. This is also known as GDP at factor cost by industry of origin, because here we are culminating all of the industries that are there in place. Next one is income method, sum of all factor income. So factor income is basically as a wage worker, as a person who is giving loans, wages or interest is going to be my income. So this is income paid to the factor. So income paid to factor. Lastly, we have expenditure method, wherein we are looking at the total spending on the goods and services within the country. So this could be consumer expenditure, investment, government expenditure, net expo. This is something very similar to what we saw, where it's either for final consumption, either purchasing machinery, either something given by the government, or lastly, the difference between your export and import in a given country. So these are the three manners in which you can calculate your GDP. Now, we have something called the GDP at factor cost. So if you just come back here, this is also known as GDP by factor cost, the product method one. So now let's quickly have a look at what exactly is GDP at factor cost. Sum of the net value added by all the producers within the country. It includes domestic factor income and depreciation. So like if you remember in the beginning, we discussed how net national income is nothing but gross national income minus depreciation. So that is the reason here depreciation is still retained because this is not a net amount. So now GDP at factor cost is basically the sum of net value added by all producers. So now again, just to come back here, this is the product method. Here we are looking at the producers and we are saying that this is also known as GDP at factor cost. So if we just come back here, yes, it is a sum of the net value added. So this is nothing but the product method, GDP at factor cost. So this is nothing but the product method. Next, it includes domestic factors such as income and depreciation. Lastly, we have the calculation, that is GDP at factor cost is equal to net value added plus depreciation. So why are we specifically adding depreciation here? Because in this case, depreciation would have already been included and we want to add it back. So we want the value including the depreciation, and that is why we are adding it to the net value added. Some adjustments here will be subtract indirect taxes and add subsidy. Yes. So we were discussing GDP at factor cost. So now completing the formula. So now first we have the net value added plus depreciation minus our indirect taxes and subsidies. So this will give us our GDP at factor cost. So two things to be included. We have to include depreciation and subsidies, and we don't have to include our indirect taxes. So this is a GDP at factor cost, which is nothing but the product method that we have added. Next one, we have net domestic product. So like we had seen earlier itself, the difference between net and gross is the depreciation that is involved. So now just to quickly, understand it before we deep dive into it. So net domestic product is nothing but gross domestic product minus your depreciation. So this is very, very simple. From this, if you want to derive the formula for gross domestic product, all you have to do is your net domestic product plus your depreciation. Coming to the definition, so NDP or the net domestic product is the value of net output of the economy. So net excludes your depreciation. Net domestic product is GDP at factor cost. This is nothing but the product method minus the depreciation. Now, nominal and real GDP. So now there are two things to understand here. So first one we have is the nominal GDP and the real GDP. So nominal GDP is something, So nominal GDP is something that is calculated at the current prices. Real GDP is something that where we take a base price and calculate our price around the base price. So this is much more stable in terms of comparison. So now why was there a need to introduce real GDP when nominal GDP already existed? So in case of nominal GDP, what happens is you are taking current market price, okay? But what happens is if you are comparing it across various years as such, then in that case, say for example, if I am taking the value of if my GDP is say 100 crore, this is a very random number, 100 crore it was in the year 2012, and it is 100 crore in the year 2024 as well. It is not. So you cannot say the GDP has remained constant, because the value of 100 crore in 2012 was much higher than the value of 100 crore in 2024. So there is a disparity in terms of the value of money. So the value of money keeps changing in the financial year, keeps changing across your financial years, and that's why our comparison might not be stable. So for that case, we have introduced, a concept in economics was introduced calling real GDP, wherein you take a certain year's price as the base price. So this year is something that has not been abnormal, completely normal. Like, it should not be a year that was hit by the recession or year that was hit by any natural calamity or such. It has to be an entirely completely normal year. So that is taken as a base year. And in comparison to that, you calculate your GDP. So that becomes our real GDP, and the whole purpose of introducing real GDP. So adjusted for inflation, like I said, measured at constant prices. So why are we saying constant prices? It is not fluctuating, because these are not current prices. Yes. So now we will just go back to the module to understand nominal and real GDP a little better. So now let's just come back. Yes. So now, like I was mentioning, we will have a base year. That is a year which is absolutely stable. That will be taken as a base year. So for the index of that, the base year's index is going to be 100. Base year's index is going to be 100. Current year's index, you will get to know, say, for example, is 125. Then in that case, real GDP will be GDP for current year into 100 divided by, say, current year index is 125. Then you will get the real GDP. Now, why is this real GDP? You are not calculating it at current price entirely, but you are calculating it in with comparison to the base year. So now, just to understand, in case of nominal GDP, and then we have real GDP. So in case of nominal GDP, you are taking current price. In case of real GDP, you are taking it in connection with a base price, which is normally a base unit, which is taken as 100. And depending on that, your GDP will be calculated, whether it is nominal or real. Moving back to the presentation. Yes. So next up, we have the gross national product. So far we were talking about gross domestic product and national domestic product. Now we have gross national product. So as a part of this, let's understand the difference between gross domestic product and the gross national product as well. So now, gross national product is basically total measure of goods and services resulting from current production in a country. So now here it also talks about the flow. I think the point is missed here, but it is also the flow of goods and services. So it is not only production, this is more than production. All right. So in case of GDP, production was our primary focus, but here it focuses on the movement or the flow of the goods or services within the economy, and it also includes net income from abroad. Again, the components are very similar, whether it is for final consumption, whether you're investing, government related, or the difference between your import and the export. So this is the gross national product. Three methods to calculate this, very similar. Income method, sum factor of the total, sum income of the total, all the factors. Expenditure method, sum total of expenditure on goods and services. Value added method is each stage of production, wherein gross value added plus net income from abroad. So we are including both here. That is within the country also, what are the goods and services that are flowing across the market. Second one is we are also including net income from abroad. Yeah. So now understanding GNP at market prices. So now when we were seeing GDP, we were seeing it at factor cost. So now let's understand GNP at market prices. So gross value of final goods and services produced annually in a country plus net income from abroad. So when we are talking about market prices, one thing we need to keep in mind is net income from abroad needs to be included. So net income from abroad needs to be included. Yes, it is calculated by multiplying total output in 1 year by the market prices. So now we have GDP at market prices plus a net income from abroad. This is what GNP means. So if you see here, there is one slight difference here. That is GNP includes abroad income. Includes abroad income. However, in case of GDP, it excludes the income from abroad. All right. So this is the key difference between the two. That is the GDP and the GNP. Yes. Now coming to GNP at factor cost. What we saw all this while was GNP at market price. Now we have at factor cost. So it is sum of income produced by and accruing to various factors of production. These are nothing but the resources that we were discussing. It excludes indirect taxes but includes subsidies. So this is something that we had seen earlier also, how we are supposed to exclude or include taxes and exclude or include subsidies. So let's just go back to that once to understand it better. Yes. So now when we were seeing a GDP at factor cost, we had to subtract our indirect taxes and add back our subsidies. So that was GDP at factor cost. Now in this case, it's also similar since this is factor cost itself. So one thing that needs to be remembered in case of a factor cost is that, so at factor cost, you need to remove indirect taxes and add subsidies. All right, so let's move on to the next part. So we all this while we saw the difference between GDP and NDP. Then we understood GNP as well. Let's proceed to the next part of it. So in factor cost, one thing that we need to make sure, like we were saying, subtract independent taxes and add subsidies as well. Now we saw the GNP. Now we will have a look at the NNP also. So I think by now we would have understood. So the only difference between the net and the gross is the depreciation factor, which is also the case here. That is our net national product. Just a minute, please. Yes. So our net national product is nothing but gross national product minus depreciation. So if you see, gross national product is also nothing but GDP plus our abroad income. So this is how all of these concepts are related, and it will be better if we understand this in relation to each other. So we are able to derive a clear picture about all of these. So we have net national product is nothing but gross national product minus depreciation. Gross national product is nothing but GDP plus our net income from abroad as well. So NNP is the value of total output of consumption and investment goods minus the depreciation. So this is something that holds a lot of importance for the difference between gross and net. Calculation is simple. We just discussed it. Reflects the actual net value of goods and services available for consumption. So what happens is, say for example, now when we were talking about investment, the expenditure that we have towards investment. So now say for example, I purchased a machinery which costs rupees 50 lakhs. So 50 lakhs is going to be calculated here if it is in case of GNP or GDP. All right. But now there is a depreciation. So this machinery is 3 years old and now it has depreciated its value by around say 4 lakh rupees. So the current value is 46 lakh rupees. So you have spent over 46 lakhs towards your investment. So in this case, what happens is, so this becomes our GNP or GDP. This is our depreciation and this becomes our net national product or our net domestic product. So because it will not mislead us, what happens is if I am looking at the figure 50 lakh continuously, then in that case, I feel like there has been no depreciation at all. But if I am taking the net figure, then I'm well aware that there is a depreciation that is in place, which needs to be deducted. Next, we have NNP at market prices. So NNP at market prices is nothing but GNP at market prices minus depreciation. So we had seen GNP at factor cost and we had also seen GNP at market prices, wherein we had included our abroad income. GNP at factor cost was nothing but the GNP at market prices. We removed the taxes and added the subsidies. So now we are coming to NNP at market prices. So it is going to be GNP at market prices minus depreciation, which is very pretty understandable at this point. Then the definition is the net value of the final goods and services evaluated at market prices. It reflects the real purchasing power of the economy. Calculation is simple. Anytime we have net, anytime we have net, it is going to be gross minus the depreciation. Kindly apologize. There has been some network issue. I'll just reshare my screen quickly. Yeah. So now we were talking about how any amount or value that is given as net is going to be the gross amount minus the depreciation. So NNP at market prices is nothing but net value of final goods and services evaluated at your market prices. As the name suggests, it reflects the real purchasing power of the economy because you are removing out your depreciation. Next is significance. It reflects the true economic output adjusted for the depreciation. Yeah. Now we have NNP at factor cost. So this is so now we understood NNP at market price. That is the current value. So from this we are going to subtract our taxes and add our subsidies, just as we did in case of GDP and NDP as well. So now we have NNP at market prices. What exactly is NNP at market prices? This is GNP at market prices minus our depreciation. So now let's just correlate these so we are able to understand. So now we have NNP at factor cost. That is nothing but GNP at factor cost minus our taxes, which taxes only our indirect taxes, and adding back our subsidies. Yes, so this way we can calculate our NNP at factor cost. Importance is that it reflects the true income earned by the factors of production, because you are excluding your taxes. Because what happens is at your income, your taxes are also included. So in that case, you will not be able to understand what is the level of income that is truly there in your hands. Only once you have deducted the taxes, you will be able to understand what is the income in your hand. So that is why taxes need to be deducted. In order to get net, our depreciation has to be reduced, like we already did that here. And then our taxes also have to be reduced, because taxes are going to reduce our income. So we might as well do it now. Subsidies have to be added because they are a component which will increase our income. So that's why subsidies have to be added. So these two have an opposite role, that is taxes as well as subsidies. Next, coming to domestic income. So now when we were looking at GDP, NDP, GNP, NNP, all of these was at like a national level. So now, and it also included our income from abroad as well. So now coming to understand domestic income. So domestic income is nothing but income generated by factors of production within the country. Within the country being very important, because this is domestic income. Includes wages, rents, interest, profits, and direct taxes. So this is something that we had learned. What are the various components of income? So these are all nothing but our components of income. Yes. So calculation is domestic income is national income minus net income earned from abroad. So pretty clear here, because we are being very specific about within the country, and that's why also it is said to be domestic. So within the country, which means that abroad income needs to be subtracted or removed. Abroad income to be removed. All right. Significances reflects the income generated internally, excluding income from abroad. So what happens is that it will give a clear picture as to within the country what is the amount of income that is generated. Next, coming to private income. So now again, first we had our national income, which included income within the country and as well as abroad. Then we had the domestic income, wherein it was only income within the country, abroad was not included. Now we have the private income, which is nothing but income obtained by private individuals from any source, including retained income of corporation. So this comes to a individual perspective, wherein that one we were having a look at a nation's perspective, but in case of private income, we are looking at a individual perspective. So now how is private income calculated? So your national income plus transfer payments. So if you saw earlier, we were not including transfer payments, but here because transfer payments, there was no service in return that was given. But as an individual, if I am getting some transfer payment, if I am getting some unemployment benefits, then that is going to be added to my income. So I'm going to add the transfer payments here. Interest on public debt, because that is again an income for me, minus social security, minus profit and surpluses of our public undertakings. So these two things need to be added, and these two things need to be subtracted in order to get our exact private income. So adjustments, you have to add your transfer payments like we saw here, your interest, because that is also an income, your social security is deducted, and your surpluses from public undertakings also deducted. So why is a surplus deducted? Because this is not going to show as a true value of the income if we are including surpluses as well, because for that you would have not given your services. So that's why surpluses needs to be excluded. Then we have the personal income. So personal income is basically what the individual receive before the payment of direct taxes. So personal income is basically all the income that the person is that they have in hand without actually paying the taxes. So personal income is total income received by individual before the payment of direct taxes. Calculation is personal income is national income minus undistributed corporate profits. Undistributed corporate profits are nothing but your retained earnings, wherein your company has not distributed that yet, minus your profit taxes, minus social security contribution, plus your transfer payment, plus interest on debt. So when it comes to private and personal income, you need to add transfer payment and interest on public debt, and you need to subtract social security as well as your taxes. So we understood national income, then we came to domestic income. So national income was entirety of the country within a year. Then domestic was national minus your abroad income. Then private is from an individual's viewpoint. That is how much each individual is earning, some collation of that. And lastly, we have personal, wherein what I have in hand as an individual before I go and pay my taxes. So these are the 4 types of income that are there. Lastly, we have disposable income. So disposable income is a step ahead of your personal income. That is, personal income was before the payment of taxes, right? So personal income minus taxes, once the taxes have been paid, then this income becomes our disposable income, which is nothing but the income that I am allowed to spend as a consumer. So what happens is case of personal income, say for example, the personal income per person here is considered to be 70,000 rupees, say for example. Out of that, tax to be paid is 5,000. So in hand, I'm going to get only 65,000. So in that case, 70,000 is going to be my personal income, and 65,000 is going to be my disposable income, because that is actually what I can spend because my taxes have already been paid. So actual income available for consumption after deducting. So this is actual income. Actual income for what? For consumption. Because if I am also including 5,000 in the consumption, it is a wrong calculation, because I already know that has to go to the taxes. Next, so the calculation formula here is disposable income is nothing but your personal income minus your direct taxes. It reflects the income available for consumption and savings after taxes being deducted. Yes. Coming to real income. So now we were having a look at our nominal GDP and our real GDP, wherein we saw that in case of nominal GDP, inflation is not being factored in, which might be a problem in comparison across multiple years. So in that case, we introduced, there was a concept of real GDP that was introduced, wherein a certain period, a certain year's price is going to be the base price, that is 100, to calculate the index, versus this year's index, what is the GDP. So similarly, we have real income here. Real income is nothing but our national income adjusted for changes in general level of prices. So the calculation is real real net national income or net national product is nothing but NNP for the current year into base year index. This is nothing but what we had seen earlier. So real NNP is NNP for current year into 100. So this is nothing but the base year index. Base year index is always 100 divided by the current year index. So this base year should not be an abnormal year. So it shouldn't be an abnormal year. It should be a completely normal functional year. So then that case, the index can be taken as 100 versus the index for this year. Then it will give us the real NNP because it is factoring in the changes in the price level. So it provides a more accurate measure of the economic performance by adjusting for the inflation as well. In case of nominal, there was a horizontal comparison that is irrespective of the inflation or change in price. The same method of comparison was being used. Per capita income. So as the name suggests, per. So it is nothing but your national income divided by your population of that particular country. So national income is at a country level at a whole, but in case of per capita income, you are calculating it per person. What is the income? Average income of the people of a country in a particular year. So if you see here, everything is going to be year-based. Calculation is per capita income is equal to national income divided by your population. Measures the average standard of living, but may not reflect income distributed, because what happens is, say for example, while we are calculating averages also, there are going to be a range of income. Say for example, right, the rich is going to have an income which is going to be on a higher spectrum, but the poor is going to have an income which is going to be a lower spectrum. So now this will not give us the exact average, but it will give us an average in a way where we can use it as figures to understand the per capita income, but it will not reflect the distribution of the income. Last part. So now let's just quickly summarize what we saw in this chapter. So we understood the concept of national income. Then we saw the three types in which you could calculate your national income. That was the product method, your expenditure method. So product method or the net value added method. Then we had the expenditure method, and then we had the income method. Then we understood GDP, that is sum total of all the goods and services that are produced in a country in a given financial year. Then we saw NDP, that is the net domestic product, which is nothing but your GDP minus your depreciation. Then we saw the net national product or net national income, wherein we are factoring in the foreign income as well, whether or not we have to include the foreign income. So we had the gross national product, and then we had the net national product, which is again gross national product minus your depreciation. We saw the three methods of calculating that as well. Then we saw the various types of incomes that were there. So we had the national income. From national income, we came to understand private income. From private income, we came to personal. Then we had domestic. So national included our foreign income. Then we had domestic, which is nothing but national minus your foreign income. So from domestic, we moved to private income, that is individual perspective. Personal income, which is income available of consumption before deducting of taxes. Then we have disposable income, that is your personal income minus your taxes. So these are the various types of income that we saw. Then we also saw a difference between the terminologies of nominal and real, wherein nominal is at the current market price. It does not include your inflation. It does not factor in your inflation. That's why the concept of a real GDP was introduced, wherein you are factoring in for the inflation by setting a base year. So index to the base year is 100 divided by index to that particular year that you are analyzing. So now to just conclude this whole chapter, national income is a vital measure of the country's economic performance. Various methods like product, income, expenditure, and value added methods are used to calculate. So product and value added methods are the same. Methods are the same. Adjustments for taxes, subsidies, and depreciation are essential to arrive at actual figures. So if you saw here, taxes was something that was deducted and subsidies was something that was added back. Why is it important? So understanding national income helps policymakers make informed decisions, because depending on how your national income is, what your GDP is looking at, the policy should be made. And lastly, it provides insights into economic growth and development, and as well as standard of living. So if we are looking at any given country, then we can see what is their GDP, and then we'll be able to gauge an idea as to what is the level of development that exists in that particular country. So this was about chapter 2. I hope it is entirely clear. Before we conclude, let's just quickly go back to the module and see if there is anything that needs to be taken up. Just allow me a minute, please. Yes. We'll just quickly go through it and see if there is anything that has been not taken up. So we have the introduction, we understood national income. Then we saw the three methods to measure the national income, a product, expenditure, as well as income method. And then we saw the precautions as well for each. Then we understood the gross domestic product. Under gross domestic product, we saw the similar three calculation methods. Then we understood GDP at factor cost is nothing but your net value added plus your depreciation. What is factor cost? Factor cost is nothing but your cost incurred for payment to the resources. Then we understood various formulas that are there. This is the GDP deflator, wherein this is where it sets us apart from our nominal GDP and the real GDP. So GDP deflator is the one that sets it apart. So how is the GDP deflator? So just to understand this, it is a index of price changes on goods and services, including in the GDP. It is a price index which is calculating by dividing the normal GDP by the real GDP for the same year and multiplying it by 100. So in that case, it will give us a price index. So that is what is the GDP deflator. Then we understood gross national market as gross national product as well. Then we have three approaches similarly. So this one thing that we can take up additionally here is the income method to GNP, wherein there is a sum total of quite a few items. So let's quickly take that up. So first one, we have wages and salary. So these are basically to people who work. So it could be your workers, it could be your employees. So your income method includes the amount that is paid to all of them. The rent, this could be on any land, any building, any apartment, or anything of that sort. Interest could be on the amount that is borrowed, on any money that you have borrowed. Dividends is again earned by the shareholders in case the company has decided not to store its retained earnings. Then we have undistributed corporate profits. This is again retained earnings like I was talking about. That is, the company has profits, but they do not wish to distribute it in the form of dividends. Then we have mixed income. Mixed income is basically unregistered entities. The income that is still earned by them is included. Direct taxes, taxes levied on individual. Indirect taxes is basically our GST that is there currently. Depreciation, and then net income from abroad. So these are the various components of our income method. Yes. So these are all something that we saw earlier. Then we have GNP at market price, and then NNP at market price, NNP at factor cost. Then the various types of incomes that we saw. Yes, so this is it with the chapter 2. I hope it is clear to everybody. So now if there are any doubts, if there are any questions, please feel free to reach out to us. Drop your questions in the chat box below, and we will be happy to answer all of them. Until then, thank you so much for being a part of this class. We will see you in chapter 3. Thank you.
Now we have completed 2 chapters and you're understanding economic and business environment, and economic is very, very interesting. Many concepts you might have already done if you are in +2. Now again, it is time for you to take the tests. Please go to the description below and click on the link. We have free test, we have free mock exam, we have free notes. All of this is for CSEET students. We want you to score 150 plus in CSEET. It is possible. Our students have done it. You too can do it. So just click on the link in the description and you will get a lot of resources for your practice to get high marks in CSEET.
Hello all, welcome back to another class of CSEET economics. So today's topic is Indian Union budget. So before we proceed with the union budget, let's understand what budget is in general. So as an individual, if I am planning for my expenditure and spendings and earnings in the upcoming month, then I am saying to have set a forecast. I am saying to have estimated my expenditure and income for the upcoming month. And accordingly, I am making a spending plan. So what I would do is that I would set out money separate for, say, groceries, for rent payment, for transportation, for any other activity that I would like to take part in. And then for the upcoming month, I would create a budget saying, this is my forecast for the upcoming month. That is, this is how much I'm earning versus this is how much I'm going to spend and how much I'm going to save. So in a very similar manner, the union budget is basically a estimate of the income and expenditure that the government takes up for any given year. So as we all know, the budget is released in the month of February for the upcoming financial year. So for the financial year 24-25, the budget was issued in February 2024. So why do you think this is so important? Because as a nation, it is very important to understand what are the probable expenses, what are the sources of income, and is there going to be a surplus or deficit when it comes to your income versus your expenditure. So we will today understand various components of the Indian Union budget. Plus, we'll also see a brief history of how the budget has evolved in India over the going years. Yes, so for to understand the timeline, we'll just go back to the module. So the module has a detailed outline chart of the whole timeline of the Indian budget. So now the first thing here, the first Indian budget was presented by James Wilson on February 18, 1869, after Indian budget was introduced on April 7, 1860 by the East India Company. So if you see here, this is happening way before the independence as well. All right, so we'll just chart this out so that it is easier to understand. Yes, so we have the first point, that is the first budget was 1869. All right, it was in 1869 by Mr. James Wilson. Okay, this is what first budget was presented. So presented is when it is finalized and given out. So first budget was presented in 1869 by Mr. James Wilson. And when was it introduced actually? It was introduced by the East India Company in 1860 itself. By East India Company. So when was the first budget presented? It was 1869 by Mr. James Wilson and was introduced in way back in 1860 itself. By whom? By East India Company. So coming back to the next part of it. First budget of independent India. So like I was saying, this is way before we had received independence itself. So now we have to understand when was the first budget of independent India presented. It was presented by the then Finance Minister, Mr. R.K. Shanmugam Chetty on November 26, 1947. So this is when we had gotten the independence as well. So it is first budget of independent India. So one thing to remember here, it was in the year of independence itself. All right, so there is no confusion. November 1947, and it was by Mr. R.K. Shanmugam Chetty. Mr. R.K. Shanmugam Chetty. First budget that was presented, 1869, James Wilson. It was introduced way back in 1860 itself by the East India Company. Independent India, 1947 itself, Mr. R.K. Shanmugam Chetty. Next. Till 1955, budget was only printed in English language. However, from 55 to 56, budget started getting printed in both Hindi as well as English. So till 1955, only English. However, from 1955 to 56, both Hindi as well as English. So 1955 only English, 1955 to 1956 Hindi as well as English. In the British era, the budget used to be presented at 5 p.m. This practice was discontinued in the year 2001 by presenting the budget at 11 a.m. So now, British era budget was presented at 5 p.m. Later, in the year 2005, this practice was discontinued and it was presented at 11 a.m. instead. So it has shifted from 5 p.m. to 11 a.m. Until 2017, the ritual was to present the budget on the last working day of February. From last 2 years, budget is now presented on the first working day of the February. So now again, until 2017, it was presented on last day of February. After that, it has been first day of February. So now two timelines to remember here. Firstly, till when was it printed in English language and when did it come in Hindi language? So now, firstly, if you see till 1955, it was printed only in English and then it came to Hindi as well. In 2005, up till then, we were following the British practice, that is 5 a.m. presentation. However, after that, it began at 11 a.m. And earlier, until 2017, it used to be presented on the last day of February. However, after that, they have started to present it from the first day of February itself. Mr. K.C. Noji and Mr. H.N. Bahuguna were the only two finance ministers who did not present any Indian budget. So finance ministers are the ones who are presenting the Indian budget. Out of that, these two people, these names are to be remembered, K.C. Noji and H.N. Bahuguna. K.C. Noji and H.N. Bahuguna. And these are the only two finance ministers who did not present any budget. The record of presenting maximum number of budget is held by Sri Morarji Desai for presenting 10 budgets. So this means that every year for 10 years he had presented the budget. So this was Sri Morarji Desai. So now we have three names to remember here from the last 2 points. K.C. Noji, H.N. Bahuguna did not present any budgets at all. However, Sri Morarji Desai holds the record for the maximum number of the budgets that are presented. That is 10 budgets. For the first time in 92 years, Union budget of 2017 merged with the Union budget with the Rail budget, which was usually presented separately. So now in 2017, there are two things that are happening. First one is the day of presenting of budget shifted from last day of February to the first day of February. And here it combined the union budget and railway budget, which up until then was presented separately. So these are the key notable points when it comes to the history. So let's have a quick look at it. So first budget presented 1869, James Wilson, introduced in 1860 itself by East India Company. Independent India, same year of independence itself, 1947, and Mr. R.K. Shanmugam Chetty. Till 1955, it was only being printed in English. From 55-56, it started getting printed in Hindi as well. The British era presented the budget at 5 p.m. However, we discontinued from 2005 about 5 p.m. and we started at 11 a.m. In 2017, up until 2017, two things were happening. Firstly, it is that the budget was presented on the last day of February. However, after that, it started getting presented on the first day itself. And secondly, it is the union budget and the railway budget was presented in a combined manner. Up until then, it was separately itself. So this is, and next coming to the two main things, who are the finance ministers who have not presented any budget at all? It is K.C. Noji and H.N. Bahuguna, and Sri Morarji Desai has the record for the maximum number of budgets, that is 10 budgets. And then Yes, so this is about the history about how Indian Union budget came into place and how it has evolved going further. So now let's have a look at certain key terminologies whenever we are talking about budget. Yes, so in timeline, just to brief you better and give you a better idea. So we started with 1869. Yeah. So we started with 1869, wherein first budget was presented by James Wilson. 1860, East India Company had introduced this. Then we have 1947, the first one of independent India. Yes, the first one of independent India, and it was by Mr. R.K. Shanmugam Chetty. Then up until 1955, only English. 1955 to 56, please apologies, there was some internet connectivity issue. I'll just share my screen again. So we were discussing about the timelines of the Indian Union budget. So far we saw that when was it introduced, when was it presented for the first time in independent India. Until 1955 it was only English, then they shifted from English to Hindi. Until 2005, we used to follow the British pattern and present the budget at 5 p.m. However, then we shifted to 11 a.m. In up until 2017, it was last day of February. After that, it started becoming on the first day of February. And 2017 was also the year in which our union and railway budget was presented together. So this is the brief timeline about the Indian Union budget. I hope this is clear by now. So let's proceed to the next part, that is the terminology. So now in budget, there are various components that are involved. The first one of it being the annual financial statement. So as we all know, financial statement basically shows us the financial position. When we're talking about a company, it shows the financial position of a company. Similarly, when we are talking about a union budget, financial statement basically is a estimated receipts and expenditure for the financial year, seeing what is it that the country is going to spend on and what is it that it is going to earn. So this is the annual financial statement. As the name suggests, it is going to be for the entire financial year itself. It is required by the Article 112 of the Constitution. So let's keep in mind Article 112, annual financial statement for the entire year. It is divided into three funds. So we have consolidated fund, contingency fund, and the public account. So we will be understanding all of these three concepts in detail in this chapter itself. So annual financial statement, estimated expenditure and receipt for the financial year. It is required by the Article 112 of the Constitution. It has three parts, that is consolidated fund, contingency fund, and the public account. Okay, so the next one is the Consolidated Fund of India. So Consolidated Fund of India is the most important government fund because this is the fund wherein all the government revenues, the borrowed money, and the loan receipts, all of these are included. And of course, if revenues are included, all the government expenditures are also going to be made from this fund. So what does the consolidated fund consist of? It consists of all the revenues. If we have revenues, obviously expenditure is also going to be there. And further, we have borrowed money, the money that we have borrowed, and loan receipts, the money that we have received. This is what the consolidated fund consists of. And here, since this is the government's fund and here is where the expenditures will take place from, it requires withdrawal from the parliament. I mean, it requires approval from the parliament for any amount of withdrawal from this fund. So to summarize, consolidated fund it is a government fund which consists of your revenues, expenditure, borrowed money, and loan receipts, and any amount that you withdraw from consolidated fund requires the parliament's approval. So this is one of the most important point when it comes to consolidated fund. Moving on to the next term, that is the demand for grants. So like we were saying, the expenditure or anything that the government wants to do needs to be done from the consolidated fund, and that is something that needs the parliament's approval. So the first step here is the demand for grants. So this is nothing but the estimates of expenditure from the consolidated fund. So government expenditures are taken up from the consolidated fund. So demand for grants, it is the estimates of expenditure from the consolidated fund. It requires to be voted upon in the Lok Sabha, and this is mentioned in the Article 113 of the Constitution. So demand for grants is basically a estimate for expenditure from what? From which fund? From the Consolidated Fund of India. And for this, like we were saying, approval will be required. So in demand for grants, it is required to be voted upon in the Lok Sabha. And this is as per the Article 113 of the Constitution. So again, this includes all of these. So we have revenue expenditure, capital expenditure. So what is the difference between revenue expenditure and capital expenditure? So when we are talking about expenditure, these two things. So we have revenue and then we have capital. So capital expenditure is any expenditure that leads to creation of an asset. So say, for example, if the government is spending towards land, it's spending towards machinery, then that expenditure would amount to be a capital expenditure because it is leading to creation of an asset. However, revenue is something that does not create an asset. So this is the difference between revenue and capital expenditure, wherein capital expenditure leads to creation of an asset and revenue expenditure does not lead to creation of an asset. It is a smaller expenditure as compared to capital. And one more difference is revenue expenditure can be recurring, like say, for example, your interest on loan or your salary, whereas capital expenditure, that is going to be a one-time expenditure since it is such a huge amount and it leads to creation of an asset. Grants to states, union territories, loans, advances, etc. So all of these are included in demand for grants. So to summarize demand for grants, it is estimates or estimates of expenditure from which fund? From the Consolidated Fund of India. Who is supposed to approve it? Lok Sabha is supposed to approve it. As per which article of the Constitution? 113. And what does it include? Expenditure, two types. We have revenue and capital expenditure. Then we have grant to the states or union territories, loans and advances. So basically anything that we are borrowing or anything that we are giving or advancing as a loan, all of this is included under demand for grant. So far we saw the annual financial statement, then we saw the consolidated fund, then we have the demand for grant. Next one is the appropriation bill. So appropriation bill is the step after the demand for grant, wherein it allows the government to withdraw funds from the consolidated fund. So like we were discussing in consolidated fund, anything that we are withdrawing from the consolidated fund requires approval of the parliament. So appropriation bill is the bill through which we will get approval for borrowing these funds. So it allows government to withdraw funds from the Consolidated Fund of India. It is introduced in the Lok Sabha. So again, like demand for grant, appropriation bill is also introduced in the Lok Sabha itself after budget discussions and voting. Authority for government expenditure during the financial year. So appropriation bill is something that will give you authority to spend money. So what is the difference between demand for grant and appropriation bill? So demand for grant, so demand for grant is basically an estimated expenditure for that particular financial year. Estimated expenditure for that particular financial year. It will have to be presented in the Lok Sabha as per Article 113. Whereas appropriation bill is like a approval. It is the approval that allows the government to withdraw the funds from the consolidated fund. So this is the difference between our demand for grant and appropriation bill. Next one is the finance bill. So finance bill is nothing but the money bill that is defined under Article 110 of the Constitution. So now just to come back to articles, when we were talking about 113, it was demand for grants. When we are talking about 110, it is the money bill. or the finance bill. And this is mostly related to our taxes. So this is proposal for new taxes or modification to the existing tax structures. It is introduced only in Lok Sabha. Again, like our demand for a grant and our appropriation bill, finance bill is also something that comes only to the Lok Sabha. However, Rajya Sabha can suggest amendments. Nothing more than that. It won't be introduced in the Rajya Sabha, but it can suggest amendments. And this must be passed within 75 days of introduction. So where are you introducing it? You are introducing it in the Lok Sabha. So this way, finance bill is money bill as defined in Article 110 of the Constitution. It is mostly for new taxes or modification to existing tax structures. Introduced only in Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha can just suggest or recommend amendments, and then this must be passed within 75 days of introduction. Okay, contingency fund. So contingency fund, as the name suggests, it is something for any unforeseen circumstances. So when we talk about contingency, contingency is something that you have not planned for, that comes up all of a sudden. So obviously contingency fund. So when we were talking about consolidated fund, we would know what expenditure we are looking to spend from this fund. We are obtaining approvals for that. But in case of contingency fund, we cannot obtain approval beforehand because we are not even sure about the expenditure. So it is for urgent or unforeseen expenditure, and this fund consists of rupees 500 crores that is at the president's disposal, which means that the president can use any amount of money from this fund whenever a contingency comes up. If there is any unexpected situation, say there is any natural calamity or there is any national emergency as such, in that case contingency fund can be used out of this 500 crore. Now, having said that no approval will be required, subsequent approval will be required. That is, once you have spent the money, you need to obtain parliamentary approval that you have spent this money, and this money will be transferred from the consolidated fund. So at all times, there needs to be a balance in the contingency fund. So firstly, who spends it? The president spends it. And then after that, parliament's approval is required. That is, once it has been spent, and post which you reimburse it from consolidated fund. Yes. Moving on to the next one, that is the public account. So public account are basically a account wherein it is with the government, the money is with the government, but the money does not belong to the government. The government just acts as a banker. So say for example, when we are talking about provident fund, small savings fund, what happens is that we are depositing this money with the government, but this will be returned to the rightful owner after a certain period of time. So when we are talking about pension fund, provident fund, these will all be returned to the employees once their employment has terminated. And then here, even though the money sits with the government, the money is handled by the government is just acting as a banker. The government is not the owner. So government is not the owner of these funds. It is just a banker. All right. It includes provident funds, small saving funds, etc. Expenditure from it does not require parliamentary approval, being obvious reason because government is not the owner. Because government is not the owner. So this is the sole reason for which expenditure from this fund does not require parliamentary approval. So this is one of the first accounts where we have seen that expenditure does not require government approval because this amount does not belong to the government. Now, next one, revenue and capital budgets. So now we were discussing, like we saw earlier, what was revenue and capital expenditure. So anything revenue is something that is recurring, does not lead to creation of an asset if we are talking about expenditure. And then capital, again, this is something that is one time, which involves a huge amount. And in case of expenditure, it is something that leads to creation of an asset. So when we are talking about revenue and capital budgets, so firstly, the government must distinguish between revenue and capital accounts in the budget. Only if the accounts are distinguished will we be able to create revenue and capital budgets separately. So first one is the revenue budget. So this consists of revenue, receipts and expenditure. So expenditures can be your interest on loan or salary, and revenue receipts can be your tax, wherein that is something that is regularly coming in. Capital budget, capital receipts. So capital receipts is something that you get, say, upon sale of an asset, like a sale of, say, any undertaking or any large amount of asset. And expenditure is something that leads to creation of an asset. So this is the primary bifurcation between revenue receipts, revenue expenditure, capital receipts, and capital expenditure. Now, yes, just coming to examples of revenue receipts or expenditure. So first, revenue receipts, we have taxes, interest on loans, and dividend. So when we are talking about revenue receipts, we can divide them into two: tax and non-tax. So under tax, we have all the taxes that the government receives. Under non-tax, we have the interest on loan and the dividend. So these are recurring in nature, but they are not as a form part of tax. Revenue expenditure can be salaries, subsidies, interest payment, wherein there is no asset that is created. So salaries, as you know, it is something that is paid monthly, which means it is recurring. Subsidies also are recurring. And interest is also regular payment, wherein at a fixed period you are paying interest, be it monthly, quarterly, half yearly, or yearly. So these are examples of revenue receipts and revenue expenditure. When we come to capital receipt or capital expenditure, capital receipts is basically loans raised, your borrowings, your disinvestment. So why are you saying disinvestment here? You had invested in something and now you are removing your money out of it. Basically, you are selling it off, like we were talking about our asset or undertaking. So that is when disinvestment comes in place, wherein we are receiving a huge amount of money. Capital expenditure is building assets, loans for investment. So loans raised is when loans raised and loans for investment. So loans raised is a part of capital receipt. Loans for investment is a part of capital expenditure. So these are primary examples which will help us in understanding the difference between revenue receipts and expenditure and capital receipts and expenditure. Moving on to the next part. So let's understand the budget preparation process. What is it that takes to prepare a budget? So first one, it begins with a circular to the ministries, states, union territories, and department. So why do you think these circulars are sent to these respective authorities? Because only after after they are made known, we will be able to understand where is it that the fund allocation is supposed to be made. So first one, it will be circular to ministries. Second one is extensive consultations between union ministries and department of expenditure of the finance ministries once the estimates have been submitted. So who submits the estimates? All of these will submit the estimates. So that is the reason you have sent the circular to all of them. So now extensive consultations are held between union ministries and the Department of Expenditure once the expenditures have been submitted, that is estimates. Then the Department of Economic Affairs and Department of Revenue meet the stakeholders such as farmers, businessmen, foreign institutional investors, economists, and civil society groups to take their views. So once we have got these expenditures, that is the Department of Expenditure will discuss it with the union ministries, and then the Department of Economic Affairs and the Department of Revenue will meet the stakeholders such as farmer, business, FIIs, wherein they will take their views. And once all of these meetings are over, a final call on the tax proposal is taken by finance minister. And then the proposals are discussed with the Prime Minister before the budget is finally prepared. So this is what the budget preparation process looks like as a whole. So once, just to revise it, we'll just map it out. So first one, we have circulars to the ministries. And then when we talk about ministries, it is ministry, state, union territories, and department. And then we have Department of Expenditure and Union Ministry who meet and discuss on this. That is once estimates have been submitted. Then we have the Department of Revenue and Department of Economic Affairs. This is nothing but DEA, who meet the stakeholders. They meet the stakeholders such as farmers, businessmen, any society group as such, and they take their opinions as well. And then on the tax part of it, finance minister takes a decision. So finance minister takes a decision on the tax part of it. And lastly, it goes to the Prime Minister of India. So this is how the entire budget process is created. Yes. Now, what are the various components of budget creation? That is, what are the factors that will help in deciding the budget? So this is our annual financial statement, wherein it was a record of all the expenditures and receipts for a financial year. Demand for grants is an estimate for expenditure that you need to withdraw from the Consolidated Fund of India. Appropriation bill is the approval that you will get for withdrawing any amount from the Consolidated Fund. Then finance bill is nothing but the money bill as per Article 110 of the Constitution, which is introduced only in the Lok Sabha. Then we have a macroeconomic framework. Yes. After the finance bill, we have the macroeconomic framework and the medium-term fiscal policy and strategy statement. So in addition to the components that we learned about earlier, we also need the macroeconomic framework to understand what is it at a country level that we have planned when it comes to our macroeconomics. Similarly, for our medium-term fiscal policy as well. Expenditure profile, expenditure budget, receipts budget. What is it that we have budgeted for the upcoming financial year? So these are all the components that will help the country in preparing a budget. Yes. Coming to the next part. So now we will understand the whole concept of revenue budget, capital budget, and fiscal deficit. So these are the remaining three concepts in this chapter. So let's understand this in detail. So when we talk about revenue budget, as the name suggests, it will always include the revenue, receipts, and expenditure. Okay. So this is revenue, receipts, and expenditure. So we have revenue receipts and revenue expenditure. When we talk about capital budget, it is capital payment and capital receipts. This is the first difference. Second one, revenue budget indicates revenue deficit if expenses exceed receipts. So in terms of the revenue, expenditure, and income, if my expenditure is greater than my income, okay, then it is a deficit. So this is talking purely in the terms of the revenue. So anytime your expenditure exceeds your income, it leads to a deficit. And then revenue receipts, the example, we have the tax and the non-tax revenue. So tax revenue consists of all the tax that the government receives. Non-tax can be your interest, your subsidies, anything of this sort. So anything that you are receiving, interest, dividends. So all of these will become a part of non-tax revenue. Revenue expenditure is a normal government running cost. So it could be your salaries, again, the interest that you are paying, the subsidies that you are giving, all of these comes under the revenue expenditure. So one new term that we have learned here is revenue deficit. So this is something that is very important. So revenue deficit is something that we will have to remember. Coming to capital budget. So again, capital budget, under capital receipts, we have public loans, borrowings, or recoveries. That is, this is the amount that the government is receiving. And capital payment is building assets and facilities, wherein the government is making these payments to build these assets or facilities for that matter. Yes. Moving on to the next part, that is expenditure budget. So as the name suggests, so budget is basically like a forecast or an estimate. So now when we're talking about expenditure budget is the estimated government expenditure for the financial year. So like the name suggests, this talks about expenditure. So this is the estimated government expenditure. And as we know that the budget is always prepared for a particular financial year. So this is basically your expenses for a FY. And one term to remember is that estimated. So none of these figures are actuals. They're always estimated unless we actually spend the amount. It includes capital and revenue disbursements, and this is a part of the expenditure budget, that is the demand for grant itself, because demand for grant is where we are making an estimate as to how much amount we will have to withdraw from the Consolidated Fund of India. Yes. Now, when it comes to revenue budget, what are revenue and capital budget? What are the major components? So now under revenue budget, tax revenue. So again, under tax, we have two types. So we have direct tax and then we have indirect tax. And then when we are talking about non-tax revenue, this is divestments, dividends from public sector undertakings. So this is because government holds a share in the public sector undertakings. So as a shareholder, government is going to receive dividends as a part of being a public sector undertaking. So this is something that comes under our revenue budget. Then under capital budget, it is loans, borrowings, disinvestment receipts. So that is like we were discussing earlier, if we have sold any asset and we are receiving the revenue out of it. Then we have capital expenditure, which is about asset acquisition, loans to states. So these all concepts are majorly similar, but because these are included in module, we have included this as a part of the chapter as well. Coming to the last part of it, that is the fiscal deficit. So now, remember when we spoke about revenue deficit. So revenue deficit is wherein our revenue expenses were greater than our revenue income. So yeah. So when it comes to fiscal deficit, let's just go back here. So we have revenue capital. So this is what we were talking about when we said revenue deficit. So now coming back to fiscal deficit. So fiscal deficit is the difference between the government income and spending. So now again, why are we saying deficit? If we are saying deficit, what does it mean? It means that my spending is greater than my income. So I have spent more than what I have earned. So in that case, there is a deficit. So fiscal deficit talks about the government's spendings that exceed its income. It is calculated as a percentage of GDP. So this is something that is important, wherein we need to understand that fiscal deficit is calculated as a percentage of GDP. It indicates government spending beyond its means. Means is nothing but what it owns or what it earns. Now, what are the various components of fiscal deficit? We have two types: revenue deficit, difference between our revenue expenditure and total current receipts. Current receipts is nothing but our revenue receipts. And then we have capital expenditure, investment in long-term assets, wherein we may not have that much capital receipts coming in, but we definitely have certain amount of capital expenditure. Then how do you calculate your fiscal deficit? So fiscal deficit is basically your total government expenditure. Why are we taking expenditure in the beginning? Because expenditure is more than the revenue. So government expenditure, then you subtract all of these. That is whatever you have received. Revenue receipts, recovery of loans, and other receipts. So all of these. So first you include the total expenditure and minus the total receipts, and under your receipts, these three components are main. So revenue receipts, recovery of loans. So recovery of loans is something that is a capital receipt, and then any other receipts which also include our capital receipts. And then as the name indicates, it indicates the gap between the expenditure and the total income. So this is about our fiscal deficit, wherein it is your government's expenditure is exceeding the income you have spent beyond your means. It is calculated as a percentage of GDP. And then to calculate it, you need to subtract the total receipts from the total expenditure. So this is about fiscal deficit. Now let's just look back at our module and see if there is anything more that we need to understand. So we spoke about annual financial statement. Then we understood the Consolidated Fund of India. Then we were at the demand for grants, which is again as per Article 113 of the Constitution. Then we were at the appropriation bill, wherein this is where it gives the government the power to withdraw funds. Then we have the finance bill, which is nothing but the money bill. One more thing that is important in the finance bill, that it is accompanied by a memorandum containing the explanation for the provisions. So whenever we are introducing a finance bill, we need to have an explanation as to why is it that we have included certain provisions in it. Yes. Next, contingency fund. So this is the 500 crore fund that is at the president's disposal, which is required to be used in case of any contingencies. Public fund is wherein the government is just a banker. They are not the rightful owner. You have to return it once the tenure has come into place. Next, revenue receipts and expenditure, we just spoke about it. Similarly, we have capital receipts and expenditure. And then we understood the budget preparation process, wherein first circular to ministries, then the department Department of Expenditure meets with these ministries once the estimates have been submitted. Then Department of Economic Affairs and Department of Revenue meet with the stakeholders and also understand their viewpoints. Then for tax related matters, the finance minister takes decisions. And then finally, the proposals are discussed with the prime minister and the budget is prepared. And then we understood the various components of our budget. Then we understood revenue budget and capital budget in detail, wherein we also saw what is revenue receipts, capital receipts, revenue expenditure, capital expenditure. We spoke about expenditure budget, which is just like our demand for grant. Then next up, yeah, this is revenue budget. Then we had our capital budget. And then lastly, we understood about fiscal deficit, wherein we saw that how government expenditure, if it exceeds the government income, then it will lead to a fiscal deficit that is calculated as a percentage of GDP. And we also saw the formula for calculation. So now here we'll just understand what are the various components of income and expenditure of a government. So when we are talking about revenue receipts, so this is something that is a recurring. So when we come about recurring or revenue receipts, corporation tax, income tax, custom duty, union excise duties. When we, again, in this, when we're talking about non-tax revenue, so these are all tax-based revenues. Now we are coming to non-tax revenues. Interest, dividend, and profit. So interest is where government has lent a loan and they are getting interest in return. Dividend and profit wherever government is a shareholder. External grants, that is for any sort of functioning. If we have received grants, then this is a receipt for the government. Any other non-tax revenue or receipts of union territories for that matter. Then expenditures for government, we have revenue, capital, interest payment, and grants in aid for creation of capital asset. Now, fiscal deficit, like we saw, so this is total expenditure, that is capital as well as revenue, minus total income of the government. So revenue, recovery of loans, and other receipts. So this is, okay, so fiscal deficit is total expenditure, that is capital and revenue, minus total income, again, capital and revenue. Then here we just have a chart representation of fiscal deficit, wherein we saw the revenue expenditure, that is how much was the actual amount of expenditure versus how much was budgeted. And then you have revised it. And then again, so actuals for the year 2017, 2018, then how much did you budget it for 2018, 2019, depending on your actuals of 2017? What was your revised one? What was your revised budget for 2019? And what is the percentage change? So this is how our fiscal deficit. So this is just for reference purposes. We do not have to understand in these in detail from an exam point of view. So you can have a look at it. It's available in the module. And lastly, so now this is just a calculation from the chart that we have understood. So this is about our chapter which talks about the Indian budget. So I hope this is clear. If you have any doubts, please feel free to post them in the comment section and we will reach out to you to help you understand them. Thank you so much. Hi all, welcome back to another class of CSEET Economics. So today's topic is one of the most important and the vast topic of this subject, that is Indian financial markets. So we'll be addressing a wide range of topics wherein we'll be understanding what is financial market, what are the components of financial market, what is it that the Indian financial markets consists of, what are the various stocks, what are the types of securities in which the financial market deals, and what are the various entities that have been set up to further the betterment of the financial markets. So without further ado, let's begin. So first one, understanding the Indian financial ecosystem. So Indian financial ecosystem is basically a system setup wherein the money that is available in the economy is used in a way. So whatever savings are available with the household are used in a way wherein it is given to the businesses and ultimately it leads to wealth generation. So the first rule of any financial system is wealth generation. So let's have a look at the other features of Indian financial ecosystem. Allocation and mobilization of savings. So like I was saying, whatever is available with the households, those will be allocated, and these savings are mobilized in the manner that wherever it is required, these amount or these money will be given to the system wherever it is required. Provision of funds, facilitating the financial transactions. So financial transactions can be of any nature, that is borrowing of a loan, advancing of loan, paying of interest on these loans, so on and so forth. Developing financial markets, because that is where all the transactions are going to happen. Provision of a legal financial structure, because finance is such a sensitive topic that is there is a possibility of so many frauds, so many malicious corporate action. So provision of a legal financial structure is very important. And then provision of financial and advisory services. So because the financial ecosystem is so huge, there needs to be advisors also in place so as to help the investors decide on what they are supposed to do as a part of the financial ecosystem. So now, again, it plays an important role in the economic development of a country. It encourages both savings as well as investment. So it encourages the investor to save a portion of their money. And secondly, with a view to maximize the value of money or gain returns, also encourages investment. It links savers and investors. It assists in capital formation, because the person who is in need of capital can get the capital from the person who has the capital to provide it to another one. It facilitates expansion of financial markets. So now let's just understand a few things when it comes to the Indian financial ecosystem. So India has a diversified and rapidly expanding financial sector with growth in existing firms and new market entrants, because there have been a lot of market entrants, especially since the growth of the financial system. Sector includes commercial banks, insurance companies, NBFC or non-banking financial companies. We'll be studying about these in detail a little later in this chapter. Cooperatives, pension funds, mutual funds, and other smaller financial entities. So what does the Indian financial system consist of? Mostly banks, commercial banks, NBFCs, insurance companies, cooperative banks, pension funds, mutual funds, etc. The banking regulator recently allowed the creation of new entities such as payment banks. Again, we'll be studying about this in the chapter itself. And then financial services sector comprises of the capital market, the insurance sector, and the NBFC. So this is what the Indian financial ecosystem consists of. Then these are certain facts that comes to Indian financial ecosystem. So the gross national savings as a percentage of GDP was 30.50. So savings as a percentage of GDP was 30.5 in the year 2019. Total IPOs reached 84,357 crores by the end of FY18. So what is initial public offering? Initial public offering is when a company offers their shares for subscription to the public for the very first time. So the first time when the company gets listed. So that is the initial public offering, and it had reached a whopping 84,357 crores by the end of FY 2018. IPOs amounted to, again, 1.94 billion by FY19. So if you see here, it was this much million and it reached to 1.94 billion by 1 year. And ultra high net worth individuals increased to 2,697, with the population growing by 118% in a span of just 5 years. So high net worth individuals are they are a category wherein they have a certain amount of money that is available for them to invest. And ultra high net worth individuals are someone that is a level higher from the high net worth individuals, and the amount reached to 2,697 in 2018. So there are some noteworthy developments in the Indian financial system. So let's quickly go back to our module to understand these. So we were having a look at what are the features, what is it that the Indian financial ecosystem consists of. So here are certain noteworthy development when it comes to the Indian financial ecosystem. So first one, rising incomes are driving the demand for financial services across income brackets. So now, as incomes of the consumer are increasing, there is a greater need for investment. A lot of people are investing their money in the financial markets. So rising incomes are driving the demand for financial services, be it any form of services, investment, loan advancement, etc. Financial inclusion drive from RBI has expanded the target market to semi-urban and rural areas as well. So as the name suggests, these facilities should not only available in urban area, but it has to be, it is made in an inclusive way, wherein it is targeting the semi-urban and rural areas as well. Investment corpus in Indian insurance sector can rise to $1 trillion by 2025. So investment corpus, that is the fund that is available in the country to invest, can rise up to $1 trillion by the year 2025. Credit, insurance and investment penetration is rising in rural areas. High net worth individual participation is growing in the wealth management segment. Lower mutual fund penetration of 5 to 6% reflects latent growth opportunity. The government of India launched India Post Payment Bank to provide every district with one branch, which will help in increasing rural penetration. So when we're talking about penetration, it is the involvement of the banking sector, involvement of the financial sector when it comes to the rural areas. India benefits from a large cross-utilization of channels to expand the reach of financial services. Maharashtra has launched this mobile wallet facility, allowing transferring of funds from other mobile wallets. Maharashtra first state to launch it. So when we are talking about mobile wallet facility, the first state to launch it is Maharashtra. Next. As of October 2018, the Financial Inclusion Lab has selected 11 fintech innovators with an investment of $9.5 million promoted by IIM Ahmedabad's Bharat Inclusion Initiative. So as we know, Financial Inclusion Lab, Bharat Inclusion Initiative, and this is launched by IIM Ahmedabad. So this is again a very important point, especially from an examination point of view. Along with JP Morgan, Michael and Susan Dell Foundation, and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So this is an important point. That is 2018 Financial Inclusion Lab, IIM Ahmedabad's Bharat Inclusion Initiative, JP Morgan, Bill and Melinda Foundation, Michael and Susan Dell Foundation. And lastly, government has approved new banking licenses and increased the FDI limit as well in the insurance sector. So these are certain noteworthy development wherein financial system is being paid attention to, and it is also progressing. So what are certain characteristics of the Indian financial system? So it plays a pivotal role in accelerating savings by providing various financial instruments and efficiently mobilizing savings. So how is it accelerating saving? If say for example, I have certain savings in my hand. So instead of letting it be with me, if I invest in market, I will also get returns. So that's why it's accelerating savings. Firstly, it will encourage savings, and secondly, it will mobilize those savings. So those savings are not stagnant with the investor, but the investor will also get a chance to invest them and get better returns for themselves. It increases the national output by providing funds to corporate consumers for business expansion. So say for example, like when companies are going in for IPO, it is basically offering its shares to the public in exchange for the money or money from the public. So in that case, providing funds to corporate consumers for business expansion. So IPO is one of the example wherein if a business is seeking to expand, it can raise funds through like public offerings, and public's savings will be mobilized, and a corporate consumer in need will get the money. It safeguards investor interest and ensures smooth financial transaction through regulatory bodies like RBI and SEBI. So later, as a part of economics, we'll also be understanding key government institutions wherein the functions of both of these are explained. So these are the two main regulators when it comes to the financial sector in India. We have the Reserve Bank of India, that is the Bank of Banks, which was established by the Reserve Bank of India Act 1934. And then we have the Security and Exchange Board of India, better known as SEBI, again established as a part of SEBI Act 1992. So these are two main regulatory institution when it comes to financial investment in India. And it contributes significantly to economic development and raises the standard of living. Then further, it promotes the development of weaker sections of society through rural development bank and cooperative societies. So now when we were saying about rural penetration, we want to make sure that all the financial services are available in the rural region as well. So in that case, rural development banks are banks established especially with an aim to provide loans and assistance to any industries or any companies being set up in the rural region. And cooperative societies are wherein funds are generated with an aim to help each other out, like help the members of the cooperative society. It assists corporate consumers in making better financial decisions by offering effective financial and advisory services. So like we were saying earlier, if financial services are being undertaken, then there need to be advisory people as well, so as to understand what is the best move financially for that particular transaction. It facilitates financial deepening, that is increase in financial assets as a percentage of GDP. So we have the first term, that is financial deepening, and financial broadening, increase the number of participants. So now when we are talking about, just a minute, please. Yeah. When we are talking about financial deepening, it talks about increase in financial assets. Increase in financial assets. And when we are talking about broadening, it talks about increase in number of participants. So two terms here, deepening and broadening. Deepening is increasing your assets. Broadening is increasing your number of participants. So the first sector that comes as a part of financial ecosystem is the banking sector. So let's quickly revise what we learned so far. So firstly, we understood what financial system is, wherein the savings of the common or the household would be mobilized and provided wherever required in order to further the development of financial system. We saw the characteristic, we saw the regulatory bodies. So now we will understand the first sector that comes as a part of the financial market in India, that is the banking sector. So banking sector is something that every citizen of the country is involved with, because all of us have bank accounts. We have bank accounts either as businessmen, we have current accounts, or as laymen, we have a savings account. So every person in the country is a beneficiary of the banking sector. And as we all know, banking industry handles finances, including cash as well as credit transactions. Banks accept deposits and grant credit, playing a major role in maintaining a country's economic stature. So what happens is, there will be certain, please excuse me, yeah. There will be certain set of individuals who have the money that is available with them, and there will be certain set of individuals or parties which would require money. So what the bank would do, bank would accept deposit from the ones that have the money available, pay them a certain rate of interest, and then loan that same money to another person who is in need and charge a rate of interest to them. So this way it balances out the whole economy, there wherein there are person who require to save their or invest their funds, and there will be person who are in need of funds. So bank acts as a balancer between both of these. So due to their economic importance, banks are strictly regulated in most countries, because this is the very easy platform to undertake any sort of scam, and that's why strict regulations are there in place. So mainly for the banking sector in India, we have the Reserve Bank of India Act 1935. Yeah. So yeah, coming to that point, in India, the RBI is the apex banking institution regulating the monetary policy. So whenever there's a question on apex banking institution, it is none other than the Reserve Bank of India, established by the way of the RBI Act 1934. So banks are classified into four categories. So we have commercial banks, small finance banks, payment banks, as well as cooperative banks. So let's understand each of these banks. So when we are talking about commercial banks, so commercial banks is something that we all have our accounts with. So commercial banks can be classified further into public sector banks, private sector banks, foreign banks, as well as regional rural banks. We'll also be understanding these a little later. Cooperative banks are classified into urban and rural, because depending on the region that they are functioning in. Payment banks are a new addition to the banking structure. And then yeah, commercial banks are regulated under the Banking Regulation Act 1949 and are profit-oriented, primarily accepting deposit and granting loans to the public, corporate entities, and the government. So what happens here is, commercial banks is the banks that we deal with on a daily basis, wherein they lend money. So one point to remember here is the Banking Regulation Act of the year 1949, wherein these banks are mainly profit-oriented. They accept deposits and grant loans. So this is the basic functioning of any given bank. So again, under commercial bank, we have further types. So we have public sector banks, wherein nationalized banks accounting for 75% of total banking business in India. So these are the ones that are held by the government. So whenever we are talking about public sector, it means that it is led by government, and 75% of total banks in India are public sector banks. So this is a huge number, wherein more than 75% of the banks in India are public sector banks. Coming to private sector banks, as the name suggests, these are held by private shareholders and not the government, and it is subject to all the banking rules and regulations that is set by the RBI. Foreign banks are headquartered in a foreign country but operate in India as private entities. So their main headquarter will be in another country, but they also have branches in India and must follow regulations of both their home country and the country that they have their branch in. So public sector owned by government, over 75% of India's banking system is filled with public sector banks. Then we have private sector banks wherein stakeholder is the private shareholders. Foreign bank headquartered in another country with a branch set up in India, and they're required to follow both their laws. Then we have regional rural banks. So this is a relatively new concept wherein these are commercial banks established to provide credit to weaker sections like agricultural laborers, marginal farmers, and small enterprises. So as the name suggests, this is for the rural area itself, and again specifically with focus on agricultural laborers, marginal farmers, and small enterprises. They operate regionally in different states with branches in selected urban areas. Because the purpose of establishment of a regional rural bank is to pay attention to the rural sector. Very few urban areas actually have RRBs that are set up. What are the functions? Providing banking and financial services to rural and semi-urban areas. So as you can see, the focus is on rural and semi-urban. Urban is not that much of a focus because the name itself indicates regional rural banks. Handling government operations like disbursement of wages for the MGN, REGA workers and the pension distribution. And then offering para-banking facilities like debit card, credit cards, and so on. Just allow me a minute, please. Just a minute, please. Oh, yeah. So offering para-banking services like debit card, credit cards, and so on. So these are what regional rural bank does. So it functions like a normal bank, but the main focus is rural and semi-urban areas. So this is what regional rural banks are set up for. Then we have small finance banks. Again, small finance bank, like regional rural banks, focuses on a very specific section, that is providing financial inclusion to undeserved sections of the underserved sections of the society. So here, regional rural banks focus mainly on our rural and our semi-urban areas, and small finance banks is on the underserved sections of the society, wherein the main customers are micro industries, small and marginal farmers, unorganized sectors, and small business units. So these are like the ones that not a lot of focus is paid to. So for them, small finance banks are set up. So it is licensed under Section 22 of Banking Regulation Act 1949. So we have Section 22. So whenever we're talking about small finance bank, we need to remember Section 22 of the Banking Regulation Act 1949. And it is also governed by the provisions of RBI Act 1934 and the FEMA Act 1999. So this is what small finance banks are for. Difference between regional rural bank and small finance bank. So regional rural bank is mainly focusing on your semi-urban and your rural areas, and small finance bank is on the underserved sections such as your micro industry, small and marginal farmers, the unorganized sector entities, etc. Now, coming to payment bank. So payment bank is a very new concept that has been introduced recently. So this is again a commercial bank itself. So this is a part of the commercial banking sector. So yes, again, this is a relatively new model of the bank in the Indian banking industry. It was conceptualized by the RBI and is allowed to accept a restricted deposit. They also offer services like ATM cards, debit cards, net banking, and mobile banking. So what are the payment banks in India? We have India Post Payment Bank, Fino Payment Bank, Paytm Payment Bank, which is one of the most prominent one that is being used currently. And then we have the Airtel Payment Bank. So these are the payment banks, a very new concept, part of commercial banks, and the deposit that they can accept is very restricted amount. Yes. Now, when we talk about cooperative banks, again, we have two types of cooperative banks. So, urban cooperative banks and state cooperative banks. So, urban cooperative banks refer to the primary cooperative banks located in the urban and semi-urban areas. So, as the name suggests itself, it is in urban and semi-urban areas. These banks essentially lend to small borrowers and businesses centered around communities, local workspace groups. So, whenever we are talking about the concept of a cooperative society or a cooperative bank, so this is being set up by a group of like-minded individuals whose cause is the same, the furtherance is the same. So here these communities will be helping out each other by way of setting up these cooperative banks. Coming to state cooperative bank, so it is a bank, is a federation of the central cooperative bank which acts as a custodian of the cooperative banking structure in the state. So this mainly focuses on the state. Urban mainly focuses on establishing it in urban areas. So now there are certain major developments in the Indian banking sector that is given in our module. Let's quickly understand that. Yes, so year-wise, we have certain developments in the Indian banking sector. So let's understand that one by one. So first year that we have is 1921, wherein the market was closed and is a very closed market, that is a closely held market. State-owned Imperial Bank of India was the only bank existing. So this is a very important point, that is Imperial Bank of India was the only bank that was existing in the year 1921. Then in the year 1935, RBI was established by what? By way of RBI Act 1934. So RBI was established in the year 1935. Quasi-central banking role of Imperial Bank came to an end because now RBI had been introduced. Then from 1936 to 1955, Imperial Bank expanded its network to 480 branches. In order to increase the penetration in the rural areas, Imperial Bank was converted into nothing but the State Bank of India that we have currently. So three main focus areas. First one, Imperial Bank of India. Second one, Reserve Bank of India. And third one is the State Bank of India. That is Imperial Bank being converted into the State Bank of India. Next, as a part of 1956 to 2000, nationalization of 14 large commercial banks in 1969 and 6 more in 1980. So like we saw earlier, public sector banks form about 75% of the banking sector. And this is what nationalization talks about. Entry of private players such as ICICI intensifying the competition. So minute there is any entry of a private competitor, the competition increases because private entities focus more on wealth generation, profit generation, as well as customer satisfaction. So private players, the pioneer here was ICICI. Gradual technology upgradation in PSU banks as well. From the year 2000, in 2003, Kotak Mahindra Finance Limited revived a banking license from RBI and became the first NBFC to be converted into a bank. So we have Kotak Mahindra Finance Limited. Then in 2009, the government removed the banking cash transaction tax, which had been introduced in 2005. 2018 onwards, as per budget 1920, provision coverage ratio of bank reached the highest in 7 years. And as per RBI, as on November 30th, 2018, India recorded foreign exchange reserves of about $393.72 billion in US dollars. So this is what how a banking sector has evolved right from the beginning, that is 1921. Let's quickly revise 1921. Only one bank, that was Imperial Bank. 1935, RBI was established. Quasi-judicial role of the Imperial Bank came to an end. Then in 1936, Imperial Bank had 480 branches and it was converted to the State Bank of India. Again, in 1956, 14 banks were nationalized in 1969 and 6 more in 1980. So in a span of 11 years, of 20 banks were nationalized. And then ICICI came in to intensify the competition. 2000 onwards, Kotak Mahindra became the first one to be converted to NBFC to a bank. And then in 2018 onwards, we saw that foreign exchange reserves had become a very high amount of $393 billion. So let's move back to the presentation. So here, there are a few stats when it comes to the banking sector that is being presented. So as of May 2019, there are 20 public sector banks, 22 private sector banks, 44 foreign banks, 56 regional rural banks, 1,542 urban cooperative banks, and 94,384 cooperative banks. So these are all the banks that the number of banks that are existing in the Indian financial system. So these are all the number of banks that exist in India, with the lowest being public sector banks and highest being rural cooperative banks. So these numbers are very important to remember from an examination point of view. 20 public sector banks, 22 private sector banks, 44 foreign banks, 56 regional rural banks, 1,542 urban cooperative bank, and 94,384 rural cooperative banks. So after mergers, the country will have 12 public sector banks, including State Bank of India and Bank of Baroda. Bank of India and Central Bank will remain independent. Credit offtake has surged due to strong economic growth, rising disposable incomes, increasing consumerism, and easier access to credit, growing at a credit growth rate of 10.94%. And as on the Q3 of FY 2019, total credit extended surged to 93,751 billion Indian rupees. So these are certain facts that are worth noting when it comes to the Indian banking sector. The next few ones are: demand has grown for both corporate as well as retail roles, particularly in services, real estate, consumer durables, and agricultural sectors. Credit to non-food industries increased by 12.3% year on year, reaching 86,344 rupees as on 2019. Indian banks are expanding to capture rural areas. That is, we are talking about the financial inclusion, right? Under the financial inclusion plan, 5,98,093 banking outlets were provided in the village as of March 2017. And as on September 2018, the Ministry of Finance launched the Financial Inclusion Index to measure the access, usage, and quality of financial services. So now we have a financial inclusion plan, but how are we measuring if that is going to be correct or not? With the Financial Inclusion Index. So we have Financial Inclusion Plan. And to measure its accuracy, we have the Financial Inclusion Index. Yes. The Department of Financial Services and National Informatics Center launched the Jan Dhan Darshak mobile app to help locate financial services in India. Jan Dhan Darshak. So Jan is a people, Dhan is money, and Darshak is like the one who spots it. So Jan Dhan Darshak, as the name suggests, is to help people locate financial services. Increasingly dynamic business scenarios and financial sophistication have led to the need for customized financial products. So now, as we all know, with the advent of technology, there are a lot of processes that are changing, and companies would need processes that are tailor-made. So that's why customized financial products becomes a very important part. That is, depending on the customer's requirement, the products will be offered. Banks are developing innovative financial products and advanced risk management methods. Bank of Maharashtra tied up with Cigna TTK to market insurance products. So Bank of Maharashtra and Cigna TTK. So these are two important terms to remember. So Bank of Maharashtra plus Cigna TTK to market insurance products. Then entry of foreign banks has intensified the competition in the Indian banking sector, and banks are increasingly looking at consolidation to achieve enhanced synergy, cost effectiveness, organizational efficiency. Yes. So banks are increasingly looking at consolidation to achieve enhanced synergy, cost efficiency, organizational efficiency, as well as diversification of risk. So important points to remember here are the Jan Dhan Darshak mobile app and the Bank of Maharashtra collaborating with Cigna TTK to market the various insurance products. So this was about the whole banking sector, wherein we saw the various types of banks, what are the major initiatives taken up by the government, what are the major investment, and any other noteworthy facts. Moving on to the next one, mutual funds. So I think this is a very commonly heard term, but the meaning is not understood quite well, because we see a lot of ads surrounding mutual funds. So these are all ads created on TV to increase the awareness about the risks that are involved in mutual fund. So mutual fund is basically like a pool of securities wherein it is an investment security that, please excuse me. Yeah. So mutual fund is an investment security that enables investors to pool their money together into one professionally managed investment. So what happens is, instead of the investor trying and figuring out where the money has to be invested, mutual fund will be a one-stop investment for the investor, wherein as a part of mutual funds, it can be invested in stocks, bonds, cash, or a combination of any of these assets. But for an investor, it is hassle-free because there is just one professionally managed investment. So now let's understand the various phases when it comes to the mutual funds in India. So first one is the first phase, which began in the year 1964 and spanned for a year of 23 years. Mutual fund industry in India started in 1963. This is very important, 1963, with the formation of UTI by an Act of Parliament. Initially, UTI functioned under the regulatory and administrative control of the RBI, and then it was delinked from the RBI, and the Industrial Development Bank of India took over the regulatory. So when we are talking about UTI, first it was with RBI, and then it was taken over by IDBI, or Industrial Development Bank of India. The unit scheme was the first scheme launched by the ITI. So the number here is at 1964. And at the end of 1988, UTI had 6,700 crores of assets under management. So this is the first phase of mutual funds. When it is started in 1963, earlier controlled by RBI, later shifted to IDBI. Then talking about the second phase of mutual funds. So year 1987, first phase started in 1964 to 1987. Second phase started in 1987 to 1993. So this is around for a period of 6 years. Yes. So the year 1987 marked the entry of public sector mutual funds set up by public sector banks, Life Insurance Corporation of India, and General Insurance Corporation of India. So in the second phase, it was public sector mutual funds that were being focused on the most. SBI Mutual Fund was the first non-UTI mutual fund established in 1987. Following SBI Mutual Fund, other mutual funds were established. The Sandbank Mutual Fund, Punjab National Bank Mutual Fund, Indian Bank Mutual Fund, Bank of India Mutual Fund, and Bank of Baroda Mutual Fund. LIC established its mutual fund in 1989 June, while GIC set up its mutual fund in 1990. So LIC is 1989. At the end of 1993, the mutual fund industry had asset under management of 47,000 crore rupees. So asset under management is basically the amount of investment they have received as a part of the mutual fund scheme. Then we are talking about the third phase, wherein in the third phase, Indian securities market gained greater importance with establishment of SEBI in 1992 to protect investor interest and regulate the security market. In 1993, the first set of SEBI mutual fund regulation was introduced for all mutual funds except UTI. The erstwhile Kothari Pioneer, now merged with Franklin Templeton, was the first private sector mutual fund. So it is Kothari Pioneer. Kothari Pioneer was the first private sector mutual fund, and it is now merged with the Franklin Templeton. So we have Kothari Pioneer, first private sector mutual fund in India. The entry of the private sector funds in 1993 marked a new era in the Indian mutual fund industry, offering Indian investors a wider choice. Then we have continuing of the third phase, wherein initially a SEBI mutual fund regulation were revised and replaced in 1996 with a comprehensive set of regulation which is currently applicable. The number of mutual funds increased over the years, and with many foreign sponsors setting up mutual funds in India. Mutual fund industry witnessed several mergers and acquisitions as well. And by the end of 2003, there were 33 mutual funds with a total of 1,21,000 lakh crores of asset under management, of which ATI alone had 44,000 crores. Then coming to the next part of it, that is the fourth phase. So in February 2003, following the repeal of the Union Trust of India Act 1963, UTI was bifurcated into two entities: Specified Undertaking of the Union Trust of India and UTI Mutual Fund, which functions under the SEBI mutual fund regulations. With the bifurcation of erstwhile UTI and several mergers among different private sector funds, the mutual fund industry entered into the fourth phase of consolidation. Following the global meltdown in 2009, security markets worldwide, included India, suffered significant declines. Many investors who entered the capital market during its peak lost the money, and their faith in mutual fund was greatly shaken. So this is what fourth phase usually consisted of, wherein our UTIs were bifurcated into two separate entities, specific undertaking as well as mutual fund. So we have for UTI, specified undertaking, and a mutual fund. For specified undertaking, there is a specified undertaking unit trust of India, or better known as SUUIT. Yes. So this was about the fourth phase. And then again, the next phase, that is abolition of entry load by SEBI, coupled with the aftermath of global financial crisis, deepened the adverse impact on the Indian mutual fund industry. And however, the industry struggled to recover and remodel itself over 2 years itself, trying to maintain its economic viability, evident from the sluggish growth in the mutual fund industry between these 3 years. So that's why this also had to be done so as to make sure that the mutual fund industry flourishes. The fifth or the final phase, that is currently. So it started off with 1964. So the first phase was 1964, and the current phase goes on till starts right from 2014. So recognizing the need to boost mutual fund penetration, especially in tier 2 and 3 cities, SEBI introduced measures in September 2012 to rejuvenate the industry. These measures specifically reversed the post-global meltdown downturn, leading to steady inflows, increased AUM, and a risk in investor accounts, particularly after the new government took office in May 2014. So these are all so this is what the fifth phase of mutual funds talks about in India. Then we have mutual fund industry has experienced rapid growth. The asset under management has crossed rupees 10 trillion in May 2014, and the expected forecast was for July 2016 was 15 trillion. The asset under management increased five-fold from March 2007 to August 2006. AUM doubled from 5.87 trillion rupees to 12.33 trillion rupees, more than double actually. Number of investor folios increased from 3.95 crore to 4.98 crore because of the advent of mutual funds. That is, it is an easy option available, wherein a basket of opportunities will be available. You just have to invest it in one place. An average addition of 3.38 lakh new folios every month since June 2014. So this is how, with the 5 phases over a period of time, mutual funds had been introduced. The growth attributed to SEBI's regulatory measures and support of mutual fund distributors as well, because without that support, this wouldn't have been possible. Distributors crucial in connecting with investors, especially in smaller towns. Despite challenges, steady positive net flows have been witnessed. Distributors are key in promoting systematic investment plans. And then the number of SIP accounts surpassed 1 crore in April 2016. So again, this is an important figure, 1 crore in April 2016. Retail investors contributing around rupees 3,500 crore monthly through SIP. So SIP is basically a plan wherein every periodic interval, so it could be a month, a week, or not week, usually a month or a quarter. So every quarter or month, you invest certain amount of money, which is fixed before you enter into the SIP agreement. So this is with respect to the mutual fund. So we had a look at Indian financial ecosystem. Then we saw the banking sector. Then we saw the mutual fund sector. And now we will have a look at the insurance sector. So the next sector that we have to focus on is the insurance sector. So insurance, as we all know, is a mechanism wherein the insured makes a payment of the premium to the insurer entity, and upon happening of the contingent event, the insurer will pay the amount to the insured upon satisfaction of a certain condition of like a list of conditions that have been agreed upon while the time of taking insurance. So Indian insurance industries comprises of 57 insurance companies, of which 24 operate in the life insurance, whereas 33 are non-life insurers. So life insurance is related to the life of individuals. Non-life insurance is like your goods insurance, your fire insurance, so so on and so forth. Then LIC is the sole public sector life insurer, while there are 6 public sectors non-life insurers. So out of 24 companies that are life insurance, sorry, so public sector, so under public sector So there are 7. So one is a life insurer and the remaining 6 are non-life insurer. General Insurance Corporation of India serves as a sole national reinsurer. The other stakeholders include agents, that is the person who represent the insurers, individual and corporate, brokers, surveyors, and third-party administration handling health insurance claims. That is to conduct investigation whether the insurance conditions are being met or not. What is the market size? So the government initiatives aimed at ensuring the uninsured have contributed to increase insurance penetration in India. Gross premiums written in India amounted to 5.5 trillion rupees in FY18. That is the amount of premiums that have been paid. Life insurance accounted to 4.58 trillion and non-life insurance was 1.15 trillion rupees. Insurance penetration in India rose to 3.69%. So it was 2.71 in 2001, whereas it has increased to 3.69%. In FY19, new life insurance business premiums increased by 3.66% year on year to rupees 1.09 trillion. Gross direct premium of non-life insurers in the same period reached rupees 962.05 billion, showing a year-on-year growth of 12.40%. So with these statistics, we can understand how important the insurance sector is and how rapidly it is growing in the Indian economy. What are the government initiatives that have been taken in the field of insurance? So first one, we have the National Health Protection Scheme, which was launched in September 2019 under Ayushman Bharat, which aims to provide coverage of rupees 5 lakh to 100 million vulnerable families, potentially increasing health insurance from 34% to 50%. So National Health Protection Scheme, Ayushman Bharat, 5 lakh rupees to 100 million families. So we have National Health Protection Scheme. Then we have Ayushman Bharat, 5 lakh amount of insurance to 100 million vulnerable families. Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana benefited over. So Fasal is nothing but crops. Bima is insurance. So Pradhan Mantri. So Prime Minister Crops Insurance Scheme benefited over 47.9 million farmers in 2017-18. The Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority of India, or the better known as the IRDAI, intends to issue redesigned initial public offering guidelines for insurance companies in India, facilitating equity divestment through IPOs. That is, for insurance companies as well, IPOs are now applicable. IRDAI has permitted insurance to invest up to 10% in additional Tier 1 bonds issued by banks to bolster their Tier 1 capital, thereby expanding the pool of eligible investors for banks. So these are all government initiatives that are taken up, wherein from a scheme point of view, that is from an insured point of view, there are more options that are available. And also from the insurer point of view, there are more opportunities available so as to increase the investment in these entities. Yes, so now there are certain major events in the journey of the insurance sector and notable trends, which we will now look at from our module. Yes. So certain major events in the insurance sector of India are as follows. Starting with the year 1956 to 1972, all life insurance companies were nationalized to form LIC. So as we all know, life insurance, there is one public sector bank. Non-life insurance, there are 6 public sector banks. So these were all nationalized to form LIC. So LIC was formed in the year 1956 to increase the penetration and protect policyholders from mismanagement. The non-life insurance business was nationalized to form GIC, General Insurance Corporation of India, in 1972. So LIC is 1956 and GIC is 1972. Then in 1993, we had the Malhotra Committee recommending opening up the insurance sector to private players. So here, until here, it was all public sector entities that were taking it up, and Malhotra Committee recommended to open it to private players. The IRDA, LIC and GIC Acts were passed in 1999, making IRDA the statutory regulatory body for insurance, that is Insurance Regulatory Development Authority of India, and ending the monopoly of LIC and GIC. So these 3 acts were passed in 1999. Then we have 2000 to 2014, wherein post-liberalization, the insurance industry recorded significant growth, wherein private players increased to about 46. So in just in this period of 6 years, it was suggested to opening up to private sector players, and in a span of 14 years, private players increased to 46 by 2017. In 2015, government introduced Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana and Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana. And the government also introduced Atal Pension Yojana and health insurance in 2015. So these are certain major events, with the last one being National Health Protection Scheme was proposed to be launched under the Ayushman Bharat that we were just talking about, wherein up to 5 lakh coverage to 100 million vulnerable families. Insurance companies raised more than 6 billion US dollars from public issues in 2017. Now let's have a look at, one second. Let's have a look at the notable trends in the insurance sector. So new distribution challenges like bank assurance, online distribution, and NBFCs have widened the reach and reduced the costs. Firms have tied up with local NGOs to target lucrative rural markets. In October 2018, Indian e-commerce major Flipkart entered the insurance partnership with Bajaj Alliance to offer mobile insurance. So we had Flipkart plus Bajaj Alliance in October 2018. Amazon India is also expected to enter the insurance market as an agent. In September 2018, India Post Payment Bank also partnered with Bajaj Alliance to distribute their products. So with Bajaj Alliance, we had first Flipkart, and then now we have India Post Payment Banks. Over the years, share price of the private sector in the life insurance segment has grown from 2% to 31 shares in the private sector, from 2% to 31.8%. Moving on, in the non-insurance segment, share of the private sector has increased to 55% from just a 14.5%. So you can see there is a rapid increase from 14.5% to 55.7%. The life insurance sector has witnessed the launch of innovative products such as unit-linked insurance plans. Other traditional products have been customized to meet specific needs of Indian customers. In September 2018, HDFC Ergo launched E@Secure, a cyber insurance policy for individuals. E@Secure. So cyber insurance policy. So how to remember this? E is nothing but electronic. So electronic is related to cyber security. So E@Secure. Large insurers continue to expand, focusing on cost rationalization and aligning business models to realize reported embedded value and generate value from future businesses rather just on focusing on the present profits. In Jan 2019, online insurance distribution platform Turtlemint raised $25 million in funding. So again, Turtlemint raised $25 million US dollars in funding. And as of November 2018, HDFC Ergo is in advanced talks to acquire Apollo Munich Health Insurance. So HDFC Ergo 2 points here, E@Secure and acquiring Apollo Munich Health Insurance. So these are certain initiatives and notable trends when it comes to the insurance sector in India. So next, coming to the types of banks that are there in India. So public sector banks. So as we all know, as the name suggests, these are mainly owned by the government itself. So banking in India traces back to the British era with the establishment of 3 banks by the British East India Company: Bank of Bengal, Bank of Bombay, and Bank of Madras. So these were the 3 banks that were established by the British East India Company. These banks later merged to form the Imperial Bank, which was acquired by the State Bank of India. So we had, so when we are talking about Imperial Bank, we have Bank of Bengal, Bombay, and Madras. And this was later acquired by the State Bank of India. So Reserve Bank of India was established in 1935, followed by the establishment of other significant banks such as Punjab National Bank, Bank of India, Canara Bank, and Indian Bank. Then in public sector banks, another pivotal moment was in the year 1969, with nationalization of 14 major scheduled commercial banks holding deposit of over 50 crore rupees. Nationalized banks included Central Bank of India, Bank of Maharashtra, Dena Bank, Punjab National Bank, Syndicate Bank, Canara Bank, Indian Overseas Bank, Indian Bank, Bank of Baroda, Union Bank, Allahabad Bank, Union Bank of India, UCO Bank, and Bank of India. So these are all the public sector banks. Governance issues and necessity for enhanced credit delivery prompted a second wave of bank nationalization. That is because the nationalization was the first time, the governance was not set in place, and that's why a second wave of bank nationalization also came into picture. In April 1918, 6 banks with deposit liability of over rupees 200 crores were nationalized. These banks were Andhra Bank, Corporation Bank, New Bank of India, Oriental Bank of Commerce, Punjab and Sindh Bank, and Vijaya Bank. The second wave of nationalization increased the number of public sector banks to 28. Now, public sector banks have been pivotal in India's development, expanding their branch networks and providing credit to vital sectors such as large industries, MSMEs, agriculture, trade, and retail. Additionally, they've also actively participated in the government's initiatives for financial inclusion. Then PSBs maintained dominance, that is holding 63.2% of overall bank credit and 66.9% of deposits. So when we are talking about public sector bank in the market as a whole, so 63.2% is the overall bank credit and 66.9% is the amount of deposit, both as on financial year 2018. Now, reforms include bad loan recognition, that is loans that are not likely to be payable, likely to be converted into bad debts. Tighter loan processes, that is making sure that enough scrutiny is done before a loan is advanced so that you make sure that the payment comes back to you. And monitoring mechanism to prevent a non-performing assets. So these are basically loans that are given out wherein the chances of repaying are very less. So this is how the sector is being transformed, that is identifying your bad loans, giving stringent policies while giving loans so that you don't have to suffer later, and also mechanism to prevent your non-performing asset. Government infuses capital and promoter consolidation for sector strength. Adaptable PSBs like SBI, Punjab National Bank, Canara Bank embrace retail banking and tech. So this is about public sector banks. Then recent reform merges 10 PSBs into 4, reducing the number of banks from 27 to 12. So 10 were reduced to 4, merged to 4. Mergers aim to create larger, more competitive banks with increased efficiency, because anytime we are looking at a merger, it is a synergy of both the sides, wherein both the banks would have had their own specialization, and with merger, the efficiency would have been increased. Key mergers include Punjab National Bank with Oriental Bank of Commerce and United Bank, Canara Bank with Syndicate Bank, and Indian Bank with Allahabad Bank, enhancing the business scale. So this is something that is very important. So we have Punjab National Bank and Oriental Bank of Commerce and United Bank. And then we have Canara Bank with Syndicate Bank and Indian Bank with Allahabad Bank. Next, coming to private sector banks. So private sector banks, as the name suggests, it is owned by individuals or private set of investors and not the government. So private sector banks comprise mostly of privately owned capital. Two types in India: old private sector banks as well as new private sector banks. So old private sector banks predate major nationalization but weren't included due to size or other factors, and they continued after banking reforms alongside new private banks and government banks. So the module has certain examples of old and new small private banks. So let's just quickly have a look at that. So we have old private sector banks that was on the verge of nationalization, but it was not nationalized due to certain issues. So 12 old private sector banks. Catholic Syrian Bank. So this is a whole list. We can refer to this to understand the 12 private sector banks in India. That is the old ones. And then we have new private sector banks. Again, a complete list is given. And then, just a minute, please. Yes, so we have old private sector banks and new private sector banks. So these are all available in our module. Next. Now, Indian economic reforms initiated due to the 1991 balance of payment crisis. So what is balance of payment? So it is how much your expenses are more or less than your revenue. Also applies in case of export. That is how much export is greater than the import within the country. Now, reforms dismantled the license permit Raj led by Mohan Singh under the PM Narasimha Rao. RBI under government Rangarajan established a new monetary structure. New banking licenses were issued in 1994 post the crisis stabilization. Notable licenses were granted to IDBI, ICICI, HDFC, UTI, Centurion Bank, Bank of Punjab, Times Bank, Global Trust Bank, and IndusInd Bank. Scandals were that Global Trust Bank failed and merged with the Oriental Bank of Commerce in 2004. Centurion Bank of Punjab and Times Bank merged with HDFC Bank. So these are all certain notable points when it comes to private sector banks in India. Now, let's talk about the corporation set up specifically for industrial development. So the first one is the Industrial Development Corporation of India, wherein in 1947, Indian capital market were underdeveloped with growing demand for capital. Existing commercial bank could not meet the long-term capital needs, and that's why Industrial Finance Corporation of India (IFCI) was established by the government in 1948. So IFCI, Industrial Finance Corporation of India, was established in the year 1948, and it aimed to support infrastructure and industrial growth, being India's first development financial institution. Now, it contributed to manufacturing of infrastructure, services, agriculture. Economic liberalization in 1991 changed the capital markets. IFCI became a company under 1956 and renamed itself to IFCI. IFCI is adopted through economic cycles supported by stakeholders, and it engages in long-term lending and optimizes core and non-core assets. And IFCI is also instrumental in establishing institutions like Stockholding Corporation, National Stock Exchange, LIC, Housing Finance, etc. The current subsidiaries are Stockholding Corporation of India, IFCI Venture Capital Fund, IFCI Factors, IFCI Infrastructure Development, and so on. Now, what are the products that are offered by IFCI? Okay, coming to the next part of the chapter, that is the IFCI. So a lot of products have been initiated by the IFCI. So IFCI is nothing but the Industrial Finance Corporation of India. So IFCI was established in the year July 1st, 1948. So it is the first development financial institution in India, and it is aimed to meet long-term finance needs of the industrial sector. So as the name itself suggests, it is Industrial Finance Corporation of India that is aimed to meet long-term finance needs of the industrial sector itself. It played a key role in modernizing Indian industry, promoting exports, substituting imports, and nurturing new industries. It offers products in three main segments. So we have project finance, corporate finance, and structured finance. And the services span across industries, services, and agro-based sectors. So IFCI's loan product. So basically, IFCI is nothing but Industrial Finance Corporation of India. So it's the first development financial institution in India, which is the first development financial institution in India. IFCI. It is aimed to meet long-term finance needs of the industrial sector, played a key role in modernizing Indian industry, and the three main segments. So we have project finance, corporate finance, structured finance, and the services span across industry, services, and agro-based sectors. So in this, when we are talking about project finance, so IFCI's professional team offers customized financial solutions for diverse project requirements, supports greenfield projects, brownfield projects, diversification, and modernization. So as the name itself suggests, project finance, it is for multiple projects. It covers various sectors under project finance. Project finance are powered, including renewable energy, telecommunication, roads, oil and gas, ports, airports, basic metals, chemicals, pharmaceuticals, electronics, textiles, real estate, smart cities, and urban infrastructure. So these are some of the sectors that come under the purview of project finance. Next, when we're talking about corporate finance, so corporate finance is wherein IFCI serves small, mid, and large corporates with diverse financial needs. So when we were talking about project finance, it was specifically related to that particular project. And when we were talking about corporate finance, it is for small, mid, and large scale corporates. IFCI offers financial solutions in area of corporate finance through balance sheet funding, loan against shares, lease rental discounting, promoter funding, long-term working capital requirements, capital expenditure, and regular maintenance, capex. So this is all related to business, or whatever amount is required for running of a business. It provides short-term loans up to 1 year for bridge financing and short-term working capital. So corporate finance, as the name itself suggests, it is for corporates or a business working model. Yes. Then we have syndication and advisory. So IFCI also offers customized corporate advisory services. So not only like it provides for finance, but it also provides for advisory services. It facilitates financial re-engineering for corporate houses and companies, utilizes experience in project appraisal, documentation, syndication, and product design. So whatever experience is available, project appraisal, that is analyzing the project, documentation, syndication, and product design, provides comprehensive end-to-end financial solution for corporates, conducts debt and equity syndication and advisory services, secured new assignment in financial and investment appraisal, business re-engineering, and advising activities. So IFCI's products, so first one we saw with project finance, then we saw corporate finance, and then we saw syndication and advisory. And then we have structured product wherein IFCI offers structured debt or mezzanine financing solutions. It provides optimal financing for sponsor financing, acquisition financing, pre-IPO financing, and off-balance sheet structured solutions. So if you see here, these are very specific tailor-made financing solutions that IFCI offers: sponsor financing, acquisition financing, pre-IPO financing, and off-balance sheet structured solution. So these are all the finances that are being offered by the Industrial Finance Corporation of India. So the next body that we are going to study about is the SIDBI, that is the Small Industries Development Bank of India. So as we all know, as the name indicates, it focuses on development of small industries in India. So let's understand when this was established. So SIDBI was established on April 2, 1990 under the Indian Parliament. So 1990. SIDBI was established in 1990. It acts as a principal financial institution for promotion, financing, and development of the MSME sector. So when we are talking about SIDBI, it is the medium, small, and micro, small, and medium enterprises sector. It coordinates the functions of institutions engaged in similar activities, aligns initiatives with national goals of poverty alleviation, employment generation, entrepreneurship, and fostering the competitiveness in the MSME sectors. So again, Small Industries Development Bank of India, like the name itself suggests, small industries or MSME, established in the year 1990. And it focuses on activities that are like a national aim, that is poverty alleviation, employment generation, entrepreneurship, competitiveness, etc. So again, there are a few milestones and initiatives in the for SIDBI that are provided for in our module. So let's quickly have a look at that. Yes, so key initiatives over more than past 25 years of trial. Okay, so we have key initiatives and then we will look at the milestones. So let's first look at the key initiatives. So providing a cumulative assistance of around 5.40 lakh crores channelized into MSME segment. So 5.40 lakh crore has been provided as assistance, directly impacting over 360 lakh enterprises through its branch network of 80 offices spread across the country. So SIDBI has 80 offices spread across the country, as well as through the network of branch institutions having more than 1.2 lakh branches across the country, extending loans, equity and quasi-equity aggregating to 13,689 crores, benefiting 356 lakh disadvantaged people, mostly women, through its microfinance operations. So since we are talking about Small Industries Development Bank of India, microfinance becomes an important aspect of it. Deepening its outreach by nurturing and evolving more than 100 microfinance institutions who have emerged as strong and viable financial intermediaries serving the unserved, supporting more than 1.16 lakh budding and existing entrepreneurs by infusing skills and skilling initiatives, facilitating institutions building by adopting a SIDBI plus approach and creating its subsidiary and associate institutions for providing impetus to the growth of MSME ecosystem. So it is not only functioning standalone, but it is also established its subsidiary so that they are also able to cater to the needs of the MSME sector. And then developing a passionate pool of 1,000+ professionals with 22% women and 40% belonging to SC, ST, and OBC category for serving to the needs of the dynamic in the consistently evolving MSME sector. So within MSME also, when it comes to the professionals, so they are focusing on inclusiveness, that is also including women and SC, ST entrepreneurs. So what are some of the key milestones when we are talking about a journey of SIDBI? So like we studied earlier, 1990 was when SIDBI was set up. 1994 was foundation of the Microfinance late. Then 1995, Technology Bureau for Small Company was set up, which was converted into India SME Technology Services. Then 1999, we have setting up of SIDBI Venture Capital Fund. Venture capital is basically a source of funding that is given when a business has been started. Then setting up of Credit Guarantee Fund Trust for MSME, micro and small enterprises in the year 2000. In 2005, we have setting up of Smera Ratings Limited. 2008 was the birth of SME Asset Reconstruction Company Limited, ISAR. And then 2015, we had set up Mudra. 2016, Trade Receivables Discounting System. 2017, Certified Credit Counselor. And 2018, MSME Pulse and Crisidex. So these are like certain milestones when it comes to the journey of SIDBI in India. Yes. Coming to regional rural banks, so like we were discussing earlier, regional rural banks are set up in the rural and the semi-urban areas to cater to the financial needs. So now these were established under an ordinance on September 26, 1975 and RRB Act 1976. So this is where, so when we were seeing SIDBI was introduced. So SIDBI was established in the year 1990 and Regional Rural Bank was established in the year 1975. So the purpose is to provide banking and credit facility for agriculture and rural sectors. So when we are talking about rural, the focus is primarily on agriculture and rural sectors. The initial setup, so in the year 1975, there were 5 RRBs that were set up, and these were basis the recommendation of the Narasimhan Committee. So Narasimhan Committee is the one that set up RRBs in India, and initially 5 RRBs were set up. The first RRB was known as Prathama Bank, held with the head office in Moradabad, Uttar Pradesh, with an authorized capital of 5 crores. So Prathama Bank, name itself indicates that it is the first one. So Prathama is first. So first regional rural bank was Prathama in Moradabad, UP, and authorized share capital of 5 crore. Authorized share capital is basically the total amount of share capital that a company is allowed to issue at any given point of time. Then, so first one was Prathama Bank in Moradabad, UP. First Eastern region RRB was Gaur Gramin Bank in Malda, West Bengal. So specifically, we are talking about Eastern region. So it was Gaur Gramin Bank in Malda of West Bengal. The ownership of RRB is central government of 50%, sponsorship bank of 35%, and state government of 15%. So sponsorship bank is basically the private sector or any bank that takes up the sponsorship of RRB, and that contribution is 35%. Central government. So central government we have is 50%. Then we have sponsorship bank that is 35%. And then we have state government which is 15%. The current structure is that India has 56 operational RRBs with a plan to reduce them to 36 or 38 or below for better operational efficiency. So why instead of expanding, we are looking at reducing the number of RRBs so that the focus is maintained, and lesser the number of RRB, better the efficiency because supervision also gets easier. Then future plans of RRB include consolidation and differentiated banking strategies, including merging some RRBs with their sponsoring banks. So sponsoring banks are the ones who are sponsoring around, who have a ownership of around 35% in the regional rural bank. So if these are merged with the sponsoring bank itself, then the number of RRBs is going to reduce. Then we have cooperative banks, which are an institution, like the name suggests, which is established on a cooperative basis and dealing in ordinary banking business. So the business is basic banking itself, but it is established on a cooperative basis. Like other banks, the cooperative banks are founded by collecting funds through shares, accepting deposit, and granting loans. So cooperative banks are basically created by like a community of individuals, and these are again by collecting funds through shares, accepting deposit, and granting loans. Now, we need to understand the difference between cooperative banks and joint stock banks. So, cooperative banks, like the name itself suggests, it is based on mutual cooperation, and joint stock banks is basically banks which have been started by issue of shares itself. So, let's understand the two key differences between cooperative banks and joint stock banks. So cooperative banks issue shares of unlimited liability, whereas joint stock banks, the stock itself is nothing but shares. So it issues shares of limited liability. Voting rights. So one shareholder has one vote regardless of the number of shares held. Voting rights determined by the number of shares owned. So joint stock bank is just like our registered company under the Companies Act. Cooperative bank is primarily concerned with rural credit and support and agriculture activities. Then joint stock banks is focused on credit requirements of the trade and industry. So if you see cooperative banks is rural, joint stock bank is trade industry. Then federal structure with primary credit score, central cooperative banks at district level, and state cooperative bank at state level. Then there is no such federal structure when it comes to joint stock banks. Cooperative credit societies are spread across villages nationwide. So these are similar societies started by communities, wherein again people bring in, pool in their money, and this will be lent to those who require the money. It is concentrated in urban areas, especially big cities. So joint stock bank is like our regular working company with limited liability. Voting rights will be on the number of shares that you have held. Your focus is on trade and it is a centralized approach. Whereas then in case of cooperative banks, there is unlimited liability. One shareholder, one vote. Focus is on rural. There's a decentralized structure that is central cooperative banks at district level and state cooperative banks at the state level. And lastly, these credit societies are also spread across the villages in the whole country. Now, let's just look at the history of cooperative banks. That is, how did it originate, and what is the way in which it took the shape in the Indian economy. So origin, the cooperative movement in India began to address rural credit issues. So like we know, cooperative banks focus mainly on the rural financing. The first act, Cooperative Societies Act of 1904, aimed to establish cooperative credit society for thrift, self-help and cooperation. So why self-help? So these all communities come together, they contribute the money, and this money will be used for the benefit of the members only at a very nominal interest rate. The first act was the Cooperative Societies Act of 1904. Second act was Cooperative Society Act of 1912, and it is a union. There is a union which consists of primarily societies. So then there are central bank and provision bank as well. Pre-independence progress, so limited success, cooperative credit accounted only for 3.1% of total rural credit. So in the beginning, the progress was very slow, wherein only 3.1% of the total rural credit was provided by cooperative bank. Yes. So now these are the type of cooperative credit institutions. So far, what did we understand? We understood the meaning of cooperative bank. We understood how they are different from joint stock banks. And we also understood the history that falls behind the cooperative bank. So now let's understand the type of cooperative credit institution. Let's quickly go back to the module for this. Yes. So there are different types of cooperative credit institutions working in India. These institutions can be classified into two broad categories. So we have agricultural and non-agricultural. Agricultural credit institution dominate the entire cooperative credit structure, because firstly, cooperative credit is meant for the rural financing. Specifically in that, agriculture is the main focus. Agricultural credit institutions are further divided into short-term agricultural credit and long-term agricultural credit institutions. So now Within cooperative banking, we have agriculture, non-agriculture. Within agriculture, we have short-term and long-term. The short-term agricultural credit institutions, which cater to the short-term financial needs of agriculturists, have a three-tier federal structure. At the apex, there is state cooperative bank. At district, there are central cooperative banks. So let's not get confused with central, meaning at the central level, but it is as a district level. And lastly is the village level. There are primary agricultural credit societies. So when we are talking about state level, there are state cooperative banks. Then when we are talking about district, there is central cooperative banks. And then when we are talking about village, there is primary cooperative banks or cooperative societies. Yes. So here, like we were discussing, cooperative credit institutions, we have two main categories. That is, first one agriculture, second one non-agriculture. Even in agriculture, we have short-term and long-term. And under that, the three types that we just studied, we have state cooperative, central cooperative, and primary agricultural credit societies. So this is how the structure of cooperative society exists in India. Now, coming to the types of cooperatives, so the first one is central. So we just studied that central cooperative bank is related to and are set up in districts. So these banks are organized and operated at the district level and can be of two types: cooperative banking union and mixed control cooperative bank. What exactly are these is given further. In the first, the members of the bank are the cooperative societies only. So here in cooperative banking union is like a culmination of a similar types of entities or similar types of investors. So when it comes to union here, the members are the cooperative societies itself. When it comes to cooperative banking union, so cooperative societies itself is the union. And then mixed control cooperative bank. So as the name suggests, there is a mixed control, which means that individuals can also be members. So here members can be cooperative societies along with individual. Then the central cooperative banks lend money mainly to affiliated primary societies with a typical loan lending between 1 to 3 years. So central cooperative bank, we have cooperative banking union, mixed control cooperative bank, and the loan tenure is usually between 1 to 3 years. So this is about our first type of cooperative bank, the central cooperative bank. Coming to the state cooperative banks, so these are organized and operated at the district level and rest at the top of hierarchy in the cooperative credit structure. With the help of a state cooperative bank, the RBI funds the cooperative institutions. These banks also get loans at an interest rate of 1% or 2%. So this is actually state level. Yeah. So these banks also get loan at an interest rate of 1 to 2% lower than the standard bank rate. So this is not interest rate of 1 to 2%, but it is the amount that is lesser than our standard bank rate. So if the standard bank rate is say 5.5%, then a state cooperative bank would give them at a 4 or a 4.5%. Then we have primary cooperative bank, which with the focus in urban and semi-urban region. Thus, they are not considered as agricultural credit society. Primary cooperative banks receive concessional refinance service from RBI and IDBI from time to time to offer housing loans and other types of loans that can be used for small businesses. So the main focus of cooperative banks is always going to be small businesses. And within that, there are three types like we studied: central, state, and primary cooperative bank. Then we also have land development banks, which have again three tiers. So we have primary, state, as well as center. So these offer credit services to the farmer for developmental purposes. So what developmental purposes? Agricultural land. So when we're talking about land development purposes, so this is to help out the farmers in developing their land. They used to be regulated by RBI as well as state governments. However, this responsibility was recently transferred to the National Bank for Agricultural and Rural Development. So why do you think it has been transferred? So the rationale is that the NABARD focuses on agricultural development, and land development also focuses on the land that is required for agriculture. So that's why this responsibility has been shifted from RBI to the NABARD when it comes to land development banks. Yes. So now the next important institution when it comes to the Indian financial market setup is the non-banking financial companies. So far, let's quickly analyze what we have gone through so far. So we have understood Indian financial institution. Then we have seen various institutions that have been set up, like the mutual funds, like Industrial Finance Corporation of India, like SIDBI. So we have gone through multiple entities established as a part of the Indian finance and the Indian economy. And one of the most important one, which has gained importance recently, is the non-banking financial company, or better known as NBFC. What exactly is an NBFC? So NBFC are companies registered under the Companies Act 1956, and they are engaged in loans and advances. So this is a banking company itself. So they are engaged in loans and advances, acquisition of shares, stocks, bonds, debentures, securities, leasing, hire purchase, insurance business, chit business. It does not include companies with principal business in agriculture, industry, or real estate. So this is more or less similar to what a normal banking company does. It was established under the Companies Act 1956. But how is it different from banks? So NBFCs cannot accept demand deposit. It cannot participate in the payment and settlement system, cannot issue a check drawn upon themselves, that is drawn upon the NBFCs only, and no deposit insurance from Deposit Insurance and Credit Guarantee Corporation. So this is a very important point. Cannot accept demand deposit, cannot participate in payment and settlement system, cannot issue checks drawn on itself, and no deposit insurance as well. So even though NBFC is a banking company, these are four traits that differentiates it entirely from a normal bank. So then there are standard NBFCs with general lending and investment, and residuary NBFCs, that is receiving deposit under various schemes. So this is what an NBFC does, and this is how NBFC is different from a bank along with its types. So now specifically under NBFC, there are various types of companies, starting with the asset finance company. So as the name suggests, financing is provided for procurement of assets that are required as a part of your business operations. So asset finance company, or AFC, focuses on financing physical assets supporting productive or economic activities. So financing physical assets. So this is the main aim of the asset finance company. Examples of financed assets are automobiles, tractors, lathe machines, generator sets, earth moving and material handling equipment, general purpose industrial machines. So this is all the machines that is used as a part of your business. And this is something wherein if any financing is required, any funding is required to maybe procure this asset, then asset finance companies can help out here. Principal business criteria is that 60% of total asset and income must be coming from funding physical assets and their associated economic activities. So one thing is the focus is on real and physical. So these are like tangible assets that AFC focuses on. So AFC focuses on financing physical assets. Examples of physical assets have been given, and 60% of assets and income. So 60% of asset and income should come from financing real or physical assets. Next, we have investment company. So investment company, as the name suggests, so the primary business itself is investment in securities. So IC means any company which is a financial institution carrying on as its principal business of acquisition of securities. So when it comes to the type of NBFC, it is very easy to remember because the name itself will suggest what that particular company is doing. So in case of investment company, the primary business is acquisition of securities. Yes. Next, when we're talking about loan company, so loan company is any company which is a financial institution carrying on the principal business of providing of finance. So again, name suggests loan company. So the business is primarily focusing on providing of finance, whether by making loans or advances or otherwise by any other activity than its own, but does not include an asset finance company. So why are we so specific? Asset finance company also does the work of lending loans, but they are so specific that they are a separate category in itself. So loan company does not include an AFC. AFC also does the work of financing or providing finance wherever required in terms of asset acquisition. Loan companies also that, but it specifically does not include an AFC. Then we have the infrastructure finance companies. Again, the name suggests, again, infrastructure finance. So the loan is provided in the field of infrastructure. So let us look at the criteria that we have. 75% of its total assets is infrastructure loan. So when we were talking about AFC, so in AFC, 60% was in financing the assets. And when we come up to infrastructure financing companies, it is greater than 75% of assets. Minimum net owned funds of rupees 300 crore, credit rating of A or equivalent, and has a CRAR of 15%. So this is a very important type of NBFC when it comes, especially from a examination point of view, because there are so many limits. Let's quickly go through them. Infrastructure finance companies, 75% of assets has to be for infrastructure loans. Minimum net owned funds 300 crores, credit rating of A or equivalent, and CRAR of 15%. Next, infrastructure debt fund. So again, what is the difference between infrastructure finance company and infrastructure debt fund? So here specifically the way in which capital will be provided is in the form of debt. So it is to facilitate the flow of long-term debt into infrastructure projects. Infrastructure debt NBFC raises resources through issue of rupee or dollar denominated bonds of a minimum of 5-year maturity. And again, the debt is also long-term debt. Only infrastructure finance companies can sponsor IDF NBFC. So this is like a subset of this, wherein only IFCs can sponsor IDF NBFCs. So I hope the understanding and the difference between the two are clear. That is what is an infrastructure finance company and what is an infrastructure debt fund. Yes. Next up is the systematically important core investment companies. Again, this is the very, very important type of NBFC, which is focused on acquiring shares and securities. So when we were looking at when we were looking at investment company, it was acquisition of security. Loan company, it was providing of finance. So when we are looking at systematically important core investment, so again, the name itself suggests investment, which is acquiring shares and securities. Sorry. Yes. So here the criteria is very, very specific, wherein at least 90% of total assets have to be in equity shares, preference shares, debt, or loans in group company. So systematically important core investment company. So when we were talking about just investment company, it was investing and acquisition of securities at large. But this is like a subset wherein greater than 90% of total assets should be for your shares, preference shares, etc. So when we are talking about limits, in AFC, we had 60% towards financing assets. Then in infrastructure finance company, we had 75%. And in systematically important core investment company, we have 90% in shares. Then investment in equity shares of group companies, including instrument convertible into equity shares within 10 years, make up at least 60% of total assets. And it does not rate its investment in shares except through block sale for dilution or disinvestment. Then it does not engage in other financial activities as per section 451 except for investment in bank deposit, money market instrument, government instrument, loan, guarantees issued on behalf of group companies. So it is investment and it is very specific where the investment of the systematically important core investment company goes. Asset size should be a minimum of rupees 100 crore and it should accept public funds. So when we were talking about infrastructure finance company, so for IFC, the minimum net owned funds are required to be 300 crore. And when it comes to the core investment company, systematically important core investment company, the asset size is required to be 100 crore or more. Yes. Then we have a microfinance institution. So again, microfinance is a non-deposit taking NBFC with at least 85% of its asset in qualifying assets. 85% of assets in the qualifying assets criteria. The loan criteria. So microfinance, as the name suggests, it focuses on the small businesses. Rural household income should be less than 1 lakh rupees. Urban and semi-urban household income should be less than 1,60,000. Loan amount limit. So the first cycle you will get 50,000 rupees, and in the subsequent cycles you will get up to 1 lakh rupees. So like the name suggests, it is a microfinance institution. 85% in qualifying asset. Your rural income in a year should not be more than 1 lakh. Semi-urban income not more than 1.6 lakhs. And the first cycle you will get 50,000 rupees, and the next cycle onwards you will get 1 lakh rupees. Then total borrower indebtedness is required to be rupees 1 lakh itself at given a point of time. And the loan tenure. So there is a minimum of 24 months for loan amount of greater than 15,000. So if the amount of loan exceeds 15,000, then there has to be a minimum of 24 months. Loans extended without collateral. There are no loans, there are no collaterals that are required specifically. At least 50% of total loans given by the microfinance institutions must be for income generation. Loan repayment option are weekly, fortnightly, or monthly installments as per the borrower's choice itself. Yes. So lastly, we have NBFC factors, which is a non-deposit taking NBFC engaged in the principal business of factoring. So financial assets in the factoring business should constitute at least 50% of total assets, and income should be 50% of total income. Then we have mortgage guarantee company. So again, okay, I think there has been a misspelling here. We'll just get back to our module to understand mortgage finance companies. Yes, mortgage guarantee companies are financial institutions for which 90% of business turnover is mortgage guarantee itself, or 90% of the gross income is for mortgage guarantee, and net owned fund is of rupees 100 crores. So in case of mortgage guarantee company, 90% is the requirement. In case of factoring, 50% is the requirement. And then the last one is non-operative financial holding company, basically a financial institution through which promoters can set up a new bank and is a wholly owned non-operative financial holding company. This will hold the bank as well as other financial companies regulated by RBI or other financial sector regulator as allowed under applicable regulations. So these are all the types of NBFCs that are set up in the country. So NBFCs, like we were studying, let's quickly revise what NBFC is and what were the types that we were looking at. So it is a company registered under the Companies Act dealing with all the banking activities, that is loans and advances, shares, leasing, insurance business. However, it does not accept a deposit, a demand deposit, do not participate in payment and settlement system, cannot issue checks drawn on themselves, no deposit insurance from the deposit insurance and credit guarantee. Then we saw different type, asset financing company, physical assets, 60% to be towards assets itself, real or physical assets. Investment company talks about acquisition of securities. Loan company specifically for providing of finance, but does not include a asset finance company. Infrastructure finance company, 75% in infrastructure fund, minimum net owned fund 300 crore, minimum credit rating A, CRAR 15%. Infrastructure debt fund can be sponsored only by your IFC, long-term debt with bonds of over 5-year maturity. Then systematically important core investment company, like the name suggests, dealing with acquisition of shares and securities. 90% of total assets should be deployed for this. And investment in equity shares of group companies should be 60%. So equity shares of group companies should be 60%. Does not trade in investment in shares, etc. Then continuing, the asset size is required to be 100 crore. Then microfinance institution, 85% should be in qualifying assets. So your loan criteria is that your rural income is less than 1 lakh, urban or semi-urban less than 1.6 lakh. First cycle, you'll get 50,000. Subsequent cycle onwards, you'll get 1 lakh rupees. Loan indebtedness total for a particular borrower should not exceed 1 lakh. And loan tenure, minimum 24 months for loan amounts if the amount exceeds 15,000 rupees. And at least 50% of total loan should be with an aim of income generation. We have factoring, wherein 50% is to be focused on factoring. Then we have mortgage guarantee companies, wherein 90% is required to be focused on principal on mortgage guarantee providing. And lastly, we have the non-operative financial holding company. So I hope the whole concept of NBFC and what is it, why is it so different from banks, and what are the various types of NBFCs that are currently functioning in the company are clear. Yes. So now basis of capital market, that is types of shares and debentures. So now when we talk about a capital market, we have shares and we have debentures. So let's understand the difference between both shares as well as debentures. So shares are like investing in the stock of the company wherein you will get a ownership, and in return for shares, the shareholders are going to get a dividend that will be paid to them. However, the payment of dividend is not certain. Coming to debentures, so debentures are like a loan-like instrument wherein for debentures, the debenture holders will advance the money as loan, wherein regular interest payment will have to be done. So in case of shares, the payment of dividend is optional. But in case of debenture, payment of interest is mandatory at a regular interval, be it half yearly or yearly. Debenture will not give the debenture holder a ownership in the company, but shares will give the shareholders a ownership and a right to participate in the company's decisions. So let's quickly look at the Indian capital market. So the capital market history in India dates back to the 18th century with trading of East India Company securities. So it started in 18th century. Until the late 19th century, trading was unorganized, centered mainly in Bombay and Calcutta. So starting trading was unorganized. Bombay and Calcutta were the two hubs for trading. Bombay emerged as the primary trading center, particularly for bank shares, due to its significant role as a significant supplier of cotton during the American Civil War. The trading boom during this period led to the first rise in share prices in India's capital market history, followed by a slump on July 1st, 1865. Trading initially involved a small group of brokers who formed the Native Shares and Stock Brokers Association in Bombay in 1875. So earlier trading, there was focus only in two cities, Mumbai and Calcutta. And out of this, the group brokers also created a association, namely Native Shares and Stock Brokers Association in Bombay in the year 1875. Yes. When we come to the next part of it, stock exchanges were later established in Calcutta and Ahmedabad, with the Bombay Stock Exchange officially recognized in 1927. So this is an important milestone. India's capital market remained relatively inactive until the 1970s. So it was not very active. It was active, but it was relatively inactive. India's capital market, yeah. Partial economic liberalization in the 1990s brought about some activity, but the comprehensive economic reforms in 1990s spurred significant growth. So stock market were mostly inactive under 1970, but in 1990, because of the whole economic reforms, there was some significant growth. Today, India's capital markets are efficient, tradable, resilient, and stable compared to those in advanced economies. And they have demonstrated maturity by withstanding periods of stress, including Asian financial stress, global financial crisis, and the taper tantrum in 2013. So, Indian financial market or stock market has stayed strong through all of these crises, and it is one of the fastest developing economies when compared to the other advanced economies as well. Now, types of shares. So whenever, even within share capital. So first we were understanding the difference between shares and debentures. Now, even in shares, we have equity shares and then we have preference shares. So equity shares are like ordinary shares, which the shareholders get no preference at all. Whereas preference shares are shares wherein shareholders will get preference, firstly in terms of dividend payment, and secondly in terms of repayment at the time of liquidation. So it is like a preference over the equity shareholders. So equity shareholders are like the ultimate owners, because the end of all of it is when the equity shareholders will be paid. So equity shares, also known as ordinary or common shares, represent ownership in a company and entitle holder to control and dividends. Equity shareholders have voting rights and claim on assets, with dividend paid after preference shares. So first dividend is paid to preference shareholders and then it is paid to equity shareholders. So preference is given to the preference shareholders first. Dividend rates depend on company profits, varying from higher dividends to none at all. Again, if a company has profited in a particular year, then the company can decide to give back to the shareholders a certain amount as dividend. However, if the company has not earned enough profit or is running in losses, then it is the company's decision whether to give dividends or not give them at all. Equity shares are the primary source of company finance, offering various types like authorized, issued, subscribed, paid up, rights, bonus, and sweat equity shares. We'll also understand these types of share capital a little later. Equity shares value is expressed in face value, issue price, book value, market value, intrinsic value, and stock market value. So face value is the base value of that particular share. Issue price is in addition to the face value. What is the price? Are you issuing at a premium? Are you issuing at par? Book value is the one that is registered in your books of accounts. Market value is currently what the market is willing to pay for your particular share. Then we have intrinsic value and stock market value. Companies often start with equity financing from owners or promoters before seeking additional capital from investors. So beginning for the first time, promoters and owners will be the one who will be funding the equity share capital. As company grows, they may require more capital, leading to IPOs where shares are offered to the public for the first time. And then there are FPOs, follow-on public offerings. That is, once IPO you have raised the money, any offering that you give after that will be a follow-up on public offering. So this is about equity shares, how it gives ownership rights and what are the various types of equity shares. So first one is authorized share capital. So authorized share capital is the maximum amount of capital that the company can issue. So while we are incorporating a company, we need to specify. So say for example, if I am saying maximum shares that I can issue can be of rupees 10 lakh, that will become my authorized share capital. So it is the maximum amount of capital which a company can issue. So this can increase it from time to time. However, for that, we need company with some formalities, also have to pay some fees to the legal body. So when we are increasing our authorized share capital, we need our board approval, we need our shareholder approval, we need to also inform the registrar of companies about it. Then issued share capital. So this is a part of authorized share capital which the company offers to investors. So say for example, my authorized capital is 10 lakh rupees, but out of that, I am issuing only 8 lakh rupees. Then subscribed is out of this 8 lakhs, how much is that the investor has agreed on? So 8 lakhs, say for example, investor has agreed on 6 lakhs. And if this 6 lakhs is paid up, then it becomes paid up share capital. So we have authorized the total amount that can be issued. Then we have issued out of authorized, how much are you actually issuing? Then we have 6 lakh, that is the subscribed capital, that is out of 8 lakh that is issued, how much is subscribed by the investors. And last one is paid up, which the investors finally pay. So normally all companies accept complete money in one shot, and therefore issued, subscribed and paid up capital becomes one and the same. So this is a common practice. Conceptually, paid up capital is the amount which a company actually invests in the business, because this is the money that you have actually received from your investors. Then we have rights shares and sweat equity shares. So when company needs further capital, they can opt for either of these two. So rights shares is when you are offering shares to your existing shareholders. That is, instead of having to look for new investors, you will offer the shares to the existing shareholders. And it will be the ratio in which they are currently holding the shares. So if they're holding equal amount of shares, then in that case, the ratio of offering will also be 1:1. So when we come to rights issue, these shares are those in which a company issues to its existing shareholders. The company issues such kind of shares in order to protect the ownership right of the existing investors. When we talk about sweat equity shares, so sweat equity shares are issued to exceptional employees or directors of the company for their exceptional job in terms of providing know-how or intellectual property. So like the name itself suggests, this is due to the hard-earned money and the effort that are put in by the workers, wherein they will get equity shares of the company at a concessional price, and this is in return for providing their know-how and intellectual property rights to the company. Then coming to the next part, that is the preference shares. So like we were discussing, preference shares are the ones that have preference in terms of dividend payment and in terms of giving money when it comes to liquidation. So preference shares, also known as preferred stocks, are shares with dividends paid before common stock dividends. Common stock dividends are nothing but our equity shares. So in bankruptcy, preferred stockholders have priority in receiving payments from company assets. So this is at the time of liquidation or whenever there is a bankruptcy. Preferred shares often offer fixed dividends unlike common stocks. So since there is a preference, then in terms of dividend, the income won't be that high because the amount is already fixed. Then preference shareholders typically lack voting rights while common shareholders usually have them. So equity shareholders have a voting right in all the matters that are being discussed by the company, but preference shareholders will be only able to vote on those that have matters that affect their interest directly. So can vote on matters that affect their interest directly. Now, again, in preference shares, we have different types of preference shares. The first one being cumulative preference shares, wherein if a dividend has not been paid for a particular year, then it will all accumulate and at once it will be paid. So preference dividend is payable if the company earns adequate profit. However, cumulative preference shares carry additional features which allow the preference shareholders to claim unpaid dividends. So if you have not been receiving dividends, then it will all accumulate and you will be paid it at a year when the company earns sufficient profit. Non-cumulative preference shares is if there is any unpaid dividend, it lapses at the end of that particular financial year and there is no right to claim unpaid dividend. So there is no right to pay unpaid dividend which could not be paid due to insufficient profits. So now, whenever there is insufficient profits, if you have a choice to accumulate the dividend, that is known as cumulative preference shares. And if you don't have a choice to accumulate your dividend, then these are non-cumulative preference shares. Then coming to the next part, redeemable preference shares is wherein the company can redeem this amount, that is payback after the expiry of a certain period. Then we have participating preference shares, then wherein the preference shareholders are entitled to share the surplus profit and surplus asset of the company in addition to the preference dividend. Non-participating, they are not entitled to surplus profit like participating shareholders. Convertible preference shares are the ones that can be converted into equity shares after a certain point of time. Non-convertible, that it will stay in the nature of preference shares throughout its life. So these were the different types of preference shares. So we have cumulative, non-cumulative, redeemable. Irredeemable preference shares is something that is not allowed by the Companies Act 2013. Then we have participating, non-participating, convertible, non-convertible preference shares. So we are almost towards the end of this chapter and the last few topics to discuss is debenture. So like we were discussing, debentures is like a type of a loan that is advanced by the public to the company, wherein in return, debenture holders will get a loan or will get interest. So the tenure is fixed, interest rate is fixed, and also the period of payment of this interest is fixed. That is the frequency is pre-decided. So debentures are long-term loans raised by a company through public borrowings. They are documents that outline repayment of principal, sum and interest, often secured against company assets. So debentures are secured in a way, and that's why the rate of interest is lower when compared to your dividends. So debenture holders are considered creditors of the company entitled to a fixed rate of interest because they are the one lending money to the company. And since the risk involved is less because these are secured, the interest rate is going to be less when you compare to your shares, be it equity or preference. Interest on debenture is a charge on the company's profit and loss account because you will be paying interest, which will be an expense. Then secured debentures have priority over other creditors in case of liquidation, typically with a floating charge over company assets. So floating charge is where the asset is not specifically determined, but we know that there is a charge on the company's assets. So again, we have secured debentures and then unsecured debentures. So like the name suggests, secured debenture is wherein the loan amount is secured by the asset of the company. This means the charge is created on such an asset in case default of repayment has happened. So in case the company does not have enough funds to repay such debentures, the said asset will be sold. So it is secured wherein the debenture holder can be assured that in case company is not able to pay back the money, then that particular asset will be sold. So the charge may be fixed, that is against a specific asset, or floating against all the assets of the firm. So any one of the asset of the firm can be sold in order to repay the loan. When it comes to unsecured debentures, so these are not secured by any charge, but however, this is something that's not a very common practice when it comes to the Indian market. Then we have redeemable debentures. So this is again something which is repayable at the part of the expiry of the term, which means that at the end of a specified period, they are payable either in lump sum or installments. And such debentures can be redeemable par premium or discount. So more than your face value, are you redeeming it at a premium? Are you giving your debenture holders a premium? Or are you taking the share debentures from them at a lesser price? Then we have irredeemable debentures. So such debentures are perpetual in nature where there is no fixed date when the redemption has to be done. They are redeemable when the company goes into liquidation, or they can be redeemable after an unspecified long time. So redeemable debentures, the time period of redemption is fixed. Irredeemable debentures, it's mostly perpetual and usually redeemable in the liquidation process. Then we have fully convertible debentures, wherein this will be converted into equity shares at the option of the options of the debenture holder. So these shares can be converted into equity shares at the option of the debenture holder. Actually, this is debenture. So these debentures can be converted into equity shares at the option of the debenture. So if he wishes after a specified time interval that all his shares will be converted to equity shares, and then he will become a shareholder. So if initially he wants a fixed income, that is a fixed rate of interest, and probably later he wants to take up ownership of the company when he is sure that the company is earning profit, so that time he can convert his debentures. Then we have partly convertible debentures, wherein again, like the name suggests, partially you can convert the debentures. So if he opts, then he'll be both a creditor and the shareholder. Creditor because you hold debentures of the company, and shareholders because you have shares of the company. So whenever conversion is happening, it's usually conversion into equity shares of the company. Non-convertible debentures, there is no option at all. These will have to remain debenture till their maturity. And these are the most common types of debenture, better known as NCDs. So these are the types of debentures that we have as a part. And lastly, we have bearer debentures and registers debentures. So bearer debentures are those which do not have a fixed owner as such. These can be transferred merely by delivery, and then interest is paid to the person who produces the interest coupon attached to such debentures. So bearer debenture is basically the holder becomes the owner. So there is no specific holder that is mentioned in the instrument. And registered debentures are those which are payable to the person who appear in the register of debenture holders. So the names are identified, and specifically only those are the debenture holders. And these can be transferred only by executing a transfer deed. Interest is paid to the register holder itself. So here in case of bearer debentures, interest is paid to the person who produces the interest coupon attached to such debenture. So this could be any holder. Registered debenture, the interest will be paid to those whose name appear in the register of debenture holder. So these were the three types in which companies could get capital. So we had share capital and debentures. Then we had equity shares and preference shares. And then we had debentures. And within these, we understood the different types that exist. So now coming to the last part of the chapter, that is the financial assistance for the small, medium enterprises and startups. Yes. So yeah, when we talk about financial assistance scenario for small and medium enterprises in India, so now let's understand what is it. So there are various schemes launched by the Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises and Government of India for providing financial assistance to the SME sector. However, in this section, we would restrict our discussion to certain selected schemes. So the first one is the Spurti, which is a scheme of fund regeneration of traditional industries. So again, objective of this is to traditional industries. So like the name itself suggests, it is traditional industries and artisans to make them competitive, provide support for their long-term sustainability and sustained employment, and then to equip traditional artisans for associated clusters with the improved skill, to make provision for common facilities, tools, and equipments for the artisans, to strengthen the cluster governance system with active participation of shareholders, and to build up innovative and traditional skills, improved technology, advanced processes. So like the name suggests, traditional industries or artisans. So the primary focus of this scheme is that the nature of assistance is it is provided for a specific project and maximum of 8 crores. So rupees 8 crores can be provided as a part of any given project. And who can apply? NGOs, institutions of central or state governments, field functionaries of state government, panchayat raj institutions, and the private sector also by specific SPVs and CSR foundations. So traditional and artisan. And again, 8 crore is the maximum amount of support that can be provided, and very specific entities can apply for this. Then, scheme for promotion of innovation, rural industries and entrepreneurship, or Aspire. Scheme for promotion of innovation, rural industries and entrepreneurship. Very important acronym. So objective, as the name suggests, new job and reduce unemployment. promote entrepreneurship culture in India. So when we look at entrepreneurship, so entrepreneurship is aimed at two things majorly. One is wealth generation, second one is employment generation. So when we're talking about entrepreneurship in India, obviously creation of jobs is going to be the first main criteria. Promote entrepreneurship culture, grassroots economic level at economic development at the district level, facilitate innovative business solution for unmet social needs, and promote innovation to further strengthen the competitiveness of the MSME sector. So again, the nature of assistance here is 80 livelihood business incubators to be set up by this and or any other institution. So 80 livelihood business incubators will be set up by this. Then a one-time grant of 100% of the cost of plant and machinery other than the land and infrastructure, or an amount of rupees 100 lakhs, whichever is less to be provided. So it means that a maximum of rupees 100 lakhs will be provided for plant and machinery set up in addition to the 80 livelihood business incubators. In case of incubation centers to be set up under the PPP mode or any other institution, one-time grant of 50% of cost of machinery will be provided, or 50 lakhs, whichever is lesser. So a maximum of 50 lakh rupees will be provided. Assistance toward training costs will be met out of the ATI scheme of the ministry as far as both possible centers. So first one that we had was specifically for traditional industries, that is Spurti, scheme for fund regeneration of traditional industry. And next one we had Aspire, scheme for promotion of innovation, rural industries and entrepreneurship. Next one, we have entrepreneurship and skill development program. So like the name itself suggests, it's basically training the youth on skills that are important for flourishing in the economy. So entrepreneurship development programs are being organized regularly to nurture the talent of youth by enlightening them on various aspects of industrial activities requiring for set up the micro or small enterprises. These EDPs, entrepreneurship development program, are generally conducted in ITIs, polytechnics and other technical institutions where skill is available to motivate them towards self-employment. Nature of assistance, 20% of total ESDPs are conducted exclusively for weaker sections of the society. So 20% the focus is on weaker section of society, with a stipend of rupees 500 per month per candidate. So in addition to providing training, stipend will also be provided, especially to the weaker sections of the society. And who can apply for the entrepreneurship and skill development program? So these programs are conducted by the MSME DIs of the ministry. And lastly, we have national scheme of National Industries Corporation, NSIC, wherein the various schemes are single point registration, that the government is the single largest buyer of variety of goods with a view to increase the shares of purchases from the small scale sector. The government store purchase program was launched in the year 1955 to 1956, and this registers MSCs under a single point registration for participation in government purchases. So these were about the various schemes that were introduced, and next we will talk about financial assistance for startups. So let's look at how much part of the chapter is still left. So we have three concepts that we have, and then we will be done with this chapter. So now, coming to financial assistance for startups. So there are numerous schemes launched by the government India for financing of startup. This covers three schemes. So we have venture capital scheme, support for international and patent protection, and stand up for India. Now, venture capital assistance scheme, so better known as VC. So this is like a seed capital that is given at the time of inception of any given business. So this scheme is run by Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers. So venture capital assistance is financial support in the form of an interest-free loan provided by the SFAC. To qualifying projects to meet shortfall in the capital requirement. So the benefits are, it helps in assisting agripreneurs, that is entrepreneurs in the field of agriculture, to make investment in setting up agribusiness projects through financial participation. It provides financial supports for preparation of bankable detailed project reports through project development facility. Who can apply as a part of the venture capital scheme? We have farmers, producer group, and partnership proprietary firms, self-help groups, companies, agripreneurs, units in agri-export zone, and agriculture graduates individually. So this venture capital assistance scheme mainly focuses on agriculture welfare or agriculture development.
Next, the second one that it comes for is for the support for international patent protection in electronic and information technology, or the IT field. So this scheme is managed by the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. So like the name itself suggests, the name of the ministry is also the same. So this is a scheme to provide support to MSMEs and technology startup units, especially from a viewpoint of international patent filing, to encourage innovation and recognize the value. So when we are talking about eligibility criteria, the applicant should be registered under the MSME Development Act of 2006. And so firstly, MSME Development Act of 2006, and depending on however the act is amended from time to time. The applicant should be a registered company under the Companies Act and Government of India, and should fulfill the investment limit in plant and machinery as per the MSME Act. So first one, it has to be registered under the MSME Development Act. And secondly, it is supposed to be registered as a company. Now, the applicant should be a registered STP unit and should also fulfill the investment limit as given in MSME Development Act. So it is supposed to be a STP unit. And it should be a technology incubation enterprise or startup located in an incubation center or park and registered as a company, and should fulfill the investment limit. So it has to be a technology incubation enterprise. Then last scheme that we have here is the Standup India for financing SC, ST and women entrepreneurs, wherein this is about inclusiveness. So this will be managed by the SIDBI, that is the Small Industries Development Bank of India. So Standup India scheme facilitates bank loan between 10 lakh to 1 crore to at least one scheduled caste or scheduled tribe borrower, one woman per branch in a greenfield enterprise. So greenfield setup is a setup wherein the first time you are establishing a business in that particular area or region or that particular industry. So this enterprise may be manufacturing, services or trading sector. In case of non-individual enterprises, at least 51% of shareholding and controlling state should be either by SC, ST or a woman entrepreneur. Again, there are certain eligibility. So they should be a major 18 years of age. It is only available for greenfield projects, so the first time venture of that particular beneficiary. In case of non-individual enterprises, 51% of controlling stake should be SC, ST or women, and borrower should not be in default to any bank or financial institution. So these are certain schemes that have been started by the government of India with a view to provide encouragement to startups, with a view to foster the economic success. So this was about chapter 4, that is the Indian financial market, wherein we saw how the financial market functions, what are the various components of financial market, what are the various industries that are set up, and what are the schemes that are available, which will focus on the economic development of the country. So I hope this chapter is clear, and if you have any doubts, please feel free to post them in the comment section below, and we will be happy to help you out. Thank you so much. Until then, see you in the next class. Hi all, welcome back to another class of CSEET Economics. So today our topic is Indian economy. So as a part of this chapter, we will be understanding the Indian economy at large. That is, what is the primary focus of the Indian economy, what is the primary contributor, secondary as well as the tertiary contributors. Moving ahead with the chapter, we will also be understanding the various types of investments that are possible. That is foreign direct investment, foreign portfolio investment, and foreign institutional investments. So now, what do you think contributes the most to the Indian economy? What forms a major part of the Indian economy? So the primary focus is agriculture. Agriculture is one of the prime contributors in the field of Indian economy. So let's understand more about agriculture. So when we say about the primary focus, our primary focus is agriculture and the allied activities, that is all the related activities. So let's read this. Agriculture is the primary source of livelihood for about 58% of the Indian population. So 58% of Indian population depends on agriculture. The gross value added by agriculture, forestry and fishing, so these are the allied activities, that is forestry and fishing, is estimated at rupees 18.53 trillion in FY 2018. So let's quickly write these down. So firstly, we have about, so when we are talking about agriculture, just a minute, please. Yes, so when we are talking about 1 minute. So when we are talking about agriculture, so this one, it is the livelihood for about 58% of Indian population. 58% of Indian population, and the contributor was 18.53 trillion rupees as on FY 2018. So this is how important agriculture is to the Indian economy. The Indian food industry is poised for huge growth, increasing its contribution to the world food trade every year due to its immense potential for value addition, particularly within the food processing industry. The Indian food and grocery market is the world's sixth largest, with retail contributing to 70% of the sales. So out of wholesale and retail is 70%, wholesale is 30%, and it is the sixth largest food and grocery market in the world. The Indian food processing industry accounts for 32% of the country's total food market, one of the largest industries in India, and is ranked fifth in terms of production. So production, when compared to what? When compared to other goods that are being produced in the country. It contributes around 8.80 and 8.39% of gross value added in manufacture as well as agriculture, respectively. 13% of India's exports and 6% of total industrial investment. So this is how important agriculture is to the Indian economy. So firstly, the first point that we understood was it is the livelihood of 58% of Indian population. Then the value is around 18.53 trillion as on FY 2018. World's sixth largest food and grocery market is India, with retail giving us about 70%. Then we have the food processing industry, which contributes to 30% of the country's, 32% of the country's total food market. And the food industry contributes 8.80 and 8.839% of the gross value added in manufacture and agricultural field, respectively. So now, when it comes to what are the major investments that agriculture has received in India? So according to the DPIIT, the Indian food processing industry has cumulatively attracted a FDI equity inflow of US $9.08 billion. So this is a very important number. This is FDI. That is when a non-resident, a foreign entity invests, a foreign investor invests into equity of India, that is said to be FDI. So FDI for the field of agriculture has been US $9.08 billion between April 2000 and March 2019. So this is April. Yeah, April, 1 second. It should be 818. Yeah. So this is between 1 second. Yes, so this is between April 2000 and March 2019. The total FDI that is there in India is $9.08 billion. So this is how much foreign direct investment we have received into the field of agriculture. So now some other major developments in agriculture are as follows. So investment worth 8,500 crore have been announced in India for ethanol production. So specifically, for ethanol, we have an investment of rupees 8,500 crores. The first mega food park in Rajasthan was inaugurated in March 2018. So this food park basically consisted of, various equipments that could be used in the food processing industries, various types of foods that can be grown. So the first mega food park in Rajasthan was inaugurated in the month of March in the year 2018. Agri-food startups in India received a funding of US $1.66 billion between 2013 and 17 in 558 different deals. And in 2017, agriculture sector in India witnessed 18 merger and amalgamation deals worth US $251 million. So this is how much investment has come into India for specifically for the field of agriculture. So the first one that we saw in a span of 19 years from April 2000 to March 2019, we have received $9.08 billion in the agriculture field. Specifically for ethanol production, 8,500 crores have been allocated. First mega food park was held in Rajasthan in March 2019. Agri-food startups have received a funding of US $1.66 billion in a span of 4 years, over 558 deals. And in the year 2017, agriculture sector in India witnessed 18 M&A deals worth $251 million. So these are certain large-scale investments that the field of agriculture has witnessed in India. Coming to the next part, what are the government initiatives? So what we saw earlier is the investment that we have gotten, that it could be private investment as well. But what is it that the government has done for the betterment of agriculture in India? So the Prime Minister of India launched the Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samman Nidhi Yojana, Kisan Samman Nidhi Yojana, and transferred 2021 crores to the bank account of more than 10 million beneficiaries. So there are 3 points to remember. So we have the Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samman Nidhi Yojana. So then 10 million beneficiaries have been benefited, and 2021 crore rupees have been transferred to these accounts. So this is the first major initiative that the government has taken towards the betterment of agriculture by introduction of this scheme, Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samman Nidhi Yojana. So as the name suggests, Kisan is nothing but farmer. So this is the first main initiative that the government has taken. Then the government of India has come out with the Transport and Marketing Assistance Scheme to provide financial assistance for transport and marketing of agriculture products in order to boost agriculture exports. So what happens is, once the goods have been produced, not necessarily they're going to be used in the same state. They might have to be transported to another place or another state. So for that, transport and marketing assistance. So this is very important, as the name suggests, for both, for transport as well, and also for marketing the agricultural products once they are ready. The Agriculture Export Policy 2018 was approved by the Government of India in December 2018. So we have Agriculture Export Policy. So if you see here, more or less everything is in the lines of 2017, 2018, 2019. So we have the Agriculture Export Policy 2018. It was approved by the government in the month of December in the year 2018. Yeah. The new policy aims to increase India's agricultural exports to $60 billion by 2022 and $100 billion in the next few years. So agriculture export policy, as the name itself suggests, it is to promote export when it comes to the field of agriculture. And then furthermore, we have in September 2018, the government of India announced 15,053 crores, that is around $2.25 billion procurement policy named Pradhan Mantri Annadata Ay Sanskaran Abhiyan, that is PM Asha. Pradhan Mantri Annadata Ay Sanrakshan Abhiyan. So Annadata is related to food. Ay Sanrakshan Abhiyan, under which states can decide the compensation scheme, can also partner with private agencies to ensure fair prices of farmers in the country. So Annadata is nothing but the giver of food, and farmers are considered as the giver for food. And this is where the states will partner with the agencies to ensure that fair prices are paid to the farmers. That is, whatever the farmers have produced, it has to be sold. So just because there is not a lot of demand, it doesn't mean that the farmer will underprice their products. So that is why the Pradhan Mantri Annadata Ay Sanrakshan Yojana, or nothing but PM Asha. So this is again a very important term that we need to remember. PM Asha, this is where the states will partner with the private agencies to ensure that fair prices are paid to the farmers in the country. In September 2018, the Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs, approved 5,500 crore assistance package for the sugar industry in India. So in this way, multiple ways, government has initiated schemes, government has launched various other initiatives, wherein specifically or entirely for the agriculture sector, they are aiming to give more resources so that the agriculture sector thrives. The government of India is going to provide 2,000 crores for computerization of the primary agricultural credit society to ensure cooperatives are benefited through digital technology. So with the advent of technology, it is now very important that businesses adapt to the newer technology that comes into the market, and with an aim to induce the technology into the field of agriculture in terms of this, that is the primary agricultural credit society. The government has funded rupees 2,000 crores for computerization of this scheme so as to use the benefits of technology. With an aim to boost innovation and entrepreneurship in agriculture, the Government of India is introducing a new Agri Udan program to mentor startups and enable them to connect with potential investors. So we had PM Asha in the beginning, that is the Annadata, wherein fair prices to the farmers. Then we had Agri Udan Agri Udan program, that is for mentoring the startup. And in the beginning, we had the Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samman Nidhi Yojana, wherein around 10 million beneficiaries were benefited with the transfer of around 2021 crores to their accounts. Government of India has launched the Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana, with an investment of 50,000 crore, that is 7.7 billion US dollars, aimed at development of irrigation sources for providing a permanent solution from drought. So irrigation is basically providing water for your agriculture. How you are going to provide water? There are various ways. So this will be a permanent solution from the drought, that is when water supply is not available. The Government of India plans to triple the capacity of food processing sector in India from 10% of agricultural produce, and has also committed 6,000 crore as investment for mega food parks. So like the one that we were talking about, which was held for the first time in 2018 in Rajasthan. So there is a commitment to increase the number of food parks in the country as a part of the agro-marine processing and development of agro-processing cluster. So like I had spoken about earlier, that food parks is where various equipments for food processing, what are the processes that a food processing industry has to follow. All of this is being taught, all of these are being exhibited. So whenever a food parks comes into place, we need to understand this is relating to processing. So this is the scheme for agro-marine processing and development of agro-processing clusters or sampada. Then the Government of India has also allowed 100% FDI in marketing of food products and in food product e-commerce under the automatic route. So what exactly is the automatic route and what is FDI? So like we were discussing, FDI is when foreign investors invest into capital of India, and for that there are two routes that are available. One is the automatic route and second is the approval route. Automatic route is without the approval of the government, you can make investment up to 100%. Whereas in approval route, again, there are slabs that are allowed. That is, say for example, only a specific percentage, or even if it's 100%, it will have to come through the Government of India itself. So let's quickly list down what are the various schemes as a part of agriculture that the Government of India has introduced. So first one, we have the Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samman Nidhi Yojana. So the first one that we have is Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samman Nidhi Yojana, wherein 10 million beneficiaries were given an amount of rupees 2021 crores. So this is the Kisan. So you can see here Kisan Samman Nidhi Yojana. Then the second part of it is the Asha, PM Asha. So as a part of PM Asha, fair compensation to farmers. And who is the one that ensures this? It is the states who have partnered with private agencies. Yes. The third one we have here is the Agri Udan. So Agri Udan is basically for mentoring startups, encouraging startups in the field of agriculture. Then we have Sampada. That is for mainly establishment of mega food parks. So then we have Sampada. So that is for establishment of mega food parks. And lastly, we have Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sanchai Yojana. Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sanchai Yojana, which helps in the matters of irrigation and for a permanent solution from drought. So these are the various initiatives held by the government of India in order to promote sustainable development in the field of agriculture. So the next sector that we are focusing on is going to be the manufacturing sector. So manufacturing sector has emerged to be as one of the high growth sectors in India, especially after the introduction of the Make in India program introduced by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, wherein the aim is to make India a global manufacturing hub and also give global recognition to the Indian economy. And the aim is to make India the fifth largest manufacturing country in the world. So we were seeing that the food industry is the food market is the sixth largest market in the world. And with manufacturing, we want to become the fifth largest manufacturing country in the world. So now what are the major investments that the field of manufacturing has seen in India? So with the help of the Make in India drive, India is on the path of becoming the hub for high-tech manufacturing as global giants such as GE, Siemens, HTC, Toshiba, and Boeing have either set up their processors or setting up their manufacturing plants in India, attracted by India's market of more than 1 billion consumers and increasing purchase power. So these are certain multinational entities which have set up their manufacturing processes in India, because India is giving opportunities for this by the Make in India scheme. Cumulative foreign direct investment in India's manufacturing sector reached $76.82 billion during the 18-year span. So we have 76.82 billion from the span of 18 years. So now India has become one of the most attractive destinations for investment in the manufacturing sector. So what are the major investments? So in 2018 December, the smartphone maker OnePlus is anticipating that India will become its largest R&D base. So OnePlus is aiming at making India its largest R&D base. India's manufacturing PMI stood at 51.7 in May 2019. Also, companies start to spend more on hiring and anticipate good growth in the future prospects. As of October 2018, Filatex India, a polymer manufacturer, is planning to undertake forward integration by setting up a fabric manufacturing and processing unit. So we are just looking at examples of many companies that are making India their primary manufacturing setup, especially in terms of making a plan for the coming few years. So we spoke about OnePlus, then we spoke about Filatex India. Then as of August 2018, IAC Societies Innovation and Development, that is CID, and Wipro 3D are collaborating to produce India's first industrial scale 3D printing machine. So it is IISc Society of Investment and Innovation and Development, CID, and Wipro 3D for the first 3D printing machine. So whenever we're talking about 3D printing machine, it is CID and Wipro 3D. Then, for now, for its commercial vehicles, Ashok Leyland is utilizing machine learning algorithms and its newly created telematics unit to improve the performance of the vehicle drivers, so on. So when we are talking about investment in the manufacturing sector in India, let's remember a few names. So OnePlus, wherein they want to make a big R&D setup in India. Then we have Filatex India. Then we have CID and Wipro 3D. And then we have Ashok Leyland. So these are certain investments that the manufacturing sector has received. Now let's talk about what are the major initiatives that the government of India has taken for manufacturing. So in agriculture, we saw PM Asha, we saw the Kisan Samman Nidhi Yojana, then we saw the agriculture export policy, wherein we wanted to, focus more on agriculture, so on and so forth. So now let's see what is it that the government has taken up initiative when it comes to manufacturing sector in India. So now in October 2018, the government of India released the draft national policy on electronics, which is envisaged creation of a wealth of $400 billion in the country by the year 2025. So this is the draft for national policy on electronics, national policy on economics. So this is a draft wherein the creation of a $400 billion manufacturing industry by 2025. In September 2018, the government of India exempted 35 machine parts from basic custom duty in order to boost mobile handset production in the country. So now if, on machine parts, if the custom duty has been reduced, then in that case, it is going to be easier and cheaper for the manufacturers to acquire this, hence boosting the mobile handset production in India. Government of India is in the process of coming up with a new industrial policy which envisions development of a globally competitive Indian industry. In 2018, the policy has been sent to the Union Cabinet for approval. In Union Cabinet 2018-19, the Government of India reduced the income tax to 25% of all companies having a turnover up to 250 crore. Earlier, it was 30%. Earlier, it was 30%. In the Union Budget 2018-19, the government of, let's go to the next point. Under the midterm review of foreign trade policy, the government of India increased export incentives available to labor-intensive MSME sectors by 2%. So now the export incentives, that is, what are the incentives the manufacturers will get on export, has been increased by 2%. The government of India has launched a phased manufacturing program aimed at adding more smartphone components under the Make in India initiative, thereby giving a push to the domestic manufacturing of mobile handsets. And it is in talk with stakeholders to further raise foreign direct investment in defense under the automatic route to 51% from the current 49% in order to give a boost to Make in India initiative. So defense is one of the places where 100% FDI is not allowed under the automatic route. It is 49%, and now we are aiming to get a 51%. Next up, the Ministry of Defense, Government of India approved the strategic partnership model, which will enable private companies to tie up with foreign players for manufacturing submarines, fighter jets, helicopters, and armored vehicles. And lastly, the Union Cabinet has approved the Modified Special Incentive Package Scheme, MSIPs, Modified Special Incentive Package Schemes, in which proposals will be accepted till 2018 or up to an incentive commitment limit of rupees 10,000 crores. So these are certain initiatives that the government has taken up when it comes to the manufacturing sector. Now, what is the way forward when it comes to manufacturing sector? So firstly, we are understanding that it is becoming a hub for manufacturing. Several mobile phone, luxury, and automobile brands, among others, have set up or are looking to establish their manufacturing bases in the country. We saw what were the investments that came in. The manufacturing has the potential to reach $1 trillion by 2025. $1 trillion by 2025. This is a huge amount, and India is expected to rank among the top 3 growth economies. The implementation of goods and services tax will make India a common market with a GDP of $2.5 trillion with a population of 1.32 billion, which will be a big draw for investors. With impetus on developing industrial corridors and smart cities, the government aims to ensure holistic development of the nation. So this is how going forward, the country is looking at making India a manufacturing hub. Yes, so the next part. So the first one was agriculture, second one was manufacturing, and the third one is the service sector. So service sector is a key driver of India's economic growth. Nikkei India Services Purchasing Managers Index stood at 53.8 in May 2019, indicating an expansion but fall in June 2019. Strong overseas demand and new export business opportunities help to boost total sale in the country. So now this is like an index which shows the progress of the service industry in the country. So that is the Nikkei Indian Service Purchasing Managers Index. So now service exports are a key driver of India's growth, and India ranked as the 8th largest exporter of commercial services. So we are at 8th largest exporter of commercial services. 8th largest exporter in the field of commercial services in the year 2019. And India is currently the second largest telecommunication market and has the second highest number of internet users in the world. So telecommunication, we are second, and also the second highest number of internet users in the world. So now what are the major government initiatives? So first one, we have the Services Export from India scheme, or SEIS. So SEIS is aimed at promoting export of services from India by providing duty scrip credit for eligible exports. So as the name suggests, service export scheme. So service export from India scheme. So firstly, it is in promoting export of the services. Under this scheme, a reward of 3 to 5% of net foreign exchange earned is given for Mode 1 and Mode 2 services. In the midterm review of the foreign trade policy, SEIS incentives to notified services were increased by 2%. So the first one is the Service Export Scheme of India. Next one is the National Digital Communication Policy 2018. So it has primarily 3 visions. So the first one is Connect India, that is digital communication infrastructure has to be improvised. Second one is Propel India, that is enabling next generation technology and services through investment, innovation, and IPR generation. And third one is Secure for India, that is sovereignty, safety, and security of digital communication. Because as we all know, digital communication is a safe wherein a lot of there are a lot of privacy concern issues, lot of security issues, and so as we are aiming at progressing and improvising on digitally communicating within India, we need to ensure that this whole process is secure. So we have connect, propel, secure. So as per this, we have connect India, propel India, and secure India. Next is the National Tourism Policy of 2015, wherein it would encourage citizens of India to explore their own country as well as position the country as a must-see destination for global travelers. So it is not only attracting travelers from outside of India, but also encouraging the Indian citizens or Indian residents to explore India and make it like a must-see destination for outside visitors. National Health Policy 2017. So the Union Cabinet Government of India has approved the National Health Policy 2017, which will provide the policy framework for achieving universal health coverage and delivering quality health services to all at an affordable cost. So first one is health coverage, and secondly, we need to give these health services at an affordable cost. Next is the National Education Policy 2016. So we saw tourism policy, healthcare, and now we have the education policy. So this considers education as an utmost important parameter in the country. And the 2016 NEP majorly focuses on quality of education as well as innovation and research in the sector. Then we have the FDI policy. So FDI, like we were discussing about earlier, is nothing but foreign direct investment. So now 100% FDI is allowed under automatic route in scheduled air transport service, regional air transport service, and domestic scheduled passenger airlines. So 100% FDI under automatic route, which means that no government approval is required. So this is in the airline sector, specifically in air transport service, regional air transport service, and domestic scheduled passenger airlines. Approval of 100% FDI in aviation for foreign carriers. Then 100% FDI, again, automatic route in tourism and hospitality, subject to applicable regulations and laws. The government of India allowed 100% of FDI in the education sector through the automatic route since 2002. So if we are talking here, we're talking all about 100% FDI. So we have in the air transport service, then we have aviation for foreign carriers, then again tourism and hospitality, and then we have education. Again, in healthcare sector also we have another point. So that is for healthcare sector, 100% FDI is allowed in automatic route for greenfield projects. So greenfield projects are basically projects taken up by the entrepreneur in that particular field for the first time. And for brownfield project investment, up to 100% FDI is permitted under the government route, which means that this is the approval route, that is government's approval will be required before investing. FDI cap in the telecom sector has been increased to 100% from 74%. Out of 100%, 49% will be done through automatic route and rest will be done through FIPB approval route. Government has allowed 100% FDI in railway sector for approved list of projects, not all projects, but for approved list of projects. FDI limit for insurance companies has been raised from 26% to 49% and 100% for insurance intermediates. So this is how the government of India has, expanded the scope of FDI so that a lot of investment comes in and also encourages the services sector. So now, agriculture and industrial policies of India. So when we're talking about agricultural policies, the first thing that I've explained is around the 5-year plan. So what is 5-year plan? 5-year plan is designed by the government of India, wherein they will chalk down the plan for the next 5 years. That is which sectors they want to focus on, what are the numerics, what are the estimates, what are the forecasts when it comes to that 5-year, what should be the government's main focus. So here we will be understanding that for the 5-year plans, right from the beginning to the current one, what is the percentage of advantage or what is the percentage of focus that the country has given to agriculture. So we will also list it down side by side. Yes, just a minute, please. So agriculture in 5-year plans. So first one, So first one is the first 5-year plan. So let's understand that the first 5-year plan began in the year 1951, where the highest priority was accorded to the increase of agricultural production. Nearly 1/3 of 31% of total funds were allocated to agricultural sector. Highest priority agriculture sector, 31% again funds are allocated to agricultural sector. River valley projects were taken up. Irrigational facility and fertilizer plants were established. Consecutively, production of food grains increased by 36% in a short span of 5 years. So 3 points to remember when it comes to the first 5-year plan. So the first one, that is from the year 1951 to 1956. So we had the highest priority that was given to agriculture. 31% of funds were also allocated to agriculture, and there was a growth of 36% in a span of just 5 years. So this is talking about the first 5-year plan. Coming to the next 5-year plan, this is the second one. From 1956 to 1961, it focused on industrial growth, and only 20% of the plan was given to agriculture. Still, food grain production exceeded the target due to extension of irrigation facilities. So when we're talking about the second 5-year plan, that is from 1956 to 1961, the focus was not on agriculture. So only 20% of allocation was given for agriculture. Next, coming to the third 5-year plan, 1961 to 1966. So instead of having to remember all the 5-year plans by the numbers, let's remember the first one, 1961. And if there is a gap, we will again specifically, like say, for example, from the third and fourth 5-year plan. So third 5-year plan ended in 1966, but the fourth 5-year plan is beginning in 1969. So that you can remember for the first 5-year plan, 1951. The fourth 5-year plan starts from 1969. So in case you want to remember the years of the 5-year plan, which is important from the exam point of view. Third 5-year plan, the priorities were on self-sufficiency in food grains, meeting the raw material needs of industry and increasing in exports. What is self-sufficiency in food grains? That is, there would not be a lot of import. That is, the country would be not depending on anybody else for food grains. Green Revolution program was started on a small scale, but this plan failed to meet the target due to the Chinese aggression, the wars, and the severe prolonged drought during 1965 and 1966. That is why the 5-year plan saw a gap between 1966 to 1969. There was also a great crisis of food that forced the Prime Minister L.B. Shastri, that is Lal Bahadur Shastri, to appeal to people to observe fast once a week. That is, so that the food supply, even though being less, the human beings will not be greatly affected by it. During next 3 annual plans, so here there were annual plans, that is from 1966 to 1969, there were annual plans in place. Agriculture recorded 6 to 9% annual growth under the impact of Green Revolution. The production of food grain touched 94 million tons. So 94 million tons. So as a part of third 5-year plan, let's understand. So we have the third 5-year plan, that is 1961 to 1966, wherein the country focused on self-sufficiency, especially in terms of grain production. And the production also increased to 94 million tons. So food grains production increased to 94 million tons. Then from 1966 to 1969, there were just annual plans. So 1966 to 1969, there were 3 annual plans, wherein the Green Revolution was the major reform. Just a minute, please. Yes, Green Revolution was the major reform. Coming to the fourth 5-year plan, starting from 1969 to 1974, it aimed at 5% annual growth in food grains, high-yielding variety seeds of fertilizer, seeds, new agriculture techniques, and irrigation facility provided to expand the area of Green Revolution. The production of wheat increased sharply, but growth in rice, coarse grains were nominally resulting only 3% annual growth as against 5%. So in the fourth 5-year plan, that is 1969 to 1974. Yes, 1969 to 1974. That is the fourth 5-year plan. There was an annual growth of 5% that was being aimed at. That is only the wheat one flourished in this, whereas for others, that's the one that I mentioned here. Rice, oilseeds, and coarse grains. So for rice, oilseeds, and coarse grains, it saw a growth of only 3% as against the 5% target that was mentioned as a part of the fourth 5-year plan. Coming to the next part, that is the fifth 5-year plan. So 1974 to 1979, it emphasized on self-sufficiency in food production. In the third 5-year plan, we had self-sufficiency in grain production. In the fifth 5-year plan, we have self-sufficiency in the food production and poverty eradication. Stress was laid on extension of irrigation, expansion in cultivated area under HYV seeds, and grant of loans. Dry farming was propagated. This plan achieved its target successfully with a 4.6% growth. All food grains except pulses witnessed an increase in production. So, as a part of the fifth 5-year plan. So, as a part of the fifth 5-year plan, please excuse me. Yes, that is as a part of the fifth 5-year plan, 1974 to 1979. It was a self-sufficiency. The focus was self-sufficiency in food production, not only food grain, but food production. And then there was a growth of 4.6% in the production of food. Next, sixth 5-year plan. So it emphasized on land reforms, use of HYV seeds, chemical fertilizers, and groundwater resources, and improvised post-harvest technology as well as marketing. The annual growth rate was 6%, highest ever during all the 5-year plan periods. The food grain production reached 152 million tons. 152 million tons. So we have the sixth 5-year plan that is ranging from 1979 to 1984. Production has been increased. Sorry, this is, please excuse me, this is 1980 to 1985. So now here, growth rate was 6%, highest ever, and food grain production was 152 million tons. So we have 152 million tons in terms of production and a growth rate of 6%, which is the highest as a part of all the plans. Yeah, coming to the next part of it, that is the seventh 5-year plan from 1985 to 1990. During this period, the highest growth in food grain, pulses, and coarse cereals were recorded, showing an overall growth of 4%. So there was a growth in the production of food grain, pulses, and coarse cereals at an annual rate of 4%, for a growth rate of 4%. The areas of green revolution were expanded. So as a part of the seventh 5-year plan, there was a growth of about So we were discussing about the sixth 5-year plan from the year 1917 to 1980 to 1985, wherein we saw annual growth rate of 6%. That has been the highest ever during any of the plans. And the food grain production has reached 152 million tons. Then we were discussing about the seventh 5-year plan. Yeah. So then we had the seventh 5-year plan, wherein there was a 4% growth in the food grain and cereal production. 4% growth in food grain and cereal production. Yes. Coming to the next part of it, that is the eighth 5-year plan. This witnessed a tendency of stagnation in food production, while oilseed registered a rapid growth. So now again, there is a gap of 2 years from the seventh 5-year plan to the eighth 5-year plan. So there's a 2 years gap. Seventh 5-year plan ended on 1990. Eighth 5-year plan began in 1992. So then there was a stagnation. So this is the first time where there is a stagnation in the food production. ninth five-year plan, that is from 1997 to 2002, it witnessed a mixed success. So there were fluctuations in food grain production. So in 1992, so in the eighth five-year plan, there was stagnation. So one thing to remember, the first stagnation was seen in the eighth five-year plan, which started from 1992 and went on till 1997. And in the ninth five-year plan, there was a mixed success. That is, there were fluctuations in the food grain production. During this period, National Agricultural Policy 2000 was framed and several measures were announced, including watershed management, development of horticulture, agricultural credits, and insurance scheme for crops. So, eighth five-year plan stagnation, ninth five-year plan a mixed success. And again, there is a 2-year gap between seventh five-year plan and the eighth five-year plan. Coming to the 10th five-year plan, 2002 to 2007. So this is the 10th five-year plan. It was focused on sustainable management of water and land resources, development of rural infrastructure to support agriculture, dissemination of agricultural technology, credit flow to the agricultural sector, agriculture marketing reform. So if you see, the focus was entirely on agriculture. And another important thing to remember here is the National Agricultural Policy. National Agricultural Policy 2000 was introduced as a part of the ninth five-year plan. As a part of ninth five-year plan, which ranged from 1997 to 2002. So this is again important from an exam point of view. This could be a possible question. Then 10th five-year plan, again majorly focused on agriculture only. And then the National Agriculture Policy 2000. So what were the aims? So achieving more than 4% per annum growth in the agricultural sector. So 4% was the growth that we were aiming at. Growth based on efficient use of resources and conservation of soil, water, and biodiversity. Growth with equity in region among the farmers. Growth that caters to domestic market and maximizes benefits from the export of agricultural products. Technologically, environmentally, and economically sustainable growth. Then we have the 11th five-year plan 2007 to 2012. It emphasized inclusive growth to achieve a target of growth of 4% per annum in GDP from agriculture and allied services. So it continued the plan that 10th five-year plan had, that is a growth of about 4%. And then what is the term? So 2007 to 2012, 11th five-year plan had a focus of an inclusive growth. Globally, studies indicate that a higher GDP in agriculture is more effective in alleviating poverty in comparison with the highest GDP in other sectors, because agriculture is the primary focus here. Now, to achieve inclusive growth, so whenever we are seeing the term inclusive growth, we need to understand that they are talking about the 11th five-year plan, which went on from 2007 to 2012. So this is the 11th five-year plan. Improve accessibility of technology to farmers to increase production and ensures optimal utilization of natural resources. Attracting higher public investment and ensuring efficacy of such investment. Promoting diversification for higher value crops and livestock. So why are we talking about higher value crops? Because with this, the revenue that is coming into the agricultural sector is going to be immense. Promoting diversification, addressing issues pertaining to food security, decentralizing decision-making to come up with customized solutions to specific local problems. So if you see here, it is not only focusing on growing the amount of food that is being manufactured as a part of the agricultural sector. Technology improvement, investments are coming in, diversification is being focused on, and whatever issues that are being faced, higher attention is going to be paid to resolve that as well. Yeah. So one of the major accomplishment of the 11th five-year plan was launching of the National Food Security Mission. So again, this is very important, National Food Security Mission. So 11th five-year plan, National Food Security Mission, launched in 2007 and introduction of the Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana in financial year 2008. Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana. So these are two things that came as a part of the 11th five-year plan. Next, National Food Security Mission. So what exactly is that? In 2007, the government of India launched the National Food Security Mission initiative to improve the country's overall crop production, especially that of rice, wheat, and pulses. So why are these three being focused on? Because these are a staple across multiple regions in India. So say, for example, if you take in the example of North Indian states, wheat is the staple food. When we move a little towards the south of India, rice is the staple food. So that's why National Food Security Mission focuses on these three primarily. The objective is to introduce technological components that include machines and implements, as well as improved variants of seeds. So it is not only like focusing on the production, but also focusing on technology that is the production, the kind of material that is being used. The government aimed to increase production of rice, wheat, paddy, and pulses by 10 million tons, 8 million tons, and 2 million tons, respectively, by the end of 2012. That is for rice, wheat, and pulses. So for rice, it was 10 million tons, 10 million tons, and then for wheat, it was 8 million tons, and for pulses, it was 2 million tons, of which 3,381 crore was spent until 2011. So now what are the major achievements of the initiative? Which initiative? NFSM, that is the National Food Security Mission. Implemented in about 312 districts across 17 states. Wheat production increased from 71.3 million tons in FY this thing to 80.3 million tons. So if you see, there was a growth of 8 million ton that was expected, and we have achieved that. That is from 71.3 to 80.3. So there is a growth in 9 million tons. Rice production increased from 89.4 million ton to 99.2. So again, there is almost a target that is being achieved. So we are just 0.2 million short. So 9.8 million growth was also seen in rice. Pulse production increased from 13.6 million ton to 14.7. So there was a 1.1 million ton increase, and different districts were able to increase the food basket of the country. So with the National Food Security Mission, 17 states were benefited, 312 districts in these states were benefited. Wheat production increased by 9 million as against their target of 8 million tons. Rice production increased by 9.8 million as against the target of 10 million. Pulse production increased by 1.1 million as against the target of 2 million. So even though the target was not as, even though the production was not as per the target, still the country saw increase in production when it came to all of these. Then when we talk about the Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana, RKVY, so this is introduced by the government with an outlay of rupees 25,000 crore to encourage states to increase public investment in agriculture and allied services. The program enables adoption of national priorities as sub-scheme, thereby providing flexibility in project selection and implementation to the state governments. So what are the various sub-schemes? So firstly, Green Revolution in the eastern region, combining development of 60,000 pulses village and rain-fed areas, encouraging the use of palm oil, initiative on vegetable clusters, Nutri-Cereals, National Mission for Protein Supplements Initiative. So if you see here, the Food Security Mission was specifically focused on rice, wheat, and pulses. But when we are coming to the Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana, it is focusing on a multitude of aspects, right from Green Revolution to pulses to use of palm oil, vegetable clusters, Nutri-Cereals, for protein supplements, accelerated fodder development program, rain-fed area development program, and the saffron mission. And lastly, we have the 12th five-year plan. So we are first five-year plan started from 1951, and the 12th five-year plan, it is from 2012 to 2017. Agriculture sector grew by an average 1.6 per annum in the 4 years. So what was our target actually? It was 4 years, but then the actual target that was achieved in the 12th five-year plan was 1.6%. However, Government of India took several steps for increasing the investment, such as enhanced institutional credit to farmers, that is availability of fund, promotion of scientific warehousing infrastructure for increasing shelf life of agricultural produce, and then making the whole field more competitive and profitable. So this is how importance was given to the field of agriculture across all the five-year plans that were there. Coming to the next part of it, that is the industrial policy. So what we were looking at till now were the agricultural policies, but now we will focus on the industrial policy. Industrial policy is a statement of objectives to be achieved in the area of industrial development and the measures to be adopted towards achieving these objectives. The industrial policy thus formally indicates the sphere of activity. It lays down rules. So first one is the Industrial Policy Resolution 1948. So after having attained independence, the Government of India declared its first industrial policy in the year 1948. So when we are talking about the Industry Policy Resolution, we need to remember that it came in after independence, and hence the year becomes easy to remember, that is 1948. Salient features. So what are the features? So there are 4 industries: strategic industries, key industries, important industries, and other industries, which are respectively referred to the, okay, so let's have a look at all of these industries. So first one, we have the strategic industries or the public sector. So this category included 3 industries in which central government has monopoly, that is arms and ammunition, atomic energy, and rail transport. So like we were seeing in the first chapter, when we were understanding the different types of market, we understood that an example of monopoly is the Indian railways. So strategic industries are nothing but public sector wherein government has monopoly in 3 sectors. Next, we have basic or key industries, that is public as well as private sector, wherein there are 6 industries: coal, iron and steel, aircraft manufacturing, ship building, manufacturing of telephone, telegraph and wireless, and mineral oil. And these were designated as key industries or basic industries. So if you see here, as a part of key industries, mostly they are all manufacturing industries. It was decided that new industries in this category will henceforth only be set up by the central government. However, existing private sector enterprises were allowed to continue. So it's not like right from the beginning the government had the power. Private sectors were in the market, but after this policy, that is the industrial revolution policy, focus was given more to the public, wherein the private industries which have already been established will continue to function, but after that it will be only the government who will be taking it up. Important industries controlled private sector, as the name says, entirely controlled by the private sector. 18 industries were kept here. So in the part of strategic industry, we have 3. As a part of basic and key industry, we have 6. As a part of important industries, we have 18. These were kept in important industries. So this included heavy chemicals, sugar, cotton, textile, woolen, cement, paper, etc. These industries will continue to remain under private sector. However, central government in consultation with the state government will have general control over them, but the power to make decisions still lies with the private sector. Then coming to the other industries, the last part. So all of these industries which are not here, which are neither strategic. So under strategic, we have arms and ammunition, atomic energy, and rail. Under basic key industries, we have 6 which are controlled both by the government and public. Started off with private and then went on to being public. That is only government would control. Important industry or controlled private sector, we had 18, wherein entirely the decision-making power and everything is of the private sector, but government has general control over them. So whatever are not included as a part of the above 3 comes under other industries, wherein which are not included in the above are left open for the private sector. So other industries are left open for the private sector because the government is very clear with the industries that they will have control over. Then we have the Industries Development and Regulation Act 1951. So what we saw in 1948 was a policy that was introduced 1 year after getting independence. Then in the year 1951, we have an act that was brought into place. So Industries Development Regulation 1951 was passed by the Parliament in order to regulate and control the industrial development. So what are the objectives? Industrial investment to improvise on the industrial investment and production, protection of small entrepreneurs against competition from larger industries. So what happens is if there are pre-existing large industries, then small entrepreneurs would be demotivated because the market is already being occupied by these large industries. So in that case, this particular act offers the protection of small entrepreneurs as well. Prevention of monopoly and concentration of ownership industries, balance regional development with the view to reduce disparity level of development of different regions of the country. So now what are the provisions of the act? So basic provisions of the act, first one is restrictive provisions. So here we see that all the measures were designed to curb the unfair practices adopted by industry. So first one, it becomes, so anytime there are any unfair practices, firstly, it needs to be regulated. So the whole industry had to be regulated. So registration and licensing of industrial undertakings, inquiry of listed industries, cancellation of registration license in case any of the conditions were not met. Reformative provisions were direct regulation and control by the government, control on price, and constructive measures. Next, we have the Industry Policy Resolution 1956. So first we saw the policy in 1948. In 1951, the act was introduced. And now we have the Industry Policy Resolution of 1956. So this has replaced the first one that came into picture, 1948. So this is the second part of it. Speeding up the pace of industrialization, expansion of public sector and growth of the cooperative sector. State to take up responsibility of setting up new industrial and development of transport transport facility, prevent private monopolies and concentration of economic power in the hands of a few. So why this is important is the minute the power gets concentrated, the smaller enterprise would not want to put in efforts because they know they will never be able to conquer or achieve the market. So that is why monopolies are being prevented. The next one, we have the new industrial policy of India 1991. This is where the economy was not very stable. So this came in during a period of severe economic instability. And in that case, the objective was to raise efficiency and accelerate the economic growth. So what are the features of this new industrial policy? Strengthening of private sector, dismantling of controls, dispersing industries. That is policy to shift industries away from big congested city to rural and backward areas, because firstly more land is available there, the pollution levels can be controlled, and big cities can focus on urbanization more. Next, incentives were brought to attract industries to village and backward regions, favored agro-based industries near the farming areas. Limiting role of public sector. So like we were seeing, encouragement is given to the private sector, which means that the public sector role is going to be very limited. Liberalization of foreign investment, that is FDI of up to 50% with automatic approval was allowed. Next, promotion of small scale industries. So it ensures adequate supply of credit to these industries based on needs, so that whenever credit is required, the industry would not fall short of money and the production can continue to happen. To enable modernization and technical upgradation, policy allows equity participation by non-SSI undertakings in the SSI sector, that is the small scale industry sector. Limited partnership was allowed to enhance the supply of risk capital. It ensures speedy payment towards the sale of products. Then we have domestic regulatory reforms, wherein it reduced the number of reserve industries. Security and industry of a strategic concern were reserved for the public sector. Lastly, we have abolition of industrial licensing, wherein for all the industries this has been abolished, except few such as security, strategic concern, wherever safety is into picture. So this way, in the field of agriculture and industry, a lot of policy, a lot of reforms have come into place, which have made these sectors a better place in India. Now, coming to balance of payments. So simply understood, balance of payments is mainly has to do with the exports of the export and import of the country. That is, what is the difference between the amount that is being exported out of the country to the amount that is being imported into the country. So now, balance of payment is the method countries use to monitor all international monetary transactions. So again, like I was saying, export and import. So all international monetary transaction. When we are talking about balance of payment, the transaction is international. Yes, usually the balance of payment is calculated every quarter and every calendar year. All trades conducted by both the private and public sectors are accounted for in the BOP to determine how much money is going in and out of the country. If a country has received money, this is known as credit, and if a country has given money, the transaction is known as debit. So theoretically, the BOP should be zero, meaning that assets and liabilities should be in balance. But practice, this is rarely the case because those two are not equal exactly always. BOP can tell the observer if a country has a deficit or a surplus, or from which part of the economy the discrepancies are stemming. So now balance trade equals 0 if value of export equal to value of import. So if exports is equal to imports, then in that case, balance of payment is going to be 0 because there is no visible difference. However, that is not the case. So if it's a surplus, it means that your export is more than your import. And if there is a deficit, which means that the goods that you're importing into the country is more than what you are exporting. So the formula here, this is again very, very important. X minus M is equal to TB. X is the export. M is the import, trade balance is TB. So again, if X minus M is positive, then it means that there is a surplus. That is, your exports are more than your imports. And if it is negative, there is a deficit. And if it has to be 0, then in that case, import and export both has to be equal. So now with reference to India, the components of balance of payments. So current account, we have goods, out of which then we have services, primary income, secondary income. So these are all repetitive, recurring. Capital account, financial account, there are changes in reserve and errors and omission. So this is a part of the balance of trade. So what is favorable and unfavorable balance of trade. So very simple basic concept, wherein if your exports are more, then there is a favorable balance of trade, where that is like there is a surplus, and when your exports are lesser than your imports, it is an unfavorable balance of trade. Let's quickly read this. The balance of trade or net export is the difference between the monetary value of export and import in a country over a certain period of time. It is the relationship between a nation's import and export. A favorable balance of trade is known as trade surplus. So favorable balance of trade is nothing but trade surplus, wherein your export is greater than your import. Export is greater than your import and consists of exporting more than is imported. Unfavorable balance of trade is a trade deficit. Trade deficit or a trade gap where your export is lesser than your import. Yeah. Let's quickly read this. So when there's an excess of export over import, it is called favorable balance of trade. In 1976 to 1977, imports were 5,073 while export were 5,142. So there is a positive balance of trade or a surplus. And then when we're talking about unfavorable balance of trade, excess of import over export. In 1982 to 83, imports were 14,047 while export were much lesser at 8,600 crores. So there was a balance of trade. There was a deficit or a gap of 5,410 crores, which is a huge amount and a major gap in the balance of payment. Next up, coming in the recent scenario. So these are all just very factual information. So this can be gone through, not very important from an examination point of view. So let's move into the next part of the chapter, the last part of the chapter, that is the foreign investment. What are the various types and flows? So now we have three types of investment that we will be studying about. So to quickly summarize before we jump into reading the provision, first one is foreign direct investment, wherein a company or individual is investing in an entity that is outside their country, foreign direct investment. Then we have a foreign portfolio investment, wherein investment is not made in any goods of the country, but in the capital market of the country. Foreign institutional investment is like a subset of foreign portfolio investment, wherein these institutions are specifically set up with an aim to invest in the capital market of other countries. So now let's read these. First one, FDI is made by a company or individual who uses an entity in one country in the form of controlling ownership and business interests in another country. So we were seeing here in India, there are two routes to FDI. We have automatic approval route. So anytime a foreign investor wants to invest, they will have to go through one of these two routes. So there is a controlling ownership that comes into picture. FDI could be in the form of either establishing business operation or by entering into joint ventures. So that company can either establish their own unit in the country, or with an existing unit, they could enter into a joint venture agreement. Then we have foreign portfolio investment, that is investment by foreign entities and non-residents in Indian securities. So again, this is Indian securities. So this is more like in the company to gain ownership, and this is into securities. So this can be foreign entities and non-residents, including, so what are the investment? The investment in securities, including shares, bonds, corporate bonds, etc. The intention is to ensure a controlling interest in India at an investment that is lower than the FDI, with a flexibility for entry and exit. So why are we saying a flexibility for entry and exit? So when we speak about FDI, there is a ownership that comes into place. So exiting from that ownership is not that easy. But when it comes to foreign portfolio investment, since it is the capital market, entry and exit becomes very easy. Next up, where we have the foreign institutional investment. So it is investment by foreign entities. So if you see here, non-residents are not included in foreign institutional investment in real property and other investment assets. So these investors include mutual fund company, hedge fund companies, and the intention is not to take controlling interest, but to diversify portfolio, ensuring hedging and to gain return. So what happens is, since they're investors, they are investing in multiple options that are available, and one of them is the capital market of another country. So now let's understand the differences between FDI and FII. So FDI is basically a company situated in one country makes an investment in a company situated abroad. So this is specifically investment in a company. And here, when foreign company make investment in the stock market. So FDI is investment in company, whereas FII is investment in stock market. Entry and exit is difficult because ownership comes into place, whereas entry and exit is easy because there is no ownership that is directly involved. What this brings? Long-term capital, because again, the exit is very difficult. And this could be either long-term or short-term capital. The option of short-term is available in case of FII. So the transfer are of funds, resources, technology, strategies, know-how. So like we were seeing, it could be by either setting up their own company or entering into a joint venture with an existing company. So what is being transferred? So not only funds, but resources. So to make sure there's a synergy of operations. So when we're talking about synergy of operation, it means that we are using the best resources available at both the ends. Whereas in case of FII, it is only the funds that are being transferred. In case of FDI, there is economic growth because the company is continuously focusing on improvising here. But FII comes in with the aim of just investment, and hence economic growth is not guaranteed. And this gives an increase in the country's gross domestic product because the company is also invested in the success of the company. But here it is just increasing capital of the company because this capital can be withdrawn at any given point of time. Target is a specific company, and here the target is a financial market. You get control over a company here. You did not get control of a company here. Again, very similar differences between FDI and FPI. So FDI refers to investment made by the foreign investor to obtain substantial interest in the enterprise located. So there has to be a substantial interest in the enterprise that is located. Whereas FPI is an international investor invest in passive holdings. So that is, they don't get ownership directly, but in the financial asset. So role of investor is very active. Here it is very passive. Degree of control is high because you are investing with a view to gain ownership over a specific enterprise. But here it is very less since the focus is on the financial asset, the financial market, and not the ownership. Term is long term, term is short term here. Management of project is efficient. It is comparatively less efficient here because the investor is not involved entirely. Investment in physical asset. This is purely investment in financial assets such as your securities, bonds, etc. Entry and exit is difficult because the ownership comes into picture. It is not that easy, but it is relatively easy. It results in transfer of funds, technology, other resources, and this one comes to only capital inflows. So this is the end of this chapter, Indian economy, wherein we understood the three major sectors that were there. The primary being agriculture, secondary being manufacturing, third one being the tertiary one being services. Then we saw the various reforms that came as a part of the 5-year plan, wherein how agriculture was focused in the 5-year plan. And then we saw policies and reforms in both agriculture and industrial sectors. Then we understood the balance of payment. And lastly, we understood the three different types of investment coming in from foreign, wherein we had FDI, FPI, and FII. Thank you so much for being a part of this class. If there are any comments or if there are any suggestions or any feedback, or if you have any doubts, please feel free to comment on the comment section of this video. Thank you so much. Hi all, welcome back to another class of CSEET economics. So today's chapter is entrepreneurship scenario, wherein we'll be understanding what is the current situation of entrepreneurship in India, how easy it is to become an entrepreneur, what are the various initiatives by the government. So 4 main initiatives that we are going to discuss. And we're also going to understand what are the challenges that is being faced by the Indian entrepreneurs. So let's begin with the first one. Yes. So the first government initiative to foster the entrepreneurship is the Make in India initiative. So this is something that everybody must be aware about, how the government is encouraging manufacturers to make their products in India. That is, any given product should be made in India. Businesses from across the globe and not merely the Americas consider Make in India as a breakthrough policy of the new India. The Make in India program was launched in September 2014, soon after the Modi government came to power. So this one, it is so what is the aim? Why do we say Make in India so much? So firstly, it will help us in reducing dependency on other countries for any given product. Secondly, it will help in revenue generation. And thirdly, it will help identifying India as a global manufacturing hub, because we are promoting the concept of Make in India. So as a national program, the Make in India initiative is aimed at transforming India into a global manufacturing hub. So this is something that we need to remember, especially from an exam point of view, that is which scheme aims at making India into a global manufacturing hub. It is the Make in India scheme. and it contained a raft of proposals to attract investments from both local and foreign corporate houses in 25 key areas. So why do we need investment? So investment is required. So if we need to build manufacturing capacities in India, if we need to increase the volume of production, then in that case investment will be required, and that's why we brought in a new policy entirely, that is in the form of Make in India. So what are the so one point to remember here is 25 key areas wherein we are encouraging Make in India. So first one, first we have automobiles, chemicals, information technology, pharmaceuticals, textiles, aviation, leather, tourism, hospitality, wellness, railways, and infrastructure. So all these are the key areas wherein government has been promoting Make in India initiative. That is, they are encouraging companies to set up their manufacturing hubs in India to produce these products within India itself, so as to attract investment and also make India into a global manufacturing hub. So now, with this scheme, the government has increased the FDI limit in various industries to attract foreign investment and participation. So anytime there is a investment from a external party or like a foreign investor, there will be certain limits, but these limits have also been increased with a view to get more investment and fund the Make in India scheme. It has established an investor facilitation center to assist foreign businesses locate partners and sites, while a slew of measures have been initiated for domestic companies. So now we need to look at it both ways. From a foreign business perspective, that is how are foreign investors going to invest their money in India, and for domestic companies, that is how the domestic companies can make use of this opportunity to increase the level and the volume of their production. Now, these were revealed after Modi government unveiled the Stand Up India initiative. So Stand Up India initiative is the second initiative that we will be discussing. So to quickly summarize the Make in India scheme. So it was introduced in the year 2014 for the month of September, right after the Modi government came into place. So firstly, it has 25 key areas that are identified wherein the government wants the country to focus on manufacturing. And with this scheme, it wants to make India into a global manufacturing hub and attract investments. So some of the key areas that we discuss about were automobile, textile, IT, to name a few amongst these 25 key areas. And here FDI limits have also been increased with a view to encourage more foreign investment into the country. So the second scheme that we have in place is the Stand Up India scheme, which helps with promoting like minority groups in terms of women, scheduled caste and scheduled tribes. So these are being paid importance so that they also contribute to the betterment of the economy. So let's read about it. Stand Up India scheme aims at promoting entrepreneurship among women and scheduled caste and scheduled tribes. The scheme is anchored by Department of Financial Service, that is DFS, the Ministry of Finance and the Government of India. So three points to remember here: Department of Financial Services or DFS, the Ministry of Finance, and then we have the Government of India. So this way, these three are the ones that are anchoring the scheme. Which scheme are we talking about here? We are talking about the Stand Up India scheme, which focuses on women, scheduled caste and scheduled tribe. So three things to remember here. That is, what is the focus group? Focus group is women, scheduled caste and scheduled tribe. And the agencies or the ministries who are anchoring this is the Department of Financial Services, the Ministry of Finance and the Government of India. So let's look into this scheme a little further. So Stand Up India scheme facilitates bank loans between rupees 10 lakh to rupees 1 crore to at least one scheduled caste or one scheduled tribe borrower and at least one woman borrower per bank branch for setting up a greenfield enterprise. So this is the term that has been coined as a part of the scheme, that is the greenfield enterprise. So this enterprise may be in the manufacturing, services or the trading sector. So now these are the three services. So we have manufacturing, services, or the trading sector. In case of non-individual enterprises, at least 51% of shareholding and controlling stake should be held by either a SC, ST or a woman entrepreneur. So now what is the loan amount? Loan amount is anywhere between rupees 10 lakh to rupees 1 crore. And this is to at least one SC, ST or woman borrower per bank branch. And then if it is not like a single individual entrepreneur, if it is a company, then in that case, greater than 51%, greater than or equal to 51% of the shareholding is supposed to be with a SC, ST or a woman. So this is what the Standup India scheme mainly focuses on. So now there are certain eligibility criteria that needs to be met for this scheme to be availed. So firstly, like our main focus is it has to be SC, ST or a woman, and the age criteria. So the person should have attained a majority age, that is 18 years. Loans under the scheme are available only for greenfield projects. So let's understand what greenfield is. Greenfield signifies the first time venture of the beneficiary in the manufacturing, services or the trading sector. Three sectors here. So we have the manufacturing or services or the trading sector. And greenfield is that whoever the entrepreneur is should have ventured into these sectors for the first time, and that is known as a greenfield project. In case of non-individual enterprises, 51% of shareholding and controlling stake should be held either by SC, ST and or women entrepreneur. Borrower should not be in default by any bank or financial institution. So just like any other eligibility for borrowing, there should be no default. Next, coming to understanding the loan, that is what is the kind of loan that these people will get. So first one is the nature of loan. Composite loan inclusive of term loan and capital loan. So this is something that we spoke about. So rupees 10 lakh to rupees 1 crore. Purpose of loan for setting up a new enterprise. What kind of enterprise are we talking about here? Greenfield enterprise. Size of the loan. Composite loan of 75% of the project cost inclusive of term loan and working capital. The stipulation of the loan being expected to cover 75% of the cost would not apply if the borrower's contribution from any other scheme exceeds 25% of the project cost. So now what is the size of the loan that they are talking about? Size of the loan is a composite loan of 75%. Okay. And now this 75% would not apply in case the borrower's contribution itself exceeds 25% of the project cost. What is the interest rate? The rate of interest would be the lowest applicable rate for the bank for that particular category, not to exceed the base rate plus 3% plus the tenor premium. So why are we giving a very less interest rate? Reason being, we want to encourage women entrepreneurs, SC, ST entrepreneurs to get into the manufacturing, services or the trading sectors and make use of the Standup India scheme. Next, we have the security. So besides primary security, the loan may be secured by collateral security or guarantee of the credit guarantee fund scheme for Standup India loans as decided by the bank. So this is something very important. So this is specifically set up for the Standup India scheme, that is the credit guarantee fund scheme. Credit Guarantee Fund Scheme. So this name is not a task to remember because we need to understand the purpose. So the purpose is to provide a guarantee for what? The credit that we are availing. So Credit Guarantee Fund Scheme. Repayment. Loan is repayable in 7 years with a maximum moratorium period of 18 months. So 7 years plus moratorium of 18 months. And then working capital. For withdrawal of working capital up to rupees 10 lakhs, the same may be sanctioned by way of overdraft. So up to rupees 10 lakhs, we can get a overdraft for working capital. RuPay debit card to be issued for the convenience of the borrower. Working capital limit above rupees 10 lakh to be sanctioned by way of cash credit limit. So up to 10 lakh, it is overdraft. More than 10 lakh, it is cash credit limit. All right. And the last one is the margin money. So the scheme envisages 25% margin money, which can be provided in convergence with the eligible central and state schemes. While such schemes can be drawn upon availing admission subsidies or for meeting margin money requirement, in all cases, the borrower shall be required to bring in a minimum of 10% of the project cost as own contribution. So now when we are talking about getting loans of rupees 10 lakh to rupees 1 crore, so even if the project is say for 75 lakhs, so that entirely cannot be funded by these loans. At least 10% should be funded by the borrower himself. So this will ensure that there is some amount of contribution from the borrower, and whatever the bank is providing is an addition to what the borrower is contributing. Let's quickly summarize what we learned so far. So two schemes. So one was the Make in India and second one is the Stand Up India. So let's just quickly summarize it. So first one, we had the Make in India scheme. So as a part of the Make in India scheme, first one, it is to encourage manufacturing and investments in the country. This was introduced in the year 2014 in the month of September. There are 25 key areas which are identified, some of them being textile, automobile, pharmacy, and IT. And the main aim of this is to make India a global manufacturing hub. And for this, the FDI limits into India have been increased so that foreign investment is also encouraged. So we have increased the FDI limits as well. The next scheme that we studied about is the Stand Up India initiative or Stand Up India scheme, wherein the main focus is for women and SC/ST entrepreneurs. Yes, so a borrowing of anywhere rupees 10 lakhs to rupees 1 crore shall be provided. And this encourages these into three sectors. So we have manufacturing, service, or trading sectors. And then this has to be for a greenfield enterprise. That is the first time these entrepreneurs are setting up any of the enterprise in the above mentioned three sectors. The minimum age requirement is 18 years and at least 10% of project cost should be the borrower's contribution. Then we have the time period for repayment. So that is 7 years plus 18 months of moratorium. So these are certain characteristics that we need to remember when it comes to the Make in India and the Stand Up India scheme. Let's see if there's anything else that we need to remember. So again, purpose of loan is the greenfield. Size of loan is 75% has to be composite loan. Then we had the interest rate. Security, again, yes, this is a very important point. That is the credit guarantee. Just a minute, please. Yeah. Credit guarantee fund scheme for the Stand Up India. Yes, next we have, this is the security. So repayment is 7 years plus moratorium. And then in case of working capital requirement, up to 10 lakh rupees, you can do it by way of an overdraft. And more than 10 lakh rupees, a cash credit can be done. And lastly, RuPay debit cards are issued for the borrowers. convenience. So these are certain schemes by which the government of India wishes to encourage entrepreneurs in India to take up initiatives and focus on the projects that they want to work on. Coming to the next initiative, the next one is the Startup India initiative. So as the name suggests, this is to encourage entrepreneurs to start their own startups, set up their own startups. Again, there are two primary aims here. First one is generation of employment, because a lot of human resource and manpower would be required whenever you are starting any given business, and obviously wealth creation. So two main aims: generation of employment and wealth creation. The goal of Startup India is the development and innovation of products and services and increasing the employment rate in India. Benefits of the Startup India scheme is simplification of work, finance support, government tenders, networking opportunities. Again, Startup India was launched by Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi on 16th of January 2016. Again, a very important date to remember. So two dates that we have so far. So we had Make in India initiative, which was in the month of September 2014. And then we have Startup India initiative, which was 16th of January 2016. So now, what are the benefits of Startup India initiative? So the first one is financial benefits. So now most of the startups are patent based because there are a lot of innovations that are involved. It means they produce or provide unique goods or services. In order to register patents, they have to incur a heavy cost, which is known as patent cost. Under this scheme, the government provides 80% rebate on patent costs. Moreover, the process of patent registration and related processes is very faster for them. So it also pays a facilitator fees to the facilitator to obtain the patent. So when we're talking about financial benefits as a part of the Startup India scheme, the first term that needs to come to our mind is patent, wherein patent is the intellectual property that we secure for any innovative goods or services. So 80% of this patent amount will be given as a rebate, and it also pays fees to the facilitator of the patent. So this is the first financial benefit that we count as a part of the Startup India initiative. Second one is the income tax benefits. So startups enjoy a good amount of benefits under the income tax head. The government exempts 3 years income tax post the incorporation year. So for 3 years, they are exempted to pay income tax, but they can avail it only after getting a certificate from the interministerial board. This is very important. So you can get exemption for up to 3 years from the income tax, but this you require a certificate from the interministerial board. Also, they can claim exemption from tax on capital gains if they invest their money in specified funds. So for income tax benefits, what are the various benefits? Firstly, 3 years income tax post the incorporation is entirely exempted, provided they obtain a certificate from the interministerial board. And also capital gains tax will be exempted for them if they are investing in specified funds. Coming to registration benefits. So as a part of registration benefits, it is like setting up the business. So now everyone believes that incorporation and registration of business are far more difficult than running it because the procedures are so long. So even as a part to encourage, there are a lot of reforms that the government has brought about it when you want to incorporate a company. So say for example, the introduction of spice form, run form, which we will also understand in chapter number 7. So this is how the incorporation process has been made simpler. So now under the Startup India scheme, an application is there to facilitate registration. A single meeting is arranged at the Startup India hub. Also, there is a single doubt and problem solving window for them. So why is this doubt and problem solving window very important? It is that at any given point in time while setting up the startup, if there are any doubts, then this window will be able to solve them, thus reducing the time involved in setting up any startup. So first one, we had financial benefits with respect to patents. Second one, we had the income tax benefit. Third one, we have the registration benefit. Fourth one is the government tender, wherein everyone seeks to acquire government tenders because of high payments and large projects, but it is not easy to acquire government tenders. Under this scheme, the startups get priority. So government tenders are basically in case any project has to be set up, like say construction of a bridge has to be taken up. So then the government will issue a notice to obtain tenders. That is, these like say for example, construction companies will submit their tender that this is the quotation, this is the timeline within which they aim to complete the project. So in this case, while submitting, if startups are a part of that, then they will get priority. So that is how Startup India is helping people set up startups and get involved in fostering the economy. Also, they are not required to have any prior experience because the term itself says startup, that is up to 5 years will be considered as a startup. Huge networking opportunities. So networking opportunity means the opportunity to meet with various startup stakeholders at a particular place or a particular time. The government provides this opportunity by conducting 2 startup fairs annually. So this will be both at a domestic and an international level. So it also provides IPR awareness workshop. So IPR is basically all our patents, trademarks, copyright. So these are all the various IPRs. For a business point of view, patents and trademarks would be something that would be a most prominent IPR. So now, yes, just the last point in the startup scheme. So the registration of startup can be done only from the following type of companies: partnership firm, LLP firm, and a private limited company. So why are we focusing only on these 3? Is these are small scale when we compare to like a public company or a listed company or any multinational company or a body corporation for that matter. So the reason we are focusing is so that entrepreneurs would set up these entities so as to avail the benefits that Startup India provides. So now to quickly summarize, what are the benefits of the Startup India initiative? Yes. So the third scheme that we have spoken about is the Startup India scheme or initiative. So as a part of this, firstly, we need to understand that this was set up in 16th January 2016 by our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi. And then the 2 main aims of this is employment generation and generation of wealth. So now what are the benefits? Firstly, we have the financial benefits, wherein for patents, company can obtain a 80% rebate, and also for the facilitator of the patent, that is the person who helps in obtaining the patent for the company, this is paid by the government. So this is the financial benefit part of it. Income tax benefit. So as a part of this, up to 3 years, payment of income tax is exempted, provided they get a certificate from the ministerial board. From the ministerial board. And also tax on capital gain is exempted if they invest in certain specified securities. Then the whole setting up process has been made simpler by introducing a single unified platform and also a single window for doubt clearances and support. Yes. So registration benefits, that is a single doubt and problem solving window. And secondly, in the 4th point, where we have government tenders, that is startups will get a priority while submitting government tenders. Kindly excuse me, there was a network error. Yes, so we were discussing the benefits of the Startup India initiative, wherein we saw the financial benefits, the income tax benefits, and the registration benefits. So now we were understanding the government tender benefits, wherein the startups will get a priority, and also they will not be able to, the requirement to have experience will not be applicable to a startup. Yes, so we were here at how the registration process becomes simpler. And then next up is government tenders, wherein startups will get a priority over the other enterprises submitting their tenders, and there is no requirement for any prior experience as well. And lastly, there will be networking opportunities, that is startups get to network with other entrepreneurs and other people in the similar field, wherein 2 startup fests are held annually, and these are held both at a national as well as an international level. And one more point to keep in mind is only 3 types of entities can be registered as a startup. So firstly, we have our partnership firms, limited liability partnership, and in companies, it is only private limited companies that can register itself as a startup. So far we have spoken about 3 initiatives. First one is the Make in India. Second one is the Stand-up India. Third one is the Startup India. Now coming to the last scheme that we are talking about as a part of this chapter is the Skill India. So like the name suggests, so Skill India basically focuses on development of skill of the workforce in India. So now let's understand this further. So now there is a National Skill Development Corporation set up. So the name is very easy to remember because as a part of Skill India, there is a National Skill Development Corporation, which is a not-for-profit public limited company incorporated on 31st of July 2008. So 31st of July 2008, and this is a not-for-profit organization and a public limited company that was set up in the year 2008 under section 5 of the section 25 of the Companies Act 1956. So now that act has been repealed. Currently there is Companies Act 2013 that exists, and in this it is known as the section 8 company, so widely known as section 8 companies. So National Skill Development Corporation was set up by the Ministry of Finance as a public-private partnership model, wherein the government of India, through the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, holds 49% of the capital, and the private sector has a balance of 51% of the share capital. So now NSDC, that is the National Skill Development Corporation. So 49% is held by the government of India, and it is through the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, and 51% is held by the private sector. So this will help in achieving both the objectives, that is the government will have a hold over this, and also that there will be a lot of contribution in the form of private investment that will be coming in. So National Skill Development Corporation aims to promote skill development by catalyzing creation of large quality not-for-profit vocational institutions. So what is vocational institutions? So these are institutions that focus on skill development, that when it comes to the workforce. So the organization provides funding to build scalable and profitable vocational training activities. Its mandate is to also enable support system which will focus on quality assurance, information system, and train the trainer academies either directly or through partnership. So it acts as a catalyst in skill development by providing funding to the enterprises companies, and the differentiated focus on 21 sectors under this purview and its understanding will make every sector attractive to private investment. So like I was mentioning earlier, the main focus is to foster skill development and also establish centers for skill development. So now, So the details of the various schemes and initiatives are provided below. So as a part of Skill India, what are the various benefits? So we have the Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Kendra. So this is the first one, that is the Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Kendra, wherein vocational training needs to be made aspirational to transform India into the skill capital of the world. In line with the same, the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. So who is this? This is the one that holds 49% holding in the National Skill Development Council. So now this intends to establish visible and aspirational model training centers in every district of the country. So now Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Kendra is focusing on providing skill development and giving it in every district of India, and also for the establishment of model training center. So model training center. So NSDC is the implementation agency of the project. So the model training center envisages to create benchmark institutions that demonstrate aspirational value. So yes, we were discussing about the Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Kendra Yojana in the lines of skill development. So three names to remember here. First one, we have the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. This is the first one. Second one is the model training centers, which will be established by the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. And last one is the, after model training center, the last one is the National Skill Development Corporation, that is the implementation agency for the Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Kendra Yojana. So now, what is the purpose of this model training center that the MSDE wants to implement? So the model training centers envisages to create benchmark institutions that demonstrate aspirational value for competency-based skill development training. So as we all know, this is established with the purpose of establishing MTC in every given district, and the main purpose is competency-based skill development training. Focus on elements of quality, sustainability, and connection with the stakeholders in skill delivery process, and transform from a mandate-driven footloose model to a sustainable institution model. So what is like a mandate-driven footloose model? So mandate-driven is because it has been made mandatory by any, say, regulatory authority. For that purpose, it is being done. So instead of that, the focus is to shift to make it a voluntary one, wherein there is sustainable development, and also the spirit of implementing this whole program is being understood. So now, what is the funding support? How are we getting the funding? So first one is the capital expenditure. So NSDC will provide a concessional secured loan funding per center up to 75% of project investment to cover expenditure only related to. So NSDC is going to give 75%, up to 75% of what? Of the project investment. And what is the expenditures that it will cover? So the first one is training infrastructure, that is plant, machinery and equipment, training aid, and civil work, including setting up structures and retrofit existing structures. So firstly, all the expenditure, that is 75% of what NSDC is going to give a loan for, that will be specifically wholly and solely for providing training. So first one, training infrastructure, training aid, and refining the existing structures. Second one, when it comes to operation support, so sustainability of the centers will be assured against dedicated training numbers under the Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana or its successor schemes, each PMKK. So this one, what we had now was the Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Kendra. This is the scheme that was set up. And under that, we have the Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana or its successor schemes. Each PMKP will be assured a training mandate for 3 years under this scheme. So under the Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, they will train. So this is a scheme, and they will train every Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Kendra for a period of 3 years. So this is something that is very important to remember. As per common norm, subject to the capacity and utilization of the center. So capital expenditure, NSDC is going to give a concessional loan for up to 75% of project investment, specifically for training. A Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana scheme is mandated for a period of 3 years for every Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Kendra. Then coming to international skill training, a country's ability and potential for growth is determined by the size of its youth population, because they are the future, they are the citizens of tomorrow. So youth today need to be harnessed, motivated, skilled, and streamlined to bring rapid progress for any given country. India has the relative advantage at present over other countries in terms of distribution of youth population, even when compared to large, fast-growing Asian economies such as China and Indonesia, the two major countries other than India, which determine the demographic features of Asia. So youth, international skill training, so main focus is on youth, because the pace at which India is growing, the volume, that is the amount of youth that is present in the country is large, and that's why focus is also being made on them to give them adequate skill development training. Next, talking about entrepreneurship policy. So recognizing the imperative need for skill development, National Skill Development Policy was formulated in 2009. So we have the National Skill Development Policy. So what is the corporation? National Skill Development Corporation, and this policy has been introduced in which year? In the year 2009. Given the vast paradigm shift in the skilling and entrepreneurship ecosystem in the country and the experience gained through implementation of various skill development programs, a need was felt to revisit the existing policy to align the policy framework with the national and international milieu. Accordingly, government framed the National Policy for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship 2015. So firstly, we had the National Skill Development Policy in 2009, and then we have the National Policy for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, which was refined in the year 2015. The primary objective of this policy was to meet the challenge of skilling at scale with speed, standard, and sustainability. Next up, we have the pre-departure orientation training. So one thing with respect to policy, the first one came out in the year 2009, that is the National Skill Development Policy, and the refined one came out in the year 2015, which is National Policy for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. National Policy for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Then we have the pre-departure orientation program, orientation training, PDOT, which is given the need to orient potential migrant workers with regard to language, culture, do's and don'ts in immigration process, PDOT has been launched. So Ministry of External Affairs, in collaboration with Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, is conducting this particular program, and NSDC is again the implementing agency for this program. A longer variant of PDOT, that is 160 hours, was offered at all the IISCs, which consisted of country orientation, language, and digital literacy. So now what is the purpose? So this is, to give a training to migrant workers with respect to the language, the culture, what are the do's and don'ts in the destination country that they're going to, what are the processes that are involved. So who does this? Ministry of External Affairs. Why do they do it? Because it deals with immigrants. So immigrants or migrant workers. Migrant workers. So who is it? Ministry of External Affairs plus Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, and NSDC is the implementing agency. Yes. So longer variant was 160 hours and shorter variant was 1 day. Two types of variants of the PDOT. Longer variant is 160 hours and shorter variant is 1 day. So this program is delivered by trainers who have undergone training of trainers program organized by the Ministry of External Affairs. So far, 52 trainers from existing IISCs and NSDC training partners have undergone the PDOT. That is the training of the trainers. So two variants, one is for 160 hours, one is for 1 single day. Next up, we have the Technical Intern Training Program. This program promotes international collaboration through transfer of skills, technology, knowledge among participant countries. It offers training to the workers for a specified period in Japan's industrial society. So what is the specified period? It is a period of 3 to 5 years. The objective is to ensure that the most competent youth is selected and sent to Japan to participate in the Technical Intern Training Program. So one thing that we can remember here is when we are talking about the intern training program, it is related to Japan, wherein the most competent youth is sent for a period of 3 to 5 years to participate in this training program. The Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India, Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Health, Labor, Welfare of Japan signed a memorandum of cooperation initiating this program in October 2017. So when was this program launched? This program was launched in the year 2017 and in the month of October. Who are involved? So MSDE, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, the Government of India. Then we have the Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and then we have the Ministry of Health, Labor, Welfare of Japan, and they all signed a memorandum of cooperation in the year October 2017. Coming to the next part of it, investment in physical infrastructure. So why is investment in physical infrastructure very important? Because physical infrastructure also contributes to the development of the economy, and that is one area that the government constantly puts its focus on. So India's infrastructure development has not kept pace with the economic growth, as it continues to be beleaguered by perennial problems. To name a few, these challenges revolve around poor management practices, financing, and regulation. That is, whenever we're talking about physical infrastructure, firstly, there are a lot of permits involved. Secondly, the timelines are usually not met. That is, say, for example, if there was construction of any given bridge or construction of a building, if there's a timeline of 3 to 5 years that is being given, usually those timelines are not met, and there are not adequate supervision that is being conducted. So these are few challenges when it comes to setting up a physical infrastructures. The rising demand for infrastructure facilities, rapid growth in urbanization, bulging of the middle class, and an increasing working age population would endanger substantial increase in infrastructure investment. So now that so many people are working, now that encouragement is being given to women to work, and urbanization and even middle class people work even harder now, the infrastructure, the pace at which the infrastructure going is not sustainable enough. Sustained investment in infrastructure is one of the key imperatives for turning the Make in India vision into reality. So now when we are saying Make in India, we also need to understand that in order to make India a global manufacturing hub, that kind of infrastructure is very important. And only if that infrastructure setup is available will the Make in India vision come into reality. But one thing that needs to be understood is without this physical infrastructure, Make in India would become very difficult to be implemented. Achieving a manufacturing-led transformation would necessitate addressing the bottlenecks across the infrastructure. So now the government has started taking initiatives in this direction, and rewards are being witnessed. To start with, public spending on infrastructure such as roads, railways, irrigation, urban infrastructure has received a significant fill-up in the budget. So this shows that towards this, there is a greater budget that is being allocated, which will help in the betterment of the infrastructure facilities available in India. Many bottlenecks facing infrastructure projects have been eased, particularly in the area of procedurally complex environmental rules. Now, significant pickup in infrastructure investment can be expected in the coming years. So what we saw till now is a lot of focus was not being provided, but now there has been focus has been shifting towards this, wherein we are allocating more budget, especially for construction, to make sure the infrastructure is adequate to make our Make in India scheme a reality. The government has also emphasized the need for stepping up the scale and scope of private investment in infrastructure by allowing 100% FDI in some areas of railway infrastructure. So this is like a good milestone. So in case of railway infrastructure, 100% FDI is being allowed in some parts of railway infrastructure. And then given the renewed emphasis on infrastructure by boosting infrastructure, financing coupled with initiatives to enhance physical infrastructure such as roads, railways, urban infrastructure. So now, according to DNB's estimates, physical infrastructure investment is expected to surge to 10.4% of GDP by the financial year 2025 from around 7.5. So in financial year 2015, it was 7.5%. That is the investment. But in 25, that is around 10 years later, it is expected to be around 10.4%. So this is remarkable. Next, coming to the last part of his chapter, understanding the need for entrepreneurship and what are the various challenges about entrepreneurship. So why do you think entrepreneurship is so important to any given country? So firstly, like we were seeing in the beginning itself, entrepreneurship helps in, employment generation. It helps in wealth generation. That is, firstly, as we all know, becoming an entrepreneur, the first requirement is capital. To start any given business, capital is required. So now, if instead of this capital being idle, we can have this capital being put into a business opportunity wherein not only will that capital be utilized to generate profits and generate revenue, but also it will lead to employment generation, because a new business is being started, new opportunities are being given to employees and the workforce in general. And obviously it is going to contribute to the betterment of the economy. So let's see specific points that our module contains. So entrepreneurs are considered as change agents in the process of industrial and economic development of a country. So why are we saying change agents? Because they bring about a change in the economy. That is the idle capital, they are putting it into use. The premium mobile role that entrepreneurs play in promoting industrial and economic development of an economy is well adduced across the countries. In a sense, entrepreneurs are the spark plugs who transform the economic sense of an economy. So two names that we have here. So first one, we have the change agents. And then the next one, we have the spark plugs. Now, what is the need for entrepreneurs in India? Let's quickly have a look at that. So first one, entrepreneurs promote capital formation by mobilizing idle saving of the people. So why are we saying people and not only the entrepreneur? Because entrepreneur, in addition to contributing his own capital, also borrows funds. So there are private equity investors who invest in startups, and then there are also the bank's money that will be utilized in the form of loans. So it is mobilizing the idle money of the people that is already available with them. They create immediate and large-scale employment by establishing small-scale enterprises. So now, the major problem that is there in the country currently of unemployment will be reduced if entrepreneurs are putting efforts into their startups, into their companies, because firstly, it will create an immediate requirement. So as soon as the company has been started, there will be a requirement that will be generated. And as the scale of the operations enlarge, the requirement for employment will also become more. So first one is mobilizing the savings that have been idle of the people. And second one is the unemployment problem. They promote balanced regional development by establishing small-scale enterprises in rural, remote, and less development regions. So now, as we all know, India has every country has two parts majorly, so the rural and the urban part of it. So now what the notion is that these companies or businesses flourish only in the urban region, but with the need of entrepreneurship, we also focus on rural regions to make sure that to the extent possible in the rural areas, businesses are established in a manner which is sustainable to be developed in a rural economy as well. They help reduce the concentration of economic power. So like I was saying, urban and rural, both of them will get focus in terms of economic development. They promote equitable redistribution of wealth, income, and even political power in the interest of the country. They encourage effective resource utilization of capital and skill, which might otherwise remain unutilized and idle. They, by establishing industries, induce backward and forward linkages which stimulate the process of economic development in the country. And lastly, they promote countries' export business. It is an important ingredient to economic development. So when will export flourish in any given country? If our country is being able to manufacture and cater to the requirements of the international market. So this is the reason entrepreneurship is very important. But as we all know, there are a lot of challenges that are being faced in the entrepreneurship journey. So let's have a look at a few bottlenecks in the entrepreneurial growth. Inefficient time management. So now one thing that is very important is time management when it comes to entrepreneurship, because the moment the entrepreneurs think that they have a lot of time in hand, they're actually losing out on time. So they need to make use of the time that is available, the opportunities that is available. Grab the opportunity at the right time, and only then will you be able to put in efforts into the entrepreneurship journey. So when we are talking about inefficient time management, most entrepreneurs think that they have plenty of time to achieve their goals. Time is the most valuable resource, yes, yet most entrepreneurial leaders don't use it effectively. It is very important to analyze the business flow metrics and identify time-wasting processes. That is, what is it? We need to identify the amount of time required for any given process. How much time is required in ideating? How much time is required in sourcing funds for the business? How much time is required in registering the business and actually setting it up? So all of these timelines need to be defined so that the entrepreneur is well aware as to how much time is going to be taken into setting up the whole business or setting up the whole company. Comparing the performance with industry standards to find out the problem areas in a major challenge. Leveraging technology tools such as automation and machine learning wherever possible is very important, because like we know, with the advancement of technology, we need to adapt to these technologies. We need to make use of these technologies wherever applicable so that we are sure that all the resources that are available are being used to the maximum capacity. McKinsey & Co. reported that the next era of supply chain management will hinge on autonomous vehicles and a network of smart programs that can optimize efficiency. So with the advancement of technologies, the amount of things that are being done using technology that are being automated is also increasing as the years pass by. The first one that we spoke about was inefficient time management. Second one is the lack of money. That is, say for example, the entrepreneur has an idea to set up. They have a base thought as to what is it that they want to set up, but if they do not have capital in hand, then it is going to be a problem, because the capital is the primary requirement of setting up any given business. So for this, as a nation, we need to enable easy giving of loans. We need to have investors who are ready to invest into startups, be it a small or a large scale one. But anytime capital is not available, that becomes a challenge for the entrepreneurs, because they don't have the first requirement of any given business. Inadequate funds or less funding obtained by these funds can hinder expansion. Because, say, for example, even if after the entity is set up, now we're looking at expansion because it is doing good. But if fund is not available, then the expansion process will also be hindered. When it comes to resolving bottlenecks, money matters a lot. It helps in the purchase of a software programs and hire consultant who reduce the obstacles to growth and profitability. So like we all know, specializations are involved, and maybe the entrepreneur himself is not able to do everything. So in that case, we may need to resort to hiring consultants or purchasing softwares that will help the work easier. And for any given of this, we need to make sure that funds are available. As the company expands, there is a need to scale up the technology, invest in sales enablement, and direct resources to a number of critical areas. And for all of this, money is a primary requirement. Fortunately, there are a number of capital sources out there. So in addition to venture capital funding, one can apply for a loan backed by the Small Business Administration. Loans repaid in less than 7 years incur a less than 10% interest rate, and these loans can be used to purchase new technology or building your team with supply chain expert. So now, if you are repaying your loan within a period of 7 years, then only interest rate up to 10% is applicable, not more than that. Next, too much noise. So now, too much noise basically basically means that whenever entrepreneurship is, say, for example, starting a startup, then the first thing that they would want to focus on is achieving success, becoming the next big thing in the market. But they need to understand that a lot of work goes into the project right before achieving the limelight, right before achieving the success. So the focus is so much on success, becoming the best, becoming the number one, becoming the pioneer in the market, that the groundwork is not being laid, and that becomes a bottleneck for our entrepreneurship development. So building and running a startup can become too complex when entrepreneur is trying to cut through the noise generated through the social media, marketing, apps, and vendors. It's enough to make the entrepreneurs think that they need to chase down the next big thing and clamor for the media limelight. So that is actually not that important as against comparing to investing time and resources in getting the business stable and onto the path of profitability. But limelight doesn't guarantee success. Many companies that drew huge amount of press and venture funding capital have ultimately failed. So the better path is to focus on the work and trust that the attention will come. So if entrepreneurs are continuously looking for the limelight, looking for success without actually investing time and effort into that, then there are going to be no results except for failure. Put out a great product and be rigorous about clearing paths to growth. The accolades will follow, but they matter if one can scale and thrive sustainably. So we need to focus on the products and the services that we are offering as entrepreneurs, and automatically success is going to follow. Then a small or non-existing network. So now if the entrepreneur is relatively very new to the industry, not known to the industry peers, then that is going to be a very big problem, because networking is not going to be enough. Now, first thing that an entrepreneur needs to understand is that in addition to putting in their own efforts, they need to be recognized in the market. And by recognized, I don't mean becoming famous. By recognized, I mean being known that there is this kind of a product that has come in, there is this service that this company is providing. And if this network is not existing, if entrepreneurs are not putting in effort into networking, then in that case, no matter how successful or how good the product is, they will not reach the market, because the entrepreneurs has not made or developed good contacts. So being a first-time entrepreneur with a near non-existent industry, developing contacts is one of the biggest challenges to overcome. A strong network is crucial to a company's growth, but strong networks aren't built through viral campaigns or flashy marketing. They develop over years of resilience, relationship building. So this is one very important term, relationship building, cultivation of a community around the idea. In Japan and China, sustainable strong networks are an integral part of the value chain and supply chain. To build a supportive network around one's own business, the type of reach entrepreneur wants to have is very critical. So now entrepreneur needs to understand whom it is that they will be reaching out to, what is their target audience, what are their competitors, who are their industry peers. All of this needs to be understood. Last one is growing too much too soon. So with an aim to achieve success at an early stage itself, the entrepreneur goes all out without actually analyzing the repercussions of what is the plan. So if a structured plan is made, if we are focusing on organic growth, then the startup or the company or the business is going to flourish. But if we are going, with unrealistic expectations, unrealistic goals, then the chances of failure are much higher. With the objective of growing production, the problems also compound at the same rate. Figuring out how to scale requires frequent testing and willingness to pivot. That is, the entrepreneur does not want to miss out on strategic opportunities. For instance, there's nothing wrong with starting small and growing slowly. It's better to take that approach than to overinvestment in a lackluster strategy. One needs to pay attention and switch gear when it's needed. So in the chase for success, in the chase for growth too fast, maybe focusing on the product, focusing on the services would be missed out. So firstly, it is better to always start small and start slow, and after this the success will automatically follow. When Groupon, a US-based startup company, started the concept of online couponing in 2008, it was a tremendous hit. But Groupon focused too much on customer acquisition and not enough on customer retention. So what happens is you have gained a certain amount of customers, but instead of focusing on retaining them, you are going after only new customers. Then the existing customers are not going to be satisfied with the services. So same thing Groupon had also done. They focused too much on customer acquisition and not on customer retention. And so when the company rushed to scale, it hadn't dealt with its pre-existing issues. That is, whatever issues that their existing customers were facing, the company did not focus on that, and hence this was not successful enough. And you can see here that within months of filing its IPO in 2011, the share price plunged from $20 to $9, that it became almost half. So that is, existing issues were not solved and you were focusing on gaining new customers, and in that case the share price fell down. So this is a classic example of how, instead of focusing on what you have currently, what are the customers want currently, you focused on growth too much too soon, and that's why there was a decline in the company's performance. So now, as common as these issues are, startup founders are actually the biggest bottlenecks in their own businesses. They believe they have to do everything themselves, and they try to take charge of the problems on their way to growth. Hence, there is a strong need to create internal bonds and decentralized systems. So, entrepreneurship to a great extent involved doing a lot of activities by oneself, but with the advent of specialization, we need to understand that wherever possible to hire experts for that particular field. Say for example, I am an entrepreneur, I am good at the product that I want to build, but I don't have enough marketing ability. So in that case, instead of focusing both on the product and marketing, I would hire a person for marketing, because they would understand the market better. They would understand what is the trend when it comes to marketing. So instead of taking everything on the entrepreneur's plate, if the entrepreneur is bifurcating, dividing, and as per the specialization, appointing experts. So again, Right in the starting, this would not be possible, but as the business has become stable, this would be possible. And that would let the entrepreneur keep their focus on the product and the service that they are developing, whilst the other activities are being handled by the respective experts. So this was about the entrepreneurship scenario in the country, wherein we spoke about four major schemes. We understood what is the need for entrepreneurship development, and we also saw what are the various bottlenecks or challenges faced in the entrepreneurship journey in India. Thank you so much for being a part of this class. I'll see you in the next class. If you have any doubts, if you have any suggestions, please feel free to post them in the comment section. Thank you so much. Hi all, welcome back to another class of CSEET Economics. So today's topic is overview of business environment, wherein we'll be understanding what a business environment is, what are the factors that are affecting a business environment, what are the various types, and further we'll be understanding the whole ease of doing business concept. So without further ado, let's begin. So when we talk about business environment, what is it? So business environment is basically the external environment that affects any given business, the environment in which your business is functioning. So it is the interaction and transaction with the environment. Which environment are we talking about here? We are talking about the business environment. Mutual interrelation and interdependence. So now why is there a mutual interrelation? Because between a business and the environment in which it functions, there is an interdependence. Both cannot exist without each other. They coexist. So that's why there is mutual interrelation and independence. And one of the definitions could be aspects influencing the operations and the effectiveness of the business. So why is it influencing the operation and effectiveness of the business? Because the environment that the business is in will help determining what is the extent to which that business will flourish, what is the extent to which that business will succeed. So that is the importance of business environment. Yes, so there are two key definitions of business environment. So the first one is by Keith Davis, wherein business environment is the aggregate of all conditions, events, and influences that surround and affect it. So it is the aggregate of all conditions, the events, influences that surround and affect it. So this is the first definition. It is by Keith Davis. Second one is by Andrews, wherein business environment is the pattern of all external influences that affects its life and development. So in case of Andrews, there is just one keyword, which is external influences. In case of Keith David, there are three keywords. So there is conditions, events, and influences. So conditions, events, influences is Keith Davis, and Andrews is external influences. So these two are key definitions of business environment that we need to understand. Next, coming to characteristics of business environment, that is, what is it? What are the features of business environment? First one, like we discussed, it is external forces. Why is it external forces? Because this is outside the control of the business. So it includes all the forces, institutions, and the factors affecting the business. So something, whichever is external, we need to understand that it is not in our control. Our refers to business here. Second one is specific and general. So there are two types of environment. We have specific environment. So specific environment is applicable to that particular business, and general environment is the environment that's applicable across all. So let's understand few examples. So for specific environment, we have investors, customers, competitors, and suppliers. So if you see here, this is going to be company or business specific. Like say, for example, when we take two examples of one FMCG company and one is a IT company. IT companies, investors are going to be different. The customers are going to be different. Competitors, suppliers are going to be entirely different. So that is the reason this is very specific. This is specific to the business. So when we're talking about specific, it means specific to the business. And then we have general. General is applicable entirely. So we have social, legal, technological, and political. So this is something that is applicable at a large. So that is the difference between specific and general business environment. Coming to the third part of it, there is an interrelation. When we were understanding the meaning, we saw that there is interrelation and interdependence. So when we're talking about interrelation, Interrelations are basically that factors are interconnected. So now every factor affects each other. So now there is an example of youth culture influencing fast food demand. So now because of the influence of the external Western culture, there is an impact on the consumption by the Indian youth, by the youth or Indian youth to be very specific. So there is an interrelation between each other. Fourth one is uncertainty. So anything that is not in our control is uncertain, with like in the sense that it is difficult to predict changes. Like say for example, there are rapid changes in your IT and fashion industry. The fashion industry is so evolving that something that was in style last year would not be continuing to be in style this year. So that is how fast the changes is. That's how dynamic the whole environment is. So dynamic is our next feature, wherein it is highly flexible. Continuous monitoring required. So the continuous monitoring is required with an aim that any change in the business environment, it is so fast that if we do not keep track, the business is going to lag. The business is not going to move with the existing trends. So that's why it's very important to monitor what are the trends that are going on. Sixth one is complexity. It is difficult to understand the impact. Minor changes can have significant effects. That is, if there is any slight change in the business environment, then there is a very high amount of impact. Like say for example, when the whole Maggie case had come up, that they had done tests. So in that case, this one test led to the entire sale of Maggie being stopped for years together. Because of that one single thing, the whole that was there was a change in the legal environment, that is the testing was increased. So because of a finding of that testing, the sale of Maggie was banned, and such a small thing could have such a major impact, especially for the Maggie. Then last one is relativity. So it impacts varies across companies and countries. A similar example of what we took of Maggie, say for example, now if in any soft drink they find a chemical that is harmful, they find an ingredient that is harmful, and they release a test. Okay, so in that case, the sale of that particular soft drink is going to go down, while the sale of other soft drinks, or say maybe juices or anything else like which is a substitute for this soft drink, it is going to go up. So not necessary that one change will have the same impact on every given product or every given business. The impact will vary across companies and even countries for that matter. So to quickly summarize it, business environment is an external force. There are two types, specific and general. It is interrelated. There is uncertainty. It is dynamic. It is very complex. And lastly, there is a lot of relativity. Next one is the factors influencing the business environment. Please excuse me 1 minute. Yes. So there are factors influencing the business environment. So what we understood now were what were the features of business environment. Now it is that what are the factors influencing the business environment. So first one is the customers. So now what is most important to a business? One is profit, and second one is the customers. So when we are talking about customers, customer demands, customer preferences, so this is something that will influence the business environment. Like say for example, now customers are shifting towards a more health based perspective, wherein they are reducing the consumption of unhealthy food. So in that case, the customer preference is shifting from fast food to more organic and healthy food. So this will influence the business environment in a way that the demand for your healthy food is going to reduce, healthy food is going to increase. Yeah, the demand for healthy food is going to increase, and your demand for soft drinks, unhealthy food, fast food is going to decrease. So customer is the first one. Second one is competitors. So why are competitors so important? So if say for example, the competitor Yes. So we were talking about competitors. So why are competitors so important when it comes to business environment? Because only a company's competitors will help them in understanding what they are doing. Like say, for example, what is the price at which the competitors are selling similar products? What is it that the competitor has launched new? Are there any new launches? What is it that the competitor is doing to market their product? So which market position the competitor is at? So this is also a very important factor in influencing the business environment. Then we have other relevant stakeholders, that is what are their expectations. Stakeholders also influence. So stakeholders can be actually a mix of all of these. So it can be your investors, it can be your customers, suppliers. So stakeholders is like a whole group that is connected to that particular product or company. Then we have suppliers. So again, supplier becomes very important from the point that if we are into the manufacturing industry, or if say, for example, we are into the retail industry, if our supplier is able to give us products at a less price, only then the same price will be passed on to the customer. That is, a low price will be passed on. But if the products are not available, then the suppliers are going to charge us a high amount, in turn, which the company is going to charge on the customer. So this will affect the whole business environment, wherein for that particular business the product price is going on really high. So supplier, the product availability, product pricing, these two are the things that will influence the business environment. When we talk about industry trends, so industry trends is similar to customer preferences, but industry trends are how the market is functioning, how the market is responding to any given product. Like say, for example, this whole debate of Android versus iPhone is always going to go on. So the trend of late is that people are opting for iPhones, even though of such exorbitant prices, and that is a trend in the industry, and that is what is impacting the business environment. Then we have regulations and government activities, wherein depending on your policies, your legal framework, your business environment is going to be. Like say, for example, in the FMCG industry, we have the Food Safety Association of India, right? Safety and Standard Association of India, that is FSSAI. So in this case, to get that certification, the company really has to produce genuine products. And if, say, for example, the company or the product did not get that certification, then they will not be able to sell in the market, which means that how strict the regulations are, what is the thing that regulation requires for this product to come into the market, that is also something that affects the business environment. Next, we have social and economic. That is, what are the trends, what are the economic conditions? Like, say, for example, if the economy is flourishing, if people are earning well, if companies are doing well, then in that case, as a consumer, maybe I would want to invest in something huge, like say maybe a car or a house for that matter. But if the economy is in recession, then people would focus only on the basic needs, and purchasing something luxury or making such a huge investment is something that would not be in their plan of action. So that is why the social and economic conditions are a very important factor when it comes to influencing the business environment. Then we have technological developments, that is innovations, advancements. So say for example, if any product is being able to replace by technology or is being aided better by technology, then in that case, the business environment is going to be affected. So this also holds good for all our mobile phones, our laptops, wherein every now and then there are certain new releases, new features that are being introduced by these companies, which will influence the business environment as a whole. Yes. So these are all the factors that influence the business environment. So to quickly summarize, we have the customers, the competitors, all the relevant stakeholders, suppliers, industry trends, regulations and government activities, social and economic factors, and lastly, we have the technological development. So far we understood the meaning of business environment, definition, then what are the features, and lastly, we have the factors. Now coming to the types of business environment, first one is the political environment. So political environment affects the economic environment, and political environment includes the incentives or regulations by the legislature. So what are certain examples? We have tax breaks, mandatory chemical inclusion that are affecting the costs, and this impacts both your revenue and your employment. So this is what we were talking about when we were saying that especially in the food industry, you need to get the certificate of meeting the food standards, safety standards. That is only then the product will be available in the market. So that is something that forms a part of the political environment. So political environment, mainly it is the incentives or the regulations by the legislature, and it impacts on the revenue and the employment. Next up, we have the economic environment. So economic environment influences the overall economic conditions, that is consumer spendings during recessions versus prosperity. So this is one of the examples wherein we saw how I would purchase a car or an apartment in case the economy is in prosperity, whereas basic needs would be met in case of recession. So in that case, this is how the economic environment is defined, and it impacts on sales of optional items. So car and apartment can be an optional item that we can consider under economic environment. Then there are three factors that come into place: social, technological, and legal factors. So social is basically cultural influences on a business. So say, for example, this is a very small example, but anytime there is a festive season, the sale of ethnic outfits increases. So that is a cultural influence on a business. Be it any festival, the sale of ethnic outfits or festive outfits will increase, and this is a social factor. So we can take an example of sale of festive outfits during festive season. So this is a small scale example, but this is how a social factor is a type of business environment. Fashion trends affecting the clothing designs, impact on business success if trends are not followed. Because say, for example, like earlier, bell-bottom jeans used to be in trend early before 2000s. In 2000s, 2010s, it had stopped, but now in 2020s, bell-bottom jeans are making a comeback. So that is the businesses who are supplying or who are in the textile industry need to follow this trend in order to stay in the trend and in order to flourish in the business environment. Then we have the technological factor, that is impact of innovation and technology. So this is something that we were discussing earlier, that how mobile phones are evolving, our laptops are evolving, the whole technology that is used in the manufacture of this is evolving, and the businesses need to move with this in order to flourish. So certain examples, like we discussed, could be evolution of computers, the production cost, competitive advantage through technological adaptation. So now companies which adopt technology which move with the fast-paced technology will also flourish, because they are making use of the advantages of technology. And the last one is legal factors, that is changes due to legislations or lawsuits. So examples could be product recalls, data breach regulation. So any company that is in IT, cybersecurity becomes a huge deal, because the minute any data breach is detected, then that company would fall, in the sense that they would have violated the data security, cybersecurity code, and that's why legal factor becomes a very important thing when it comes to the business environment. Operational changes for compliances as well. So say, for example, when later in this chapter, when we are talking about ease of doing business, we will see about how MCA has introduced SPICE forms, a reserve unique name, that is run, which has helped in ease of doing business. And these are just operational changes that will help ease the compliance in any given country for that particular matter. Like SPICE and run is for when you are incorporating a company, a newly incorporated company. So that is an operational change, but your compliance becomes simpler and your ease of doing business becomes higher. So 5 types of business environment. We saw political environment, economic environment, social factor, technological factor, and legal factors. Yes, coming to the ease of doing business index. So what exactly is this business index? So this is something that is released by the World Bank, wherein they will see how easy it is depending on various things. So how strict are your laws? How easy it is to get a construction permit? How do you get an electricity permit? How is it to trade across borders from your country? So these are something. So there are 10 indicators like that, based on which the World Bank releases a report, wherein there are rankings from 1 to 190, wherein 1 being the highest rank, that is the most ease of doing business, and 190 being the least ease of doing business. So these ranks are issued to countries, and based on this, you will be able to understand how easy or simple it is to do business in that particular country. So as per 2019 report, India ranked 77. So as I told you, there were 190 countries and India had ranked 77. So it is above the average. That is, it is above the half of 190. Then this is a significant improvement because there was a jump of around 23 positions from 2017, which means that in the year 2017, it would have been somewhere around the 100th rank. So from 100th rank, we have shifted to the 77th rank in 2019. So these numbers are very important, especially when it comes from your exam point of view. So please make note of this. So in 2019, India had the 77th rank in the ease of doing business. Then overall improvement by 65 position over the past 4 years. So this improvement we are seeing for 2 years, and in 4 years they improved by 65 ranks, by 65 ranks in the last 4 years. And they consider all the parameters affecting the business cycle, like I was saying, construction permits, trading across borders, and how easy it is to set up a business. All of these are the factors that will help us in determining the ease of doing business. Then distance to frontier scores improved from 60.76 to 67.23. So what exactly is this term? Distance to frontier, that is the DTF. So it basically means that frontier is like a standard or an ideal practice that the business follows. So how far are you from achieving that frontier? How far are you from achieving the standard that is being set across the world? So this figure had become better, that is from 60.76 to 67.23. So this is also an achievement that we are progressing in this frontier as well. Yes. So what are the improvements that India has seen in the year 2018? So the first one is construction permits. That is how easy it is for you to get a permit to construct any given building or apartment for that matter. So rank improved from 181 to 52. So you see there is such a huge shift, and this is a big thing for India because the ease of doing business score improves with every given rank that gets better. Trading across borders, rank increased from 146 to 80. Starting a business, it became 156 to 137. Then getting credit, that is loans and everything, rank improved from 29 to 22. So in this case, we were already way ahead, but we are going further to get a better rank. Getting electricity, rank improved from 29 to 24. So in both these cases, that is in credit and electricity, the earlier ranks were 29. In case of credit, we shifted towards 22, and in case of electricity, we shifted towards 24. Enforcing contracts, there was a slight improvement of one rank, that is 164 to 163. So these ways, across these factors, so out of the 10 factors in these factors, India saw improvement in the year 2018. Now, a few more improvements. The World Bank has recognized India as one of the top improvers for the year, because if you see, there have been significant jumps. Only in the case of enforcing contracts, there has been one rank, that is from 164 to 163, that we have increased. But in all the other cases, there have been significant jumps, and that is the reason India has been recognized as the top performers for the year. This is the second consecutive year. So for 2 consecutive years, we have been recognized as the top performers. So we have 2 consecutive years. India is the first BRICS and the South Asian country to be recognized as a top performer in consecutive years. So countries have been recognized as a top performer, but not in consecutive years. India is the first one. India has recorded the highest improvement in 2 years by any large country since 2011 in doing the business assessment by improving its rank by 53 positions. So there is a highest improvement in 2 years. And what is the improvement? The improvement is with 53 positions. As a result of continued performance, India is now placed at the first position among South Asian countries as against sixth in 2014. So in the year 2014, India was ranked sixth amongst the South Asian countries, and now it is ranked first. So this is a huge achievement for India, because not only as a country it is progressing, but it's also finding a place, especially when it comes to the South Asian countries. Yes. Again, so there are a lot of improvements that have been mentioned in detail in our module. So let's go back there and understand every single improvement that India has gone through. Just give me a minute, please. Yes. So now here are the indicators wise highlights of India's performance. So first one, when it comes to construction permits. So construction permits, the procedures reduced from 37 to 20 in Mumbai and 24 to 16 in Delhi. And the time that is reduced from around 128 days, that is equivalent to more than 4 months. So 128 days to 99 days in Mumbai. So around from 4.5 months, we have shifted to or almost 3 months. Yes. So time has been reduced from 128.5 to 99 days in Mumbai and 157.5 to 91 days in Delhi. So this is something that is going down by almost half. That is, if you are seeing the current days in Mumbai is 99, current in Delhi is 91. And this has come from a huge shift. That is from 128.5 to 99 and 157.5 to 91. And it talks about building quality control index improved from 12 to 14 in Mumbai and 11 to 14 in Mumbai. So what is the quality of the building that you are constructing? So the ranks increased to 14 for both Mumbai and Delhi. For Mumbai, it increased from 12 and for Delhi, it increased from 11. And the cost of obtaining construction permits reduced from, oh my God, so there is a 23.2% to 5.4%. That is the cost of obtaining construction permits. And then the distance to frontier score improved from 38.80 to 73.81. So if you see here, this has almost doubled, and this is a huge thing, especially when it comes to getting a construction permit. So what is it? The procedures have reduced, the timelines have reduced, your building quality index has improved, your cost of obtaining construction permits have reduced, and your distance to frontier score has also increased. Second indicator is the trading across borders. So then we have the changes in the time and cost, which are as follows. So in the year, say 2017 and 2018, for compliance, the time that was involved in compliance was 58 hours in the year 2017. And in just a matter of 1 year, we have reached 25. That is, say from almost 2.5 days, we have come to 1 day for the documentary compliance. And the cost involved has also reduced from 140 to 100. So similar manner, they have given us a bifurcation of every single compliance that has improved. Moving on to the next part of the trading across borders. So we have a robust risk management system that has reduced inspections significantly. So when we're talking about inspections, so what happens is, instead of inspecting all the elements, all the articles, you would inspect something that is at a higher risk. So that's why it has reduced the inspections. Then and also risk is being managed in such a way that there is a lesser need of conducting inspections. E-Sanchit allows trader to file all the documents electronically. So instead of physical submission, there is an electronic submission. So this is something that is very important. So E-Sanchit. So E-Sanchit is something that helps trading across borders. So it helps trading across borders. And in a way, it files e-filing of documents. Then the time and cost to export reduced through the introduction of electronic self-sealing of container at the factory. So instead of having to go to the officer to get the container sealed, you could electronically self-seal the container. Next, when it comes to starting a business, so even here the procedures have reduced, that is from 11 to 10 in Delhi and 12 to 10 in Mumbai. Then we have the time reduced, almost becoming half. So from 30 to 16 days to start any business in Delhi and 29.5 to 7 days. So the improvement is similar. So in Delhi, it has reduced from 30 to 16. And then for Mumbai, it has reduced from 29.5 to 17. So it is almost on the same lines. Then PAN, TAN, DIN. DIN is the director identification number, now merged with a SPICE form, making it a single form for company incorporation, like I was talking about earlier. We'll also look into this into detail a little later. No requirement for inspection of registration under the shop and establishment in Mumbai. And lastly, the distance to frontier has improved from 75.4 to 80.96. Coming to the next part, that is access to credit. So the rank has improved from 29 to 22 when it comes to access to credit. So this is something that we saw earlier. Then the distance to frontier score has improved from 75 to 80. The strength of the legal rights index has improved from 8 to 9. So legal rights index is basically understanding how strict is the legal environment, what are the regulatory enforcements that come into place when we're talking about access to credit. So that has also improved from a 8 to 9. Then secure creditors will now be repaid first during business liquidation, hence given priority over other claims. So when we're talking about liquidation, there is an insolvency and bankruptcy code, that is IBC of 2016, that came into picture, that helped the whole corporate insolvency resolution process and the liquidation process become better in a way wherein there was a waterfall arrangement, that is how the amount will be paid off whenever a business will be liquidated. So in that case, secured creditors are something that will be given priority over other claims. And this way, why is this better when it comes to access to credit? So if the secured creditors are assured that their money will be paid over any other claim when the business is being liquidated, then they will not hesitate in providing any sort of credit to the business. They will be okay because they're assured that whenever a liquidation is happening, if anything, or like the company is being wound up, then in that case, they will be getting priority over the other. And hence it becomes easier for them also to give credit to the companies. Then we have access to electricity. So procedures here have reduced from 5 to 3 in Delhi and 5 to 4 in Mumbai. And the distance to frontier score has improved from 85.21 to 89.15. So now let's read this. Improvement has taken place due to the commitment of the government to carry out comprehensive and complex reforms supported by the bureaucracy, which has changed its mindset from a regulator to a facilitator. So what is this regulator to a facilitator? So when we look at the regulator as the person who's only regulating things, it is like a watchdog. That is, the regulator will only provide regulations and impose a penalty when you have not followed that. But facilitator is wherein the regulator also ensures that it becomes easier for the companies to manage in that particular environment. So this is a very important shift from a regulator to a facilitator. The government has undertaken an extensive exercise of stakeholder consultations to understand the challenges of the industry. So one of the examples, just a very simple and basic example, is that the Institute of Company Secretary of India's came up with forms. So now the Ministry of Corporate Affairs have introduced a version 3 of MCA, and any transition that happens, that is from V2 to V3, obviously there are going to be challenges that the stakeholders face. So in that case, for the filing of forms over V3, if any issues were being faced, the ICSI released a form wherein the professionals could input their details, what is the issue that they are facing and what is the expected solution. So this way, if you are consulting the stakeholders with the challenges, you will get first-hand experience of what is actually happening, what are the challenges that the stakeholders are facing. Then as a result of continued efforts, India's rank has improved as follows. So over a period of 4 years, we have, with a gap of 2 years, 1 year and 1 year, overall rank. So 142 to 130 to 100 to 77. So this is the highlight wherein we have come from 142 to 77 just in a span of 4 years. So this is something very, very significant that India has achieved, that just in a span of 4 years, we were able to jump from 142 to 77, with the distance to frontier score also increasing from 53.97 to 67.23. Yes, the 8 indicators in India. So this chart shows how the 8 indicators have improved. So we can just have a look at this. Then Ease of Doing Business Index by Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, that is DPIIT for states. So again, okay, so now let's continue with the second part of the chapter, that is the Ease of Doing Business by the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, or better known as DPIIT for the states. So now DPIIT, in coordination with the central ministries and departments and governments of states and union territories, has taken several reform measures with an aim to improve the regulatory environment and facilitate the ease of doing business in India. The details of the action taken in this regard are as given below. So now what happens is, to promote ease of business, the regulatory the implications that are there, that are also eased down, so that anybody who wishes to start a business gets encouraged and not discouraged right at the first step of starting the business. So first one, let's talk about the World Bank's ease of doing business assessment. So now, like we were mentioning, the World Bank will release the report wherein they would rank the countries based on their ease of business index. So now the World Bank released the Doing Business Report 2019 on 31st October 2018. India ranked 77. This rank we had seen earlier as well, wherein it had jumped 23 positions from rank 100 among 190 countries assessed by the Doing Business team. India has leapt 23 ranks over its rank of 100 in DBR 2018. The DBR is an assessment of 190 economy and covers 10 indicators which span the life cycle of a business. So right from starting towards the end. So right from starting to the business to liquidating the business, 10 parameters are covered. The indicator-wise rank of India in World Bank DBR 2019 is as follows. So overall rank is 77. That is DBR 2019, and then DBR 2018 we were at 100. So there has been a jump of 23 ranks in a span of just 1 year, indicating how these factors are getting better every passing year for businesses in India. So now there are 10 indicators. So two things we need to remember whenever we come to ease of doing business report is that the report is based on 190 economies, and there are 10 indicators for which this report is generated. So there are 10 indicators. So now, depending on these 10 indicators, let's see where India ranks individually. So for starting a business, it is rank 137. Dealing with construction permits, it is rank 52. We saw how construction permits have gotten better in Mumbai and Delhi. And then getting electricity, we are at 24. Registering property, we are 166. So this is somewhere where we are lagging. Getting credit, it is as a 22. Protecting minority investors, we are at a whopping 7. Paying taxes, 121. Trading across borders, 80. Enforcing contracts, 163. And resolving insolvency, 108. Again, this insolvency has come up to 108 because of the introduction of the IBC, or the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code. We were discussing about this earlier. Now, we have indicator-wise points as to in what indicator what improvement has been done. So let's look into that. Before that, let's see where India has the highest and the lowest rank. So the highest rank is with protecting minority investors. Protecting minority investors, and we are at rank 7. So this is a very important point. We are at the highest rank with protecting minority investors, and we are at a lowest rank with registering property at 166. So lowest is registering property, which we are at rank 166. Now let's look at indicator-wise performances. So first one, for starting a business. So like we were discussing, this report includes all the factors that involve in running a business, right from starting a business to running the business to liquidating the business. So the first factor we have is starting a business. So now, under the Companies Act 2013, under the Companies Act. So earlier there was Companies Act 1956. Now there is Companies Act 2013. And as per that, there was a minimum capital requirement of ₹1 lakh. But now that has been done away with by the Companies Amendment Act 2015. So there is no minimum capital requirement either for a public company or for a private company as well. Now, for incorporation, there has been one form that has been introduced. Earlier, for the same form, there were 5 different forms that were being filed. So the form is known as SPICE, that is Simplified Pro Forma for Incorporating Company Electronically. So this is a very important terminology when it comes to the Companies Act. Simplified Pro Forma of Incorporating the Company Electronically. And here, how many applications have been merged? 5 applications have been merged. That is name reservation, company incorporation, director identification number or DIN, permanent account number, and tax deduction or collection account number. So 5 things in SPICE. So we have DIN, that is the director's identification number, PAN, TAN, then we have name reservation and company incorporation. So what exactly is name reservation? Name reservation is whenever we are going to incorporate a company, we have a platform wherein we can reserve your name on the MCA itself. There is a name that you want to keep for the company, and this reservation will be valid for a period of 20 or 60 days. So that is what name reservation refers to. Next up, there is a e-form agile, that is application for registration of goods and service tax identification number, employee state insurance corporation. So agile is again very similar to SPICE, wherein it made the process for registration of GST very simple. Then we have the employee state insurance corporation, registration plus employees provident fund organization registration. Any applicant, if he wants to register for any of these 3 bodies, so first one is agile, second one is your state insurance corporation, and third one is your provident fund organization, they can fill in the e-form agile. And then to get the registration at the time of the company incorporation itself. So for GST, for provident fund, and for state insurance, you need to fill the form agile. This form enables a user to apply for GST, EPF, and ESI with the SPICE form. So now, if we just have a look at SPICE form, just a minute. Yes, so now if we have a look at SPICE form, if we have a look at, so that is simplified pro forma for incorporation of company electronically. Okay, so first one, what did we have? DIN, then we had PAN, then TAN, then we had name reservation, and then we had company incorporation. Then in addition to this, if we are filing form agile, in that case, we are going to get GST registration, ESIC, State Insurance Corporation registration, and Provident Fund registration. So this can be filed along with SPICE itself, and you will be able to get all these 3 at the time of incorporation of the company. So this is how starting a business becomes easy, because there is no need to file like multiple forms and apply on multiple platforms. With one single form, so many things will be possible. Next. Now, launch of a new and a simplified web service that is run. Reserve unique name for reserving a name. This is also removed the requirement to use a DSC during name reservation. So earlier, there used to be a provision wherein the director's DSC had to be used in order to reserve a name. But now that is not the case. You can use the reserve unique name functionality and reserve the top 3 names that you want for your company. So in case the first name is not available, that is if it is already being used by another company, or if it does not fit the essentials of a name that is given under the Companies Act 2013, then it will take the second one. If not the second one, the third one. Incorporation fee reduced to 0 for companies with authorized capital up to 15 lakhs. So if your authorized share capital is up to rupees 15 lakhs, then you don't have to pay any incorporation fee. So if you see here, for companies with incorporation with 15 lakhs, it means that it is not a very large company. So in that case, if the incorporation fee is 0, it is going to be such an encouragement for that company. So with these introductions, the starting of business has become a whole lot better for any given company in India. Now, the requirement to issue a physical PAN card has been eliminated. Additionally, PAN and TAN are mentioned in the certificate of incorporation itself, which is considered as a sufficient proof for PAN or TAN. So earlier, we had to issue a physical PAN whenever incorporation was happening. So now in our certificate of incorporation. So certificate of incorporation is something that is issued by the registrar of companies. So registrar of companies, this is allocated every state and union territory wise. So say for example, in Karnataka, it is ROC Bengaluru. So in ROC Bengaluru, say if any company wants to get incorporated with its registered office in Bengaluru, then in that case, ROC Bengaluru will give them a certificate of incorporation. And in that certificate of incorporation, our PAN and TAN both are included, and you don't have to submit those proofs separately, because PAN and TAN being included in our certificate of incorporation is sufficient proof. Now, online and common registration for EPFO and ESIC is provided on the Shram Suvidha portal as well. So this is also possible. So one important thing, let's remember the name of these portals, so that if we have any question saying what is the portal for EPFO and ESIC, then it is Shram Suvidha portal. So Shram Suvidha portal is for EPFO, that is Provident Fund and state insurance. Registration under the Mumbai Shops and Establishment Act are provided in real time without any cost and inspection. So whenever we're talking about Shop and Establishment Act and this is happening without any cost, then that is related to Mumbai itself. Eliminated the requirement of bank account details for GST registration. So with these multiple things, that is introduction of SPICE, introduction of Agile, the Shram Suvidha portal, no minimum capital requirement, no incorporation fees for authorized share capital up to 15 lakhs, or no need to, with a reserve unique name, or no need to produce a DSC while reserve unique name. So all of these are factors that promote to ease of doing business, more likely ease of starting business in India. Next, coming to dealing with construction permits. So now, whenever it comes to construction permits, what is it that has been made simple? So an online single window system has been introduced in Delhi and Mumbai, integrating internal and external department, removing requirement of visiting them individually. So what happens is, whenever there is any application, there is a single system, that too, it is an online system, so that there is no need to visit these corporations individually. So who has done this? Delhi and Mumbai. So again, Municipal Corporation in Delhi and Municipal Corporation of Greater Mumbai. Unified Building Bylaws 2016 have been introduced in Delhi. So Building Bylaws 2016 and Delhi. Deemed approvals have been introduced in Delhi if approvals are not granted within the defined timeline. So what happens is, whenever an application is made, the regulatory authority has a certain timeline to provide their approval. And if and this timeline has been introduced to keep in mind that the flow goes in correctly, the timeline is also being followed. So now if the regulatory authorities are not following this particular timeline, then in that case it is said to be deemed approval. That is, the regulatory authorities have no objection to the application that has been made. So that is why deemed approvals becomes important to ensure a smooth process. Next one, risk-based classification of buildings has been introduced for fast-track building plan approval, inspection and grant of occupancy completion certificate. So there is a risk-based classification of buildings. Next up, requirement of submitting notarized certificates or affidavits for building plan approval has been replaced with an e-undertaking. So basically, notarized certificates is when a notary, like a public notary, signs that, then the document is known to be notarized. So now that has been replaced with an e-undertaking. Multiple inspections as complete stage have been replaced by a single joint inspection. So why is this important? So like we read it at the first instance, we understand that multiple inspections might be time consuming. There might be a lot of cost that is involved. So with a single joint inspection, that is all at once at completion stage, a joint inspection is conducted, because of which the time that is involved in inspection gets reduced by a lot. Lastly, road cutting and restoration for water and sewer connections have been simplified. So this was with respect to getting the construction permits. Next up, we have for getting electricity. So now, procedures for internal wiring inspection by the Electoral Inspectorate in Delhi have been eliminated. So for internal wiring inspection, this has been eliminated. In Delhi, service line charges have been capped to rupees 25,000 in electrified areas for low tension loads up to 150 kilowatts. So what has happened is, if your kilowatts are only up to 150 kilowatts, then in that case, your service charges can be maximum at 25,000. It cannot be more than that. Time taken by the utility to carry out external connection works has been reduced in Delhi. So these are all ways in which the 10 indicators that are given in the ease of doing business report, how India is focusing on improving each one of them so that the rank in each one of them improves. Getting credit. So here is where we have the highest rank. So secured creditors are paid first during business liquidation and hence have priority over other claims such as labor and tax. So this is something that we were discussing earlier as well. That is, there is a waterfall arrangement whenever there is a liquidation that is happening, wherein the secured creditors are given priority over others such as labor or tax. So how does this help is that secured creditors are assured that even if the company or the business goes into liquidation, they will be one among the first to whom the money will be paid. So this gives them confidence to lend money to these businesses. Paying taxes. 17 indirect central and state taxes have been replaced with a single indirect tax, GST. I think this is a reform that all of us are aware of because all of us have been the direct consumers and the direct people who are paying these taxes. So this had come in the year 2017, and ever since then, indirect taxes has become much simplified as a concept because over 17 central and state laws have been combined into one GST, and that is applicable for the entire country. Previous sales tax, including central tax and VAT, state VAT, and the service tax have now been merged into GST. So unification of these taxes will reduce the cascading effect of taxes and make taxes paid on inputs creditable to a higher percentage. So cascading effect was present because there were multiple layers of payment of taxes. But now, since there is a unified platform, there is just one single tax that needs to be paid, cascading effect will be avoided. Corporate income tax has been reduced from 30% to 25% for companies with a turnover of up to 250 crores. So if your turnover is up to 250 crores, then in that case, your corporate tax has been reduced to 25%. Earlier, it was 30%. So now, if you see here, for there are a lot of caps that have been included, like when we had our kilowatts also. So up to 150 kilowatts, your service charges were capped at 25,000. If your authorized share capital was up to 15 lakhs, then there would be no incorporation charges. Similarly, if your turnover, if the company's turnover is up to 250 crore, then your tax is going to be only 25%. So this way it has been capped so that the same amount or the same fee is not applicable to all, but it is applicable as per the factor. So in this case, it is the turnover. In the earlier case, it was kilowatt or the authorized share capital. Electronic system for payment of social security contributions has been introduced, enabling easier return payment. Making payment of EPF has been made mandatory electronically. So as we all know, as technology advances, it is better if we adapt to that and if we adopt mechanisms to process everything electronically, hence making it simpler. Administrative charges on the Employees Provident Fund scheme have been reduced in March from 0.85% to 0.65% of the monthly pay. The employees deposit link insurance administrative charges of rupees 0.01 have been removed. So with these small introductions at a large level, there is going to be a lot of cost reduction when you're starting a business, and that's why it contributes to the ease of doing business. Next up, we have trading across borders. So now trading across borders is basically how you are trading with the other countries, and this mostly involves your sea trading, that is through ports. So time and cost to export and import has been reduced through various initiatives, including implementation of electronic sealing of containers, upgradation of port infrastructure, and allowing electronic submission of supporting documents with digital signatures. So like you see here, earlier there used to be physical submission of documents, physical signing of documents. So all of that has been introduced electronically. Containers can also be sealed electronically, and a port infrastructure has been made better so that your trading across borders has become much more easier. Enhancement of risk-based inspections for both import and export, where about only 5% of the goods are physically inspected. So as against inspecting all the goods that come into the port, there is a risk-based inspection wherein the goods with the highest risk or the goods that likely to bring in risk are inspected. So now only 5% of the goods are inspected. So it will not take up a lot of time during inspection, whilst also ensuring that your goods that are risky are also inspected. Advanced bill of entry has been adopted, which allows importers to start the process of customs clearance before arrival at the vessel itself, before arrival of the vessel itself. So before the vessel even arrives to the port, there is an advanced bill of entry that can be adopted so that once the vessel comes to the port, you don't have to follow this procedure. Equipment on the Navaseva port in Mumbai has been updated by adding 15 new rubber tire gantry cranes. The phase 1 of the 4th container terminal at the Jawaharlal Nehru Port Trust with an additional capacity of over 24 lakh TEUs was completed in 2018. So these are all ways in which the port's infrastructure is being made better in order to facilitate smooth trading across your borders. The new container terminal, Adani CMA Mundra Terminal Private Limited, has been fully operational since 2017 June, with an additional annual capacity of around 13 lakhs TEUs. Next is eSanchit, an online application system under the Single Window Interface for Trade, that is SWIFT. Single Window Interface for Trade has been implemented. It allows trader to submit all supporting documents electronically with digital signatures. So when it comes to your ports and everything, we have eSanchit, that is filing of documents electronically. Then we had another system that we were talking about, so that the Shram Suvidha portal, that is for EPFO and ESIC. So now we have Shram Suvidha, that is for EPFO and ESIC. And then we have eSanchit, that is for filing of documents electronically when we are talking about various ports. Yes, next up is enforcing of contract. So what exactly is contract? So contract is basically any agreement between two parties wherein it is enforceable in the court of law. That is, once both the parties have agreed to the contract, they are bound by it legally. So now National Judicial Data Grid has been introduced, which makes it possible to generate case measurement report on local courts. So this is something that has been introduced by the Supreme Court of India, wherein they will release a report on the cases that are pending in the local courts to help analyze better as to what are the cases pending, how many cases need urgent attention of the courts. The Commercial Courts Act 2015 has been amended to reduce the pecuniary jurisdiction of commercial courts from INR 1 crore to INR 3 lakhs to establish commercial courts at the district level. Yes, so the pecuniary jurisdiction of commercial courts has been reduced from 1 crore to INR 3 lakhs, and this is to establish commercial courts at a district level. This will help in speedier disposal of commercial disputes and reduce pendency. So now these pecuniary jurisdictions are defined. So there is district court, there is state courts, and there are national courts, and this is the reason the pecuniary jurisdiction has been reduced. Coming to the last part of it, that is the resolving insolvency. So like I was mentioning earlier, we have the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code 2016 that has been adopted, that introduced reorganization procedure for corporate debtors and facilitated continuation of debtors' business during insolvency proceedings. So what happened is, with IBC, the whole process has been defined in such a manner that there is a time limit set. So say, for example, if any company is going for corporate insolvency resolution process, there is a timeline that is mandated by the IBC within which this is supposed to be completed. If not, a meeting needs to be held, understanding and explain the reasons why this particular timeline has not been followed. Professional institutions have been established for effective handling of restructure and insolvency proceedings. Time-bound resolution process is done under IBC, and liquidation is the last resort. That is, if you are not able to resolve the company in any other way, only then liquidation will be sought for. Section 42 of IBC has been amended to provide that the creditor has the right to object decisions of the liquidator, accepting or rejecting claims against the debtor bought by the creditor itself and by any other creditor. So liquidator is the person who will help in the conduction of the liquidation, and if they have made any decision which the creditors do not agree with, then the creditors have a right to object that. So this way, with Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, the procedure of winding up a company has been made very simpler. So that's why the whole, right from starting a company, that is introduction of spice forms, agile, and then to running a company, that is getting construction permits, getting credits, to liquidating a company, that is the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, India is focusing on getting at higher ranks at all of these 10 indicators. Yes. Next up, we have implementations of business reforms by either states or union territories. So now the department superheaded a dynamic reform exercise that commenced in 2014 to rank all the states and union territories in the country based on the implementation of the designated reform parameters. So now what we were looking at currently was at a country level, that is as India as a whole. And now we are talking about how we are ranking the states and union territories in these reform parameters. The aim of this exercise is to create a conducive business environment by streamlining regulatory structures and creating an investor-friendly business climate by cutting down red tape. So now DPIIT also developed an online portal which can be accessed at this website that is given here, wherein all the reform implemented are accessible for public viewing. So what are reforms? Basically, reforms are basically changes that are introduced in any given existing structure with an aim to simplify the process further. So this is the reform. So whatever reforms are introduced by DPIIT are accessible for public viewing. The portal also gives dynamic ranking, which updates as and when any reform points are recognized and approved. So in the year 2017, the reform exercise was updated to 372 action points with additions introduced such as central inspection system, trade license, registration under legal metrology, and registration of partnership firms and societies. So this has how many? 372 action points. Initiatives taken by DPIIT for the reform process. So what are the various initiatives? So a nationwide workshop was held on 29th of July 2017 to discuss the relevance and importance of implementing reforms. So it is very important to explain the stakeholders why are we introducing these reforms so that they take it in the same spirit as which the reforms were introduced. The all-day conference witnessed an active involvement of almost 100 participants from 26 states and union territories. The workshops witnessed sharing of the best state practices. So 2 points to remember here. So the workshop was held in the year 2017. And we had over 100 participants from 26 states or union territories. A unique handholding method was introduced where leading states were partnered with laggard states or union territories. So laggard is basically somewhere that is lagging, someone who is not at pace with the development. So leading states were partnered with laggard states, wherein if there is a leading state, they would help out the laggard state. So one of these examples, notable examples, is of West Bengal, wherein West Bengal merits a special mention for its efforts for conducting a 3-day workshop for Nagaland. So West Bengal took in the effort and conducted a 3-day workshop for Nagaland. So here West Bengal is the leading state here. Next, priority reforms were identified for the northeastern states and others with a low implementation score. 8 workshops were conducted along with the World Bank to address the queries posed by states or union territories in all of these states and union territories. So how many workshops? 8 workshops. To handle all the 8 northeastern states, video conferences were arranged. So the logistics become simpler whenever there is a video conference involved, because there's no cost and time involved in conducting these actual meetings. The assessment of states and union territories under the Business Reform Action Plan 2017-18 was released jointly by DPIIT and the World Bank on 10th of July 2018. So these are certain reforms that were introduced by the state and how the states took up all of these reforms. Coming to the next part of it, so under this exercise of 2019, what are certain achievements? 19 states have designed an information wizard providing information for all approvals, licenses, registration timelines, and the procedures to establish business. So this is basically like a help guide that is there in place, and around 19 states have introduced this. 21 states have designed and implemented a one single online window system. So why is this important? Because instead of having multiple platforms, there is just one platform that is involved. How many states? 21 states. 16 states have stipulated construction permits to be provided within 45 days. That is the building plan approval to be provided in 30 days and plinth level inspection to be completed in 7 days. So this is basically your foundation level inspection that has to be completed in a period of 7 days. Final occupancy certificate to be provided in 8 days. So if you see here, building plan approval 30 days, plinth inspection 7 days, and occupancy certificate 8 days. So these are all numbers that we will have to remember and are important from an exam point of view. Telangana, Assam, and Tamil Nadu have mandated even shorter timelines of 29, 30, and 37 days. So as against 45 days, Telangana has implemented 29 days, Assam has implemented 30, and Tamil Nadu have implemented 37 days. So we have Telangana, Assam, and Tamil Nadu. So instead of 45 days, they have 29 days, 30 days, and 37 days. And this is for what? This is for the building plan approval. Next up, 21 states have implemented a GIS system, that is a geographical information system, to provide details about the land earmarked for industrial use. So this will help the states in understanding which land is available for industrial use across the state. 23 states have reduced the number of documents required for obtaining electricity to only 2. So like I was saying, getting electricity was also one of the factors in the World Bank ease of doing business report. And if you are reducing the number of documents required for obtaining electricity to just 2, the whole process is going to be simpler. And 23 states have adopted this practice. Next, 18 states and union territories have brought about all the compliance inspections conducted by laborers, factories, boiler departments, pollution control board under the central inspection framework. 12 states and union territories have merged the payment of court fees and process fees into a single transaction, with some states like Jharkhand, Maharashtra, and Gujarat even repealing process fees from the Court Fees Act. So now, if you see here, they've merged two fees, that is court fees and process fees. So now court fees and process fees, these two have been merged into one, which means that the overall cost is going to be less. 29 states and union territories have notified a list of white category industries exempted from taking pollution clearances. So white category industries are those that probably do not have a lot of polluting elements into their functioning. Like say, for example, IT companies can be a very good example for this. So as against say a textile manufacturing wherein there's a lot of pollution or there's a lot of waste that is segregated, in that case, IT industry could be one of the companies that come under the white category industries, because their pollution levels are not as much as when compared to any other company. So for this, pollution clearances is not required to be obtained. 20 states and union territories implemented an online application system, wholesale drug license and retail drug license. So this is a online application system if you want to obtain a drug license, that is for setting up a pharmacy. 18 states and union territories have online systems of registration of partnership firms and societies. So if you see here, there are a lot of places wherein online reforms are introduced, which means that instead of having to visit the authority physically, you can take up these approvals online itself. 20 states and union territories have implemented an online system for registration and renewal under the Legal Metrology Act. So Legal Metrology Act is an act introduced for measurement of items. That is, say, for example, if you are buying a packet of chips, so the chips packet should contain all the measurements of that. That is, how much is the content that is there in that particular packet, what are the ingredients, all of the, whether or not you have obtained the license from the FSSAI, all of this, the MRP, expiry date, all of this has to be mandated, and this is mandated by the Legal Metrology Act. Next, we have Business Reform Action Plan 2019 for the states. 80-point action plan 2019 has been prepared. Earlier, there was a 372 action point. Now there is a 80-point action plan and shared with all the states and UTs for implementation of reforms. As capacity building initiatives, 7 workshops have been conducted in all of the union territories. 8 regional workshops have been conducted in the other regions as well. And lastly, we have the District Reform Action Plan, wherein a comprehensive 218-point District Reform Action Plan has been prepared and shared with the state government with a request to implement the same in the district. The action plan is spread across 8 areas: starting a business for construction, urban local body services, paying taxes, land reform enabler, land administration and property registration enablers, obtaining approval, miscellaneous and grievance redressal, paperless courts, and law and order. So this is a 218-point district reform plan with focus on 8 areas. So this is how it becomes easier for India to do business. So in this chapter, we studied about 2 concepts majorly. So firstly, we understood business environment. What is it? What are the features? What are the factors influencing business environment? And what are its types? And then we came into the whole concept of ease of doing business, wherein we saw what are the various indicators, what are the ranks that India has jumped. And lastly, we saw the reforms by the department, that is the DPIIT. So this way, as a whole, it is being made progress that India progresses when it comes to the ease of doing business index that is being issued by the World Bank. Thank you so much. If there are any doubts, please feel free to post in the comment section below, and we will reach out to you with the resolved queries. Thank you so much. Hi all, welcome back to another class of CSEET Economics. So today we will be understanding the last chapter, that is the key government institutions, wherein we will be understanding what are the institutions and ministries set up by the government in order to improve the economy and foster to the way of success. So we would be looking into ministries such as the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, the SEBI, RBI, Niti Aayog, IBBI, so on and so forth. So without further ado, let's begin. So first we have the Niti Aayog. So Niti Aayog has been designated as the official think tank of India, wherein they are supposed to take in a collaborative approach in getting ideas and setting up policies and making sure the states are involved along with the involvement of the central government. It is into making various strategies, plans, policies, so on and so forth. And this has replaced the Planning Commission of India that was there earlier. So now let's look at what are the features and functions of Niti Aayog. So first one, collaboratively establish national development priorities with state involvement. So why is this so important? That in the development of the nation, not only the central government's decisions are important, but also states' involvement is important, because their viewpoints will be presented, their viewpoints will be added to the discussion, and that will help in growing the nation at a better pace. Strengthen federalism through ongoing support mechanisms, that is continuously provide support wherever required. Develop credible village level plans, aggregating them at higher levels. So like we were saying, when we are talking about nation, we also said involve the states, and now we are saying within the states involve the districts and the village as well, so that you know that you are focusing on every village, and then aggregate them at a higher level, probably at a district level or a state level. Integrate national security interests into economic strategy. So one thing we need to keep in mind is we should not compromise on national security towards the road to success. Ensure marginalized sections benefits from economic progress, that is all the sections should be benefited from whatever progress that we are doing as an economy. And design strategic framework, monitor progress, and okay, can we just excuse this, please? Yeah. Design strategic frameworks and monitor progress with respect to that framework. Then establish a collaborative platform for knowledge exchange. Provide a platform for resolving interdepartmental issues. So when we are saying Niti Aayog, it is a 360-degree level planning, wherein we are not only looking at a national point, but we're looking at a state, district, village, interdepartment point of view, wherein we are involving all possible stakeholders when it comes to the development of the nation. Maintain a resource center for research dissemination. Actively monitor program implementation and resource allocation. This is very important, because once a project has been set, once a program has been set, it doesn't end there. So while the project is being implemented, while the program is being implemented, you need to make sure that the implementation is matching the original plan, and wherever there's a deficiency in resource needs to be allocated. Focus on technology upgradation and capacity building. So everywhere that we see the word technology, because technology has become like an inbuilt part of human lives now, and wherever possible, it is suggested to make use of it to the betterment of the economy. Undertake necessary activities to further the national development agenda. So in addition to all of these that we just mentioned, if any other activities are required to develop the business or develop the economy, then Niti Aayog is responsible for that. So now it is developing itself as a state-of-art resource center with the necessary resources, knowledge, and skills that will enable it to act with speed, promote research and innovation, provide strategy policy for the government, and deal with the contingent issues. So here we have the various functions of the Niti Aayog. So we have foster cooperative federalism, monitoring and evaluation, act as a resource center and knowledge hub. So when we were saying there should be a knowledge exchange platform, Niti Aayog will serve as one of them. Design policy and program framework. So not only you have to design the policy, but you also have to monitor it, evaluate it continuously, also act as a resource center. So now for Niti Aayog, we have a list of verticals where it is to be focused on. So let's go back to our module quickly to see which are the verticals that Niti Aayog focuses on. Yes. So here we have a different list of verticals that the Niti Aayog focuses on. So we have agriculture, health, women and development, governance and research, human resource development, skill development, employment, rural, sustainable, energy, urbanization, industry, infrastructure, financial resources, national resources and environment, science and tech, state coordination and decentralized planning. Let's remember this acronym: state coordination and decentralized planning, social justice and empowerment, land and water resources, data management, public-private partnership, project appraisal and management division. Project appraisal is basically analyzing how the performance is and giving relevant feedback wherever necessary. Development Monitoring and Evaluation Office, National Institution of Labor, Economic Research and Development. So this is another important acronym: National Institution of Labor Economic Research and Development. So these are like the main verticals wherein the Niti Aayog is supposed to focus. So it is the official think tank of India, wherein they're supposed to adopt a collaborative approach at national level, state level, village level, as well as district level. And it is like a 360-degree involvement, wherein there are 4 primary functions. So the first one being designing the policy and the program framework, monitoring and evaluating these, foster cooperative federalism, and lastly, act as a resource center and a knowledge hub. So this is about our first institution that we were reading about, that is Niti Aayog. Coming to the next part of it, so the next part is known as SAT, that is Sustainable Action for Transforming Human Capital. So let's understand what is this. So they have 2 main focus areas. So first one is the education and second one is the health sectors. So when we are talking about human capital, 2 areas of focus here: education and health sectors. The target states are Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh and Odisha. So these 3 states were selected as a part of this particular project. So for SAT, we have 3 states, that is Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh and Odisha. Madhya Pradesh and Odisha. So these 3 are the states that have been picked as a part of these project, wherein the focus is on 2 main areas, that is education and health sectors. And this is for transforming human capital. So education and health both are related to the human resources. And that is why sustainable action for transforming human capital has been brought into place. So now selection process is, there was a method that was introduced, and based on this method, the selection is being done. Implementation partners are the Boston Consulting Group. This is a very like a market leader when it comes to this field. So Boston Consulting Group and Piramal Foundation for Education Leadership Consortium, facilitated by the Niti Aayog. So when we're talking about SARS, there are 2 implementation partners. We have the BCG, the Boston Consulting Group, and the Piramal Foundation for Education Leadership. Piramal Foundation for Education Leadership. And these 2 are facilitated by the Niti Aayog. Project phases. So there are 3 phases over a period of 30 months ending in 2020. And the current phase is the 3rd phase, which is lasting for a period of 18 months. So a few things to remember here: 2 sectors, education, healthcare; 3 states, Jharkhand, Odisha, Madhya Pradesh, and then 2 implementation partners, BCG and Piramal Foundation for Education Leadership, which is facilitated by Niti Aayog. 3 phases, 30 months, current phase lasting 18 months. Now, what are the achievements in the education sector? So first one, in-depth field diagnosis of districts and schools, release of state transformation roadmap with quarterly milestones. So if why are we focusing on quarterly milestone? That is, instead of having like over a yearly plan, there are quarterly plans. So at every quarter, there's an implementation check, there's a control check that takes place to make sure that the plan is going as per the requirement. Execution of critical interventions like school mergers, remediation programs, teacher training, and institutional reorganization. So this is focusing on the first aspect of SAT, that is education. So we have diagnosis of districts and schools. Then we have state transformation roadmaps. So when you're talking about transformation, it is in the field of education. Execution of critical interventions like school mergers, remediation program, teacher training, and institutional reorganization. So if you see here, these interventions are important in order to make the education system better in these fields. Monitoring mechanism. So we have the National Steering Group and Central Project Monitoring Unit at the national level. And at the state level, we have the State Project Monitoring Unit. So 2 monitoring units, central and state. And we also have the National Steering Group. So these are the ones that monitor the implementation of SAT. The next one is a very important ministry, especially when it comes from a company secretary point of view, that is the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. So this is a corporate body set up to administer the Companies Act. So earlier it was the Companies Act 1956 that has been repealed and it has been replaced by the Companies Act 2013. So the Ministry of Corporate Affairs is responsible for administrating the Companies Act and its predecessor, the Companies Act 1956, oversight of the LLP Act 2008 and the related regulations. And it also administers the Competition Act 2002. So let's just quickly revise what we have done so far. So we understood Niti Aayog, we understood SAT, and now we are understanding Ministry of Corporate Affairs, wherein it has been set up to mainly administer the implementation of Companies Act, LLP Act overseeing, and also administering the Competition Act 2002. And it also is responsible for supervision of professional bodies. We have three professional bodies in India: ICAI, ICSI, ICWAI. That is the Institute of the Chartered Accountants of India, Institute of Company Secretaries of India, and Institute of the Cost Accountants of India. So these are supervised by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs itself. And the other responsibilities are administering laws such as Partnership Act, Company Donation to National Fund Act, and Societies Registration Act. So if you see here, a Ministry of Corporate Affairs is responsible mostly for overseeing and administering laws that are related to setting up any given business entity, primarily companies, also LLPs, and now we have partnership and societies as well. So all of these are monitored by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Now, there are certain affiliated office when it comes to the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. The first one being the SFIO, or the Serious Fraud Investigation Office. So owing to the number of frauds that were happening in the country and how the corporate wheel was being used to hide the fraudulent activities that were being undertaken, Serious Fraud Investigation Office has been established. And this was established in the year 2003 on 1st of October 2003. So now this is established in response to failures in non-banking financial institutions, vanishing companies, plantation companies, and stock market scams. So with the increase in the number of these scams, in the number of these failures, that is why the SFIU has been introduced. It is a multidisciplinary organization focusing on investing corporate frauds, and it started its operations in the year 2003. Yeah. Next up, we have the Competition Commission of India. So like we understood, MCA is also responsible for administering the Competition Act 2002. And the regulatory body when it comes to Competition Act is the Competition Commission of India. This is established under the Competition Act 2002 in the year 2009. So SFIU is 2003. And then CCI, or Competition Commission of India, is 2009. So what are the objectives? The objectives is to prevent practices with adverse effects on competition. So what do you mean adverse effects on competition? So for any economy to prosper, healthy competition is important. That is, companies need to coexist, need to have healthy competition in order to give the best to the consumer. But say, for example, if competition is being, competition is not being adhered to, that is, if any company is gaining monopoly and it is not gaining monopoly in the right manner, or maybe companies are collaborating and say deciding price of a product at a higher range, which will lead to the price being led to the consumer. That is, if these two companies are collaborating, they are the only companies in the market, and the customer will have to bear the brunt of it. So these are all adverse effects on competition, wherein if there has been any merger, if there has been any new entrant in the market, and that is affecting the competition, that is affecting the final consumers, then that is said to be adverse effect on competition. And the objective of CCI is to avoid all of these. Promote and sustain competition in market. It is like, instead of one company having monopoly, multiple companies, competition is being promoted so that consumers also have option when it comes to their purchases. Protect consumer interest, ensure freedom of trade. That is where not only one person is the market regulator. So nothing against one person being the market regulator, market controller, but it should be in a way where other entities can also flourish and customers also get a freedom of choice. This is amended by the Competition Amendment Act 2007 following observations of the Honorable Supreme Court. So there were there was a one act earlier before this, that is Monopolies and Restrictive Trade Practices Act, or the MRTP Act 1969, and this has been replaced by the Competition Act 2002. So this is effective from the year 2009. So even though the act says 2002, it is effective from the year 2009. So this is about the Competition Commission of India. Next one is the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, which is again established by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs for capacity building and training. So focus areas include corporate and competition law, accounting, auditing, compliance manager, corporate governance. So ICLS Academy conducts induction and advanced training for probationary officers of the Indian Corporate Law Service, and it aims to facilitate a dialogue, interaction, and partnership among various stakeholders in the 21st century. So we saw three ministries or subunits set up by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs: the SFIO, the Competition Commission of India, and the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. Moving on to the next one. Quickly revising, so far we have seen Niti Aayog, we have seen SAT, we have seen the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and as a part of that, SFIO, CCI, and the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. Coming to the next part of it, the SEBI. So I am sure this is a very, because this is a very prominent regulatory authority, this is something that every common man also would have heard of. This is the Security and Exchange Board of India, the SEBI, which was established on April 12th, 1992 under the SEBI Act 1992. So this act enabled setting up of the Security and Exchange Board of India, wherein it was set up to protect the interest of the consumer, to ensure like fair practices in the market. So it is a regulatory body for Indian capital market headquartered in Mumbai. So this is again very important. And it has 4 other regional offices, so division wise. So there is a north, south, east, west. So for north, we have New Delhi. For south, we have Chennai. For east, we have Kolkata. And for west, we have Ahmedabad, along with local regional offices across India. So headquartered in Mumbai, then Delhi, Ahmedabad, West Bengal, and Chennai. So these are the 4 regional offices, and there are a lot of other local offices as well. So what are the objectives of SEBI? It regulates security market and protects the investors' interest. That is, it makes sure that investor grievances are resolved. The companies are following the practices in a way which is beneficial to the investors. It ensures systematic functioning and transparency in the Indian capital market. And how is transparency mentioned? So SEBI has brought about many intimations, many reports that the company is required to give to make sure that the investors as well as the stock exchange is well aware. A stock exchange is basically the exchange where the securities of the company is listed. So the stakeholders are well aware of what the company is taking up as a part of its business. Prevent malpractices and promote market development. So the preamble of SEBI states that to protect the interest of investors in securities, that is our first point, to promote the development and to regulate the securities market, and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. So SEBI, established in 1992, headquartered in Mumbai, regional office in Delhi, Ahmedabad, Kolkata, and Chennai, and other local regional offices. 3 primary objectives: investor interest, transparency, and avoid malpractices. And another function is the issuer of securities. So companies listed on stock exchange issue securities, primary shares to raise funds. So SEBI oversees the issuance of initial public offering. Initial public offering is for the first time when the company goes public, that is offers their shares to public for subscription, and follow-up public offers, that is the once the IPO has been done. Anytime after that, if the company is issuing shares to the public, that is known as follow-up public offer, to ensure transparency and healthiness. Protection of traders and investors. So SEBI safeguards the interest of trader and investor, preventing them from becoming victims of stock market fraud or manipulation. So these are the various functions of SEBI and the roles that it plays. And there is another role with financial intermediaries, wherein it acts as a mediator in the stock market, monitoring the activities of financial intermediaries such as brokers, sub-brokers, and NBFCs to ensure. So these are all the intermediaries. We also have depository participants, registrar, share transfer agents, merchant bankers. So these are all intermediaries that contribute to the stock market, and SEBI oversees the functions of these to ensure that there is no the investors' interest is being protected, and all of these transactions are taking place in a smooth manner. SEBI is also a quasi-judicial authority, which means that SEBI conducts hearings and passes judgments in cases of unethical and fraudulent trade practices. That it passes judgment, and this is to ensure that transparency is being maintained throughout. It also has quasi-legislative powers, which means that it drafts rules and regulations. So SEBI drafts the rules, also passes judgment. So it is a quasi-judicial authority because it passes judgments. It is a quasi-legislative power because it makes and drafts the rules and regulations. So example, SEBI LODR regulations 2015 for equity shares. Then it is a quasi-executive authority. So all the three legs of the parliament, so judicial, legislative, and executive. So SEBI comprises of all the three because SEBI can file cases against violators and empowered to inspect accounts and books and documents for suspicious activities. So all the three, that is legislative, judiciary, executive. Judiciary, it passes judgment. Executive, it can file cases, and legislative, it can form and draft rules and regulations. So this was about SEBI, wherein we understood why SEBI was set up, what were the functions of SEBI. We understood SEBI's preamble and how SEBI is a quasi-legislative, executive, as well as a judicial authority. Coming to the next authority is the Reserve Bank of India. So as we all know, this is the bank of bank in India, and this is established. So SEBI was established under SEBI Act 1992. Reserve Bank was established under the RBI Act 1934, and it was established in the year 1935. Initially headquartered in Calcutta, permanently moved to Mumbai. So SEBI was Mumbai with 4 regional offices. And when it comes to RBI initially it was in Calcutta or Kolkata, and now it has been permanently moved to Mumbai. In 1937, so RBI Act 1934. So we have RBI Act 1934. RBI was established in 1935. And headquarter was moved to Mumbai in 1937. The central office is in Mumbai, wherein the governor sits and the policies are formulated. Originally privately owned, fully owned by the government of India since its nationalization in 1949. So nationalization happened in 1949. So 4 years to remember when it comes to RBI. So now, preamble of the RBI is to regulate the issue of bank notes and keeping of reserves with a view to securing monetary stability in India and generally to operate the currency and credit system. So as we all know, RBI is the only authorized authority to issue notes and decide who will be issuing printing the notes of the country to its advantage, to have a modern monetary policy framework to meet the challenge of an increasingly complex economy, to maintain price stability while keeping in mind the objective of growth. So there are certain functions of RBI that are listed in the module. So let's have a quick look at that. Yes. So RBI is the monetary authority of the country. That is, it formulates, implements, and monitors the monitoring policy. So this was something that was already there as a part of RBI's preamble. Objective is maintaining price stability while keeping in mind the objective of growth. Same thing, this was also there as a part of preamble. Regulator and supervisor of the financial system. That is, it describes broad parameters of the banking operation and maintains public's confidence in the system. Because if the public is aware that there is an authority that is regulating the whole system, then the public confidence is going to be maintained. It protects depositors' interests and provides cost-effective banking services to the public. It is a manager of foreign exchange. That is, it manages the Foreign FEMA Act 1999. So this is another important act, FEMA Act 1999, with an objective to facilitate external trade and payment. So whatever money is going out of the country, whatever money is coming into the country in the form of foreign exchange, RBI is the one that supervises it. It is the issuer of currency. So it is the only authority that is allowed to issue currency and also destroys the currency that is not fit for circulation. Objective is to give public adequate quantity of supply of currency notes and coins in good quality. Good quality is very important because, as we all know, if the quality is not good enough, then that won't be accepted as a part of any transaction. Developmental roles. So these are like developmental functions to support the national objectives to improve the economy. And then regulator and supervisor of payment and settlement system. So payment and settlement system is how much credit is being given, how much credit is being received. All of these are monitored by the RBI. So it introduces and upgrades safe and efficient modes of payment system to meet the requirements of the public, maintain public confidence. And what are the other related functions? So banker to the government, it performs merchant banking function for central and state government and also acts as their banker. And it is a banker to the bank, that is, it maintains the accounts of all the scheduled banks. Then any other significant banks about RBI that we need to know are here. So it has 27 regional offices. When we saw SEBI, it had 4 regional offices. So SEBI has 4 regional offices, whereas RBI has 27 regional offices, most of them in the state capitals, and 4 sub-offices. So in addition to regional offices, they also have sub-offices. Deposit Insurance and Credit Guarantee Corporation of India, Bharatiya Reserve Bank Note Mudran Private Limited, Reserve Bank Information Technology Private Limited, Indian Financial Technology Allied Services, or IFTAs, are fully owned subsidiary of Reserve Bank of India. So these 4 names are to be remembered, that these are the subsidiaries, wholly owned subsidiaries of Reserve Bank of India, wholly owned subsidiaries indicating that it has a 100% stake in all of these companies. It has 6 training establishments, 3 namely RBI Academy and College of Agricultural. Then Banking and Reserve Bank of India Staff College are a part of the Reserve Bank. Others are autonomous, such as a National Institute of Bank Management, Indira Gandhi Institution of Development and Research, Institution of Development and Research in Banking Technology. So this is why RBI was set up as a part of the RBI Act 1934, how it was established in 1935, what are the functions and what are the various roles that RBI plays in the Indian economy. Now let's understand the next authority that we have, that is the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India, or the IBBI. So we were understanding in earlier chapters how with the introduction of the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, the whole process of winding up a company has become much simpler. It has become time bound in a manner, and it has become more regulated in the sense that now we have appointed authorities who will be overseeing these process. So this is one such authority, that is the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India, which was established on 1st of October 2016 under the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code 2016. So this is important to remember. So this is the IB Code 2016. It is a key pillar for implementing the code, which consolidated law relating to reorganization and insolvency resolution. So what is insolvency resolution? Wherein insolvency resolution or liquidation is wherein the company stops its activities and leads and goes on for winding up, that is, wants to stop the business. And insolvency resolution is wherein the company is not able to meet its financial liabilities, and a plan is made in plan is put, a corporate insolvency resolution process is being started to ensure that how this company can be revived, how this company can be can help the company in paying their liabilities. So it aims to resolve insolvency in a time-bound manner, maximize asset value, promote entrepreneurship, and balance stakeholder interests. So time-bound manner, because Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code has set up a few timelines. Maximize asset value. So say, for example, in matters of liquidation, if assets are being sold, then you need to ensure that these are sold at the maximum value. Promote entrepreneurship, because now if the process of closing down an entity is very tedious, it's very time consuming, then entrepreneurs would not want to start a business, because they would know that at the time of winding up, if there is a requirement, the process is not going to be simple. So it will help in promoting entrepreneurship and balance stakeholder interest. So IB Code has taken into interest of all the stakeholders, right from the company to the shareholders to the creditors to the persons who have lent loans to them. So this way, all of the stakeholders' interests are protected, and this is the responsibility of the IBBI. Unique regulator overseeing both a profession and a processes. So professions is talking about the insolvency professionals who are trained to conduct these insolvency resolution processes. It regulates the IPs, insolvency professionals, IPAs, that is insolvency professional agencies, insolvency professional entities, and information utilities. So information utilities again set up by IB code, wherein whatever requisite information is required by the liquidator or by the insolvency professional during these processes, it will be disseminated by the information utilities. It writes and enforces rules for various processes under the code, tasked with promoting, development, and regulating insolvency professional, agency, and utility. So these are the pillars of insolvency professional, that is IP, IPA, and IU, or information utility. It is designated as the authority under the Registered Valuer and Valuation Rules 2017 for regulating and developing the valuers professional. So in addition to the profession of IP, it also regulates the profession of valuers. So next, as a part of this, we have the National Company Law Tribunal. That is basically, it is the one that replaced the Company Law Board. So National Company Law Tribunal was introduced as a part of the Companies Act 2013, and the section is 408. So this is very important to remember. National Company Law, better known as NCLT, was established as a part of Section 408 of Companies Act 2013, and it was established in the year 2016. 11 branches established in the first page, with 1 principal branch at New Delhi and 10 at various locations. So we have 1 plus 10, wherein 1 is at Delhi. The benches are headed by the president, with judicial and as well as technical members. Judicial members are the members who would be passing the judgments, who are from a law background, and technical members would be subject matter experts. So these benches consist of both judicial as well as technical members. This is the outcome of the Justice Iradi Committee, intended to be introduced in 2002 under the Companies Act 1956, but notified under the Companies Act 2013 due to litigation over constitutional validity, wherein they were debating whether NCLT is actually to be introduced or not. So it is a quasi-judicial authority for corporate disputes of civil nature under the Companies Act. So why are we saying quasi-judicial authority? That is, it has the authority to pass judgment. So in case of any case that is to be filed for the company, NCLT is the authority that will be approached. So NCLT's powers and functions differed between previous Companies Act and 2013 Companies Act. There were a lot of changes that came into place. Supreme Court upheld the constitutional validity of NCLT, but invalidated specific provisions. So there was a whole case law on this, explaining why NCLT is a valid authority and needs to be established. And that's the reason under 2013 Companies Act, it has been established in the year 2016. It operates like a normal court of law, obligated to determine facts impartially and decide in accordance with the principles of natural justice. So here is where the quasi-judicial authority of NCLT is determined. So we have the quasi-judicial authority. Orders issued by NCLT can resolve disputes, rectify wrong, impose penalty, and alter rights or obligation of parties, and is not bound by strict rules of evidence or procedural laws, but it is with the principles of natural justice that NCLT functions. So let's understand functions of the NCLT from our institute's module. So first one, registration of companies. So the new Companies Act has enabled questioning the legitimacy of companies because of specific procedural errors. So NCLT has, been introduced to register a company, to dissolve a company. So in the entire process, NCLT is going to be involved. The tribunal could even render the liability or charge of members to be unlimited. With this approach, NCLT can deregister any company in specific situation when a registration certificate has been obtained in a wrongful manner or illegal means. So while setting up a company, there are a few requirements that every company is required to be made, to be followed. And if later at any point of time after obtaining the certificate of incorporation, it is being found that this certificate has been obtained by illegal means, then the NCLT can deregister that particular company. And this is given under the section 7, subsection 7 of the Companies Act. NCLT was constituted as a part of section 408 of the Companies Act 2013. Then we have a transfer of shares. So NCLT is empowered to hear grievances of rejection of companies. So say, for example, if a transferor wishes to transfer shares to the transferee and the company has rejected it, then NCLT will hear these rejections. under the section 58 to 59, and which were under the outside of the purview of the Company Law Board. So Company Law Board was the previous authority prior to the NCLT that was looking into these matters. The solution available for rejection of transmission were limited only to the shares of the debentures, but now with the prospect, it covers all the securities. So earlier, only rejection of shares and debentures, but now it includes any other form of securities that the company issues. Next, deposit. So Chapter 5 of the Companies Act deals with the deposit and was notified several times in 2014. And a Company Law Board was a prime authority. Now these have been vested with the NCLT. So everything that was there in the hands of the Company Law Board has now shifted to the NCLT. The provisions with respect to company deposit were notified prior to the inception of NCLT itself. So now unhappy depositors now have a remedy of class action suit for seeking remedy for omissions and acts on part of the company that impact their rights. So anytime a depositor has any grievance, NCLT is the authority that they are going to resort to. Then power to investigate. So as per the provision of the Companies Act 2013, investigation about the affairs of the company could be ordered with the help of an application of 100 members, whereas previously the application of 200 members was needed for the same. Moreover, if a person who isn't related to the company and is able to persuade the NCLT about presence of condition for ordering an investigation, then NCLT. So it's not only limited to member, but if a non-member is also able to persuade NCLT that an investigation is required on this particular company, then NCLT will conduct that investigation. And it could be conducted within India or anywhere in the world. And the provisions are drafted for offering and seeking help from courts and investigation agencies. So it's not like NCLT functions standalone. In case any help is required, then the provisions are drafted in a way wherein you can seek and help from courts and investigation agencies of foreign countries as well, because like we said, the investigation can be conducted anywhere within India or anywhere in the world. Freezing assets of a company. So freezing assets is, say for example, if any investigation is going on. So if there are chances that the company might sell off the assets to hide something that they have done, then in that case, NCLT can order for freezing of assets. That is, during the course of the investigation, the company cannot alter the assets in any given manner. So NCLT isn't just empowered to freezing assets of the company for using them at a later stage, but also for investigation or scrutiny. And the last function that we have is converting a public limited company into a private limited company. So once a company, so there are two types of companies, public and private, wherein in private companies, the transferability of shares is very limited. Private companies, 2 members are enough, wherein public companies, 7 members are required. Private companies require 2 directors on their board. Public company requires 3 directors on their board. So this is the basic differentiation between public and private. And in case any company has been set up as a public limited company and wants to convert itself to a private limited company, then NCLT will be the authority. And this is given under section 13 to section 18 of the Companies Act 2013. So with this, we have come to the last part of this chapter, that is the National Company Law Appellate Tribunal. So as the name suggests, this is an appellate tribunal, that is any person who has filed the case in NCLT and are unhappy with the decision of the NCLT and want to appeal against it, NCLAT will be the authority. So NCLT is the deciding authority, NCLAT is the appellate authority. So NCLAT constituted under section 410 of the Companies Act, again 2016. So we had NCLT, which came in with the purview of section 408 of the Companies Act, and NCLAT, which came into the purview with the section 410 of the Companies Act. It hears appeals against order of NCLT, acts as the appellate tribunal for appeals against NCLT under section 67 of IB code as well. It hears appeals against order of insolvency and bankruptcy board of India under section 202 and 211 of IBC. So now it is also the appellate tribunal for appeal against order of Competition Commission of India. So firstly, we saw appeal against NCLT, then we saw appeal against order of IBBI. So we have appeals against NCLT, the Competition Commission of India, and also the Insolvency Bankruptcy Board of India. It is also the appellate tribunal for appeal against the Competition Commission of India as per the amendment to the section 410 of the Companies Act by section 172 of Finance Act. Now, what is the jurisdiction of NCLAT? So it is headed by a chairperson and consists of up to 11 members. So we have chairperson in the NCLAT plus up to 11 members. It is the higher governing forum than NCLT, obviously, because say, for example, if there is a matter decided by the High Court and it needs to be appealed against, then Supreme Court. So Supreme Court is the authority that is higher than the High Court. So in the same case, NCLAT is the authority that is higher than the NCLT. Appeals must be filed within 45 days. So there is a timeline for appeal, and NCLT will review the evidence and they will either modify or confirm the NCLT order, typically within 6 months. So modify is if any changes have to be made to the NCLT's order. Confirm is if the order of NCLT is just fine, then NCLT is going to confirm. So now appeal is to be filed within 45 days of what? 45 days of order of NCLT. Of order of NCLT, and it will be decided by the NCLAT within 6 months. And now, dissatisfied parties. Yes. So this is a continuation of what we were just discussing. Dissatisfied party can appeal NCLT orders to NCLAT. NCLAT reviews the case based on collected evidence and can alter or confirm the tribunal's decision. And further dissatisfaction can lead to the Supreme Court. So after NCLAT, it will move to the Supreme Court. So we saw NCLT, IBBI, Competition Commission of India. If you have to appeal against their orders, you have to go to NCLAT. And if you have to appeal against the orders of NCLAT, you go to the Supreme Court of India. So this is how the hierarchy has been set up while deciding cases. So that's it for this chapter, the last chapter of CSEET Business Economics, that is key government institutions. So we understood the functions and objectives of Niti Aayog, SAT. Then we saw Ministry of Corporate Affairs and the related departments that were set up. Then we had the Security Exchange Board of India, or SEBI, Reserve Bank of India, or RBI, Insolvency Bankruptcy Board of India, IBBI, and then we had the National Company Law Tribunal, NCLT, National Company Law Appellate Tribunal, NCLAT. So thank you so much for being a part of this class, for giving your kind attention to this class. If you have any feedback, any comments, any suggestions, any doubts, please feel free to post them in the comment section and we will be happy to get back to you. We hope you have understood the entire economics, all the chapters that are there as a part of economics. If anything is required, please feel free to reach out to us. Thank you so much.
If you have come this far, very great. This is the end of the video. All the chapters have been completed. You have watched the entire economic and business environment. First of all, thanks to Hiral ma'am, who has done such a good job. She has taught every concept to make sure you understand very well, and this is completely free for you on our YouTube channel. Now that you have watched this, you may feel that I need more practice, I need test, I need to ensure I need to pass CSEET with very high marks. Just contact us. Go to WhatsApp. Our number is 973-973-3400. Yes, just click on that. Go to WhatsApp. Whatever help you need for CSEET, let us know. It is completely free. You can also go to our website and enroll for the free CSEET course where you get quizzes. See, the full course is here, but along with this, we have some quizzes, we have some tests, we have some mock exam. All of this is something which you should use. Please go to the website and get access for completely free. All the best for your exam, and thanks for watching this video. Please do subscribe and make sure you share it with your friends. Whoever is in CSEET, Excel Academy is here to make you a company secretary.